Sounds very,
Second-year right-hander who began his professional career in the independent leagues.
Hey guys, look at when we go back into the league play, look at my wins.
Why?
You'll see.
You got 200 wins. And he's still gold.
Still fucking gold!
That 200 wins and he's not
Stay with me.
And take me home on the September end. Yeah, exactly. 200 wins. Yeah.
It's stylish.
I double cap number 2.
Have you ever been so mad that you just had to masturbate with sandpaper to get it off?
No.
Sometimes. Like when a creeper blows up on my farm on Minecraft, bro, I'm whipping out the fucking sandpaper.
Yeah, stylish.
That shit's annoying.
Stylish.
Yo.
Are you the female in our relationship, or are you the male?
I think I'd rather get it than give it, so I'm the female.
Reset.
Back out, we're not host. There you go.
Back out, we're not host.
Yeah, what Pop said. He's on top of things, like me.
You know, the father has to raise a child. Speaking of child, you know, guys, you know, Stylish had an abortion.
Yeah.
Some of the frustrations and intensity of a 1-1 tie that's gone to the bottom of the 17th. Back with Josh Smith, JP Morosi, Matt Masters, and Bryce Harper will lead things off in the last of the 17th. As the Nationals have 6-7-8 against Yusmeiro Petit. A hitless game 2 of the series for Harper. Petit has been outstanding in relief. 5 scoreless innings tonight. He has struck out 7 and yielded only 1 hit. He's pitched around a handful of walks, 3 of them. Based on the pace, it seems like he's been out there 8 innings, but every pitch means something when you're coming up on the road. One swing can end the game. Harper with a fly ball into the left field corner, and Perez is there for it. There's 1 away. In the regular season, sometimes these games dwindle down to someone losing it instead of someone grabbing the reins and winning it. Again, I don't think any of that dynamic applies with the stakes as high as they are tonight. But with 1 gone, now here's Wilson Ramos. He's singled tonight. You cannot say enough about the work that Yusmeiro Petit has done. 5 1/3 now. Craig Stammen was brilliant. 3 scoreless relief innings.
Oh my god.
And pretty soon we can accurately say that it doesn't only seem like a different day, but it was a different day that Jordan Zimmerman started against Tim Hudson. Creeping up on 11:30 Eastern. Some 6 hours after the first pitch was thrown. Ramos sends a fly ball out to right center field, and there are 2 away.
Yeah, the one crazy thing about this game is when you play in this game this long, you can get out the same way this long, and they have been able to do that with a lot of hitters by a plan and scouting reports and executing it. That's what's so amazing to me. We're here in the 17th inning, and these pitchers are executing pitches in situations that one bad pitch could change the game.
Tanner Roark will bat in his turn of the order here with 2 out. Ground ball for Crawford. We go to the 18th inning in D.C. tonight. Giants and Nationals still tied at 1.
Let the game start.
Yo, shut the fuck up!
You wanna break it, Pop?
No. Don't. Hey, Pop. Unless if you hear my voice, ignore everybody else.
Break it, Pop,
No,
break it.
no.
The food is started.
No, Pop. Don't even do it. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Alright, 3B3A.
They're not even spine in, look. One's spine in.
Only be here.
Two, three.
How about if you go take a piss, right?
Protect the objective.
You're like off camera and shit. How about by the time I break it?
Yeah, I remember one time it said there were no ranks, and then when I got to the game, it was like 3 masters. I was like, oh.
I don't know if everyone's supposed to go to A, guys.
Okay, fuck you. Trick shot for final, guys. Trick shot for final.
Alright, kill one. Kill one.
He's in there. He's in B building. He's in control.
Bomb is armed.
Bottom B. He just went in.
Alright, not last hit.
I got him.
You got him. Alright, so that hit a bill, it's light, really?
Wow, you didn't get him.
Thought that we get there, but this game has set a Major League record. It's the longest in postseason history, 5 hours, 53 minutes, and counting, as we're in just the top of the 18th.
Oh, he got the reload. Quick shot.
Well, I've reached one of my bonuses in broadcasting now.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you got to a contractual bonus. You get to 18 innings, bonus money kicks in.
That's the trooper there.
Oh, man, it's a late night. Well, we're only a few minutes away, more than a few minutes. We're a half an hour away from this one getting so deep into the night that Tanner Roark will be a year older. His 28th birthday comes on October 5th, which we are creeping up ever closer toward. Terrific present for him if he's the pitcher of record in a Game 2 victory for the Nationals. Top of the 18th.
They got a present there. Nice little call off the plate.
Belt, Crawford, and then the pitcher's spot. Yusmeiro Petit's already hit once in this game. Two bench players still available for Bruce Bochy. 0-2 the count to Brandon Belt. You know, if I were to have told you that we get to 18 innings tonight and then give you these other numbers, you'd think there was a disconnect. You would think that in an 18-inning game, there have been dozens of missed opportunities and all kinds of chances. The Giants have only had 8 runners in scoring position tonight. They're 1 for 8. Washington 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Minimal success. Again, it's not like there have been dozens of runners on base this evening.
No, it's been well pitched. A lot of good plays. Just the hitting's at a disadvantage tonight. That man right there needs an ice tub afterwards.
A 1-2 to Brandon Belt misses the corner, 2 balls and 2 strikes, and it is certainly that time of night where a crowd that's 6 hours weary is going to moan and ooh about pitches that are clearly off the plate like that one was.
Saw that double exposure.
And it stays 2-2 to the Giants' first baseman.
Quick plant, hey.
Neutralize the objective.
Game 3 of the series in San Francisco on Monday. You can watch it on MLB Network. Madison Bumgarner, who was brilliant in the National League wildcard game on Wednesday in Pittsburgh, against Washington right-hander Doug Fister. Full count.
Fair. Didn't get the call. That wasn't as good as that first shot. Off the plate.
You're getting into it now.
Yeah.
Belt with a drive hammered to deep right field, and that one is gone.
Question game.
Now that, friends, was no cheapie either. A 3-2 pitch from Tanner Roark that went a long ways into the right field seats. And for Brandon Belt, who we've talked about the last 2 nights, overcoming all kinds of physical adversity this year, playing in just a couple of dozen games in the last 2 months of the season. A huge home run to lift the Giants to a 1-run lead in the 18th inning.
Now, more than likely, that's going to bring up Hunter Strickland to come in and try and get the save, the hard-throwing right-hander that we saw in Game 1.
Count stays 0-2 on Brandon Crawford. Strickland gave up the 2 solo shots yesterday, including that moon ball off the bat of Bryce Harper. And Crawford with a swing and a miss. 1 gone in the 18th.
Hey, look where the pitch was supposed to be and look where it ended up. That was in a mislocation. One of the rare times a reliever has mislocation. He pulls his hand in and absolutely crushes it. So for most of the part, all these pitchers been able to hit their spot, and we said one swing are going to miss. Could change the game, and of course the Giants are ecstatic at this point.
Gary Brown now pinch hitting in what was Petit's spot in the order, which backs up your statement even farther, John, that we'll see Hunter Strickland in the bottom of the 18th.
What's the luxury that Bruce Bochy had by bringing in his closer in extra innings where the lineup was set up for the Nationals' best chances? He knew he had a young man that could throw 100 miles an hour that if needed, if his team took the lead, he could bring him in. So the luxury of what Petit was able to do and the amount of innings that he gave the Giants just set it up for Hunter Strickland to come in and try to nail it down.
Couldn't handle how much matches were
And the 1-2 pitch to Gary Brown is swung on and missed.
Having said that, if he's not able to nail it down and they tie the game up, which who wouldn't think that's going to happen, you've got Tim Lundstrom behind him to give them the depth they need. So a crazy game just gets crazier. One swing of the bat, the Giants are feeling really good.
Here's Juan Perez now with 2 gone. As mentioned, Perez did not start the day in the lineup. Yet he's making his 4th plate appearance here tonight.
You ready, Pop?
The Nationals led for 8+ innings tonight. San Francisco tied it with 2 out in the 9th. We stayed tied for 9 innings. And the Giants from the Brandon Belt solo home run have taken their first lead of the night some 6 hours after the game began. A ball and 2 strikes to Juan Perez. The Nationals in the bottom half of the 18th will have Danny Espinosa to lead it off, then Span and Rendon. Little pop-up behind shortstop. Desmond yields to Harper. Will go to the last of the 18th. Will this be the swing that sends the series to San Francisco with the Giants up 2 games to none? We'll find out when we go to the bottom of the inning next.
Orbital or below? No swarm, no beetle board shit, no dogs, no.
Oh, I had dogs on.
Yeah, don't. If you get dogs, don't do it.
County escort is one of them.
I think escort's okay. Is escort okay or is escort too high?
It's one above. It's one above.
Okay, yeah, orbital or below, bro.
Okay.
I wanted to put that square and I was like, oh,
I'm gonna rotate.
What's a rotate?
I did it the hard way.
What? Smashing the shit out of the game.
I stay with you.
Yes.
Hard point identified.
Wow. Okay, so a 14-year-old I play with, he has kind of apparently, and she spells it
They
metal.
go rotate all this down.
Like, she spells metal. Like, metal music. Spelled it wrong.
Oh shit. Oh my god, you're so
The longest game in postseason history, one that's used 39 players, 16 of them pitchers, only 17 hits as we go to the bottom of the 18th inning. And we're over 6 hours into the night. Brandon Belt's leadoff home run in the top of the 18th stands as the difference. And if Hunter Strickland can get 3 more outs, the Giants are going back home for Game 3 on Monday, up 2-0 in the series.
Hunter Strickland throws 100 miles an hour, literally. I don't know if he'll reach that tonight. But he can rush it up there with a fastball, pretty good curveball. And I think if you're the Nationals, you're trying to figure out if he can pound some strikes if you're the first hitter. We've already seen what happens when the fastball's not put in the proper spot. They were able to launch them in the right field. But one of those guys is no longer in the game. And that is Cabrera is no longer in, so his replacement, Espinosa, is leading off.
Well, we know about how big missing location can be because that's what happened with Tanner Roark when he lost Brandon Belt on the home run.
Yeah, one bad pitch right there. Sinker trying to go away, and it just stayed over the middle of the plate. Like you said, Matt, this was not cheap. It was upper deck. The Giants doing their little happy dance when they get in there.
Danny Espinosa leads it off for the Nationals in their half of the 18th. There will be a lot said and written about potential heroes in this one tonight. And if the Giants end up with the win, Brandon Belt's going to get many of the headlines. But in an 18-inning story, you have to go back to how big Tim Hudson was starting tonight. Yusmeiro Petit, 6 scoreless relief innings in this ballgame. Pablo Sandoval with the big 2-out double that tied it in the 9th. A ball and no strikes.
It would almost be impossible to pick out one for the Giants, and either for either team. It's just been a historic game. I don't know what was more improbable as we talk about last night. A lead with Kershaw is almost like as good as the greatest safe there is to try to break into, and that didn't happen last night. And then 2 outs in the 8th and the 9th with a guy who has been dealing. No chance that a rally could take place in the 9th if you've seen this game from the start that we did, and it did. It happened with 2 outs and a walk.
A ball and 2 strikes.
Pressing the fight with a head.
Yusmeiro Petit would be in line for the victory tonight. And you have to go back a ways to find the last pitchers to work 6 more scoreless innings in relief and win a postseason game. Pedro Martinez in Game 5 of the 1999 ALDS. And then you have to go all the way back to 1971. And then rookie Bruce Thiessen in Game 4 of the World Series that year with the Pirates. Bruce Thiessen would go on to work 14 more years in the big leagues. Big moment in his rookie campaign on the big stage in 71. And Petit in line tonight. Sings 2 balls and 2 strikes on Danny Espinosa. Yeah, fans not very kind, and the players were smiling. The ball came back off the screen after that foul ball and hit the home plate umpire, Vic Carapazza. He's come under fire tonight. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Espinosa. Struck him out. The Nationals are down to their final 2 outs tonight.
There's that breaking ball. Wondering if he foul tipped it, but he didn't. Ball skipped. When you come to a playoff game, I don't care what game it is, unless you're the previous day starter, you never know how it's going to play out and if you're going to be asked to be used. And certainly this is one of those games.
Here's Denard Spandau. He drew a walk in the 15th. He is 0 for 10 in the series. Had base on balls in the 15th inning, came with 2 out. And it's been the only time he's reached base safely to start the series. You know, we talk about Hunter Strickland being groomed as a potential closer down the road for the Giants. He was actually drafted by the Red Sox as an 18th rounder in 2007, and then was sent to the Pirates in exchange for Adam LaRoche back in July of 2009. The Giants didn't get their hands on him until April of 2013 when they claimed him off waivers. They released him that summer, just a few years later, and then re-signed him. It wasn't until then that they feel the light really went on for Hunter Strickland, who's always thrown hard. And it's a ball and 2 strikes now to Denard Span. Part of that transition was making the successful move from starter to closer. He always felt like, looking back, he got antsy between starts. He needed to be out there more than once every 5 days. When Strickland made his postseason debut last night, he did so having made only 9 regular season appearances in the big leagues. Only David Price, then of the Rays, made a postseason debut with fewer major league games on his resume. Two balls and 2 strikes to Denard Span.
Whatever emotions he's got going on right now, he'll remember this if he can close it down for the Giants in one of the most improbable wins that I can remember in playoffs, although be at the second game of the LDS. Right now, Denard Span's trying to spoil that 0-2 count, work it to full.
Anthony Rendon waits on deck. 4 hits for him tonight. Here's the 3-2 on its way to Span.
Good stuff.
Still 3 balls and 2 strikes to Denard Span. And it'll stay full. You know, while we have a moment, we should mention the terrific job by our Fox Sports 1 crew. Folks on the field, capturing the images that you've been watching for the last 6 hours. Personnel in our production truck tonight. Nobody takes a pitch off in the postseason, not even the TV folks.
They do not.
Still full, 3 balls and 2 strikes to Denard Span. He's hanging around.
He is going off a couple good pitch. Posey's going to go out and tell Mr. Strickland what he wants to do here. 3-2, couple that he's pulled foul.
Doug Fisher and Madison Bumgarner in Game 3 in San Francisco Monday. This game is 2 outs away from making the Nationals-Giants League Division Series the third, with a team that faces an 0-2 deficit. The Angels backed up against it.
This is like 7,000.
Yeah, something like that. Like 10 average is like 3K now.
Yeah.
Game working, 0 for his last 3. Can he take advantage of the power of Hunter Strickland?
Four hits in his first 4 trips to the plate tonight. A 4 for 6 night overall from Anthony Rendon. Take it 4 for 7. Trying to keep it alive for perhaps Jason Worth to have an opportunity next. And just to clarify the earlier note regarding Hunter Strickland, second fewest big league games in his career before his first postseason save. Not sure if I mentioned that part of it or not. David Price, 5 games before saving a game in the postseason. For Hunter Strickland, only 9. Trying to save Game 2 of the Division Series tonight. 1-1 to like 1 run was enough tonight. Jordan Zimmerman in complete command. At one point retiring 20 consecutive Giants. Then Pablo Sandoval's game-tying double had kept it tied for 9 innings until Brandon Belt solo home run in the 18th.
Good discipline there. 1-1 count, good breaking ball. You're aggressive. One of the Zimmermans.
Ryan, who had a pinch hitting appearance tonight as he did yesterday. Here's Strickland's 2-1. 3 balls and a strike.
Andres?
Alejandro 04.
Uh-huh.
Jason Worth has his single off hit in Nationals postseason history. Hoping for an opportunity here. 3 balls and a strike to Rendon with 2 away. And it'll go all the way full, and why not? Giants fan. Nationals hoping it can continue a little bit longer. The 3-2.
Spoiled off another one. Giants at the edge of their seat getting ready to pour out of the dugout. Nationals just hoping they get to extend it now. Here, Worth at the plate.
Madison Bumgarner.
Stylist, be ready, bro.
I don't want my computer connected to the internet. I just want to boot you guys off like
Cool.
that other guy. Yeah, I know.
6'9". I don't know what you're talking about.
It's not your IP.
See, you're getting this confused. It's too much effort. I'm sorry. I will have to talk to you later.
Wanna back out with this?
No, look.
Actually, that might be your IP. Hey, let's turn the poison back.
Quebralo. Rómpalo. Break. Stop. Break. Back.
And the Nationals down to their last strike once again.
Anticipating another.
So this one is seconds away from becoming a two-day affair. A game that starts 5:30 Eastern on October 4th.
Professor doesn't go both ways. He has the
Strike away from doing it. And Worth sticking around.
Well, he's so good, man. He is so good with two strikes. They have pitched him tough. Both him and LaRoche, they've really done a nice job at the meat of the order for the Nationals, as the Nationals are pulling out all the tricks now.
Jason Worth edition rally gnome. Still 1-2. Worth is the winning run with two out in the last of the 18th.
Break.
Oh, we got fags in here. Fags everywhere.
Rendon off first. If it goes any further, Adam LaRoche will have another opportunity.
Why not?
The 2-2 pitch. Worth sends the ball out to right center. And that is that. Hunter Pence was there to make the catch, and this series goes back to San Francisco with the Giants in command.
Break.
A one-run win in the opener.
Break.
A come-from-behind one-run 18-inning win tonight in 6 hours and 23 minutes. The longest postseason game in Major League history. The Giants have stolen another in D.C.
Never thought I'd see 10 in a row. Never thought I'd see the 10 in a row with the way this game was going. Nationals have been through a lot. They're really going to have to dig deep and really put their mental toughness to the test, if you will. This is one for the ages right here, this game.
Not only is this the Giants' 10th consecutive postseason win, it's their 6th straight postseason road victory. That's a National League record. And Bruce Bochy's postseason success in orange and black continues. Brandon Belt, one of the heroes. It was his dramatic home run in the top of the 18th. That's the game-winning run. And J.P. Morosi is standing by with tonight's San Francisco hero.
Thanks, Matt. Brandon, your home run clinched the longest postseason game in MLB history by tenure. Actually seemed to be one of almost relief. What did you think as you saw that ball go out?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it was a hard effort by both teams. So it's just nice to see that ball go over the fence. But at that point, we knew it wasn't over. I mean, the way this game was going, we could have gone another 5 innings. So we were just happy to get out of it alive and get back to San Francisco.
You know, at 8:30 tonight, it looked like Jordan Zimmerman was about to complete his game, his shutout. Here we are after midnight. You guys have won now your 10th straight postseason win. What does that say about the resolve of this team?
Says a lot. I mean, we just up and down the order. Just people just grinding it out, battling. Rookies, veteran, doesn't matter. Just had great at-bats in that last inning, kept us in the game. We just battled our butts off today. It was freaking awesome. I'm glad it didn't work out in our favor.
Brandon, now you go back to San Francisco, 2-0 lead, Madison Bumgarner on the mound in Game 3. How much confidence will you have on that long flight back to the West Coast?
We're going to have confidence, but we're not going to take anything for granted. This is a tough squad we're playing, and we've seen people come back down 0-2. We did it ourselves in 2012, so we're going to go out there and grind it out next time just like we did today.
Brandon, get some rest. Thanks very much. Back to you, Matt.
All right, JP, thanks. John, an amazing night tonight, the longest postseason game in Major League history. The Giants take a commanding 2-0 lead back home, and they've got Madison Bumgarner ready to go in Game 3.
Yeah, again, the formula for the Giants is the underdog, and they find ways to win.
A long night of baseball is over in D.C. A weary home crowd files out. 2-0 Giants is where the series stands. Let's send it to Chris Myers back at the Fox Sports 1 studios.
I'm a goofy goober, yeah. Elysium. Have you ever been to Elysium?
Break.
Oh.
I got it.
It was a bronze and an iron!
And 10
It was
points.
great.
10 points. It's a waste of time, bro. It's not even worth us playing for 10 points. Might as well sit here and talk. We're expensive, man. You gotta pay us top dollar if you want to see us play.
Not yet. How about, I'd rather play a 4-minute 10 game or like 5-minute field 150 because it might refresh so long every time I repeat it.
I don't know. I like my last 150 and the last 55s. 550.
I got one time.
No. This is good. Wait. Did they come in with us or did we? I don't know what happened. All right, back out. Stylish, patience, bro.
This so fun. Maybe I burped too hard and it hurt hard. Badass, you know what I want you to do to me?
What?
Bend over. So you take a layer and my ass hair.
I tell you anytime you guys want to do it.
What?
Guys are fun.
There's a problem.
But I'll have that either.
Reset.
My name is CWG.
Oh my god. There we go, yeah. It's called God. It's called God Lady Tag.
Yeah.
Show them.
I'm going to be a god.
Oh gosh. That's it.
Oh, I could join this XGN. Let's try this.
I think yeah. I have cards.
I know. I don't know being KFI.
I'm gonna be paid.
I haven't paid.
I can leave that, bro.
Come on, play or not?
Play.
what is it like? Is it masters and shit, or was it one master? Right?
There was one master of the gold and the rest of the ranks.
Hard for it.
Already two. What? Our players left? 3, 4, 5. One of our players left. Who the fuck left?
I think.
Capture the objective.
That's why you send him up here now. Ricky's going to be in the game, you know, for at least another run or two.
Yep, so you see that 98 pitches, season high is 118. Just about every start will be in that 100 to 110 range. Yeah, I don't see any drop off in
Yeah, they only got
stuff,
4 players.
velocity, or location.
2-2 to Bridget. With 2 out and nobody on. You know, it's a blessing and a curse, Bob. Bridget hitting a home run his first at bat in postseason. He also woke up everybody and said, hold it, I gotta pitch this guy a little tougher. Brings home his 100th pitch. And Bridget fouls it off. You know, another reason you run Tavares out on the on-deck circle is you get the thought of, okay, we got a hitter behind him, maybe you can get Bridget something to hit. With Lance Lynn over there, he got nothing to hit all night. Another 2-2 pitch. But that goes sailing. Got a small piece of the ball. I mentioned people are shuddering in the first row. Oh man, little girl right there, bat's flying right at him. I'm so glad it hit the rail. The force in which that bat came out of his hand, the glove would have done no good. No good at all. This is scary. That's why I take my kids to the game, you sit behind the screen, forget that. Yeah, we were shuddering up here. And Bridget hangs in there.
Brought the pain. Time to get paid.
Pick everybody up.
Again on 2-2. Another chance for Ramirez. Cards go out 1-2-3 in the 7th.
You already disconnected?
Nah, we got 70s and 150s.
I was playing, right? I was hitting my time tag and then the game was starting. And it told me server disconnected.
I think when you're in the uploading room, you shouldn't fuck with shit like that. Alright, send me in that badass.
Game count is lost, though. The game count is lost.
Yeah, I was looking on time tag and then it disconnected.
Yeah, don't fuck with shit like that when we're doing that. San Francisco, Elysium. San Francisco, bro.
I can get on my one streak though. That's how I lost it for a second there.
You guys are making points or anything. And I'm right behind you on the lobby leaderboards now. So, if you could lose, that'd be nice.
Oh shit, you are behind me.
No.
Wow. ahead of you by 10 points. I mean, yeah, by 20 points.
You get bonus?
I don't got a bonus now. I gave mine like 2 o'clock.
Everybody
What
does.
bonus you got?
Let's go again.
No, yeah, I don't got no more bonus. I gave mine at like 2 o'clock.
Everybody gets sent to the box.
So that's when the league play started.
Nah, but I live in South Korea, Elysium. Here it's 1:17 p.m.
Leads one and Gordon looks to Sarah. Oh, look at that. Tagged him with the glove. You got to touch him with the baseball. You can't touch him with the glove. Well, this was clear cut. There's no question about it. Ripped through the middle bases. Adrian Gonzalez comes through again. D. Gordon starts it in the bottom of the second. Marco Gonzalez is the new pitcher. This MLB Network Division Series telecast is presented by Geico. Gonzalez got the win yesterday. As the Cardinals came from behind, once trailing 6-1 against Kershaw, win the game 10-9. Trail here 2-0, bottom of the 7th.
I want to show you the effect that D. Gordon has on the defense. Right there, we've watched him make a bunt or try to bunt twice. Look where the infielders play him. That opens up so many holes for you. They don't have the reaction time on a sharp grounder. Look at where the second baseman Colton Wong. That's to take away a ball he might pull towards it. Carpenter's in on the left side. It changes everything when you have speed and you can prove that you can handle the bat.
Facing 22-year-old Marco Gonzalez, the 19th pick overall in last year's draft. Fast track to the majors. Debuted in the big leagues barely a year after being selected. And he gets Gordon looking. Ken Rosenthal has an eye on this game, but also on the 18-inning affair in D.C.
Bob, this game never should have went 18. They're going to be talking about it for a long, long time in Washington because of a decision made by manager Matt Williams. Jordan Zimmerman was 1 out away from a 3-hit shutout when he issued a walk to Joe Panic. He was at 100 pitches. Williams lifted him with Buster Posey coming up, inserted Drew Storen. Posey singled, Pablo Sandoval followed with a double tie it, and Posey was thrown out of the plate, a call that was confirmed by replay. So that's what sent it into extra innings. But guys, I've got to think Jordan Zimmerman should have still been in that game.
And now the Giants will go for the sweep at home Monday on MLB Network.
I'll be curious what the boys on MLB tonight will say and break that down, get a chance to look at it, because that's what happens in the postseason, though. You get dissected with all the decisions that are made in the course of a game.
But you have to manage the postseason differently. No, Drew Storen is your closer. He really emerged in the last 2 months of the season. Regular season, no problem with that. Postseason, I'm winning or losing with Jordan Zimmerman. 100 pitches, he's my best option right there. And now the ghost of 2012 and the Cardinal comeback against Drew Storen in the Nationals rears its ugly head.
Just keep it.
1-2 pitch to Green. Well, he struck out 3 times against Lynn, and now Gonzalez ties him in knots. 4 Ks for Yasiel Puig tonight.
They've done a great job of mastering his aggressiveness. Here comes the changeup. You see that circle change or an OK change, however you want to call it. But he's been hard in on him all night, and then boom, he pulled the string on him. He's got to be a little frustrated and maybe confused even how well they pitched him. And they did a great job last year in the postseason against him as well.
So Gonzalez strikes out the first 2 he faces.
We have taken you back.
Now Marco Gonzalez faces Adrian Gonzalez. Who's 1 for 3. An RBI single through the middle of the 3rd. One more note about that San Francisco-Washington game. In terms of elapsed time, longest postseason game in baseball history. in terms of innings. And 18 with the game in 2005 in the division series between the Astros and the Braves, won on a Chris Burke homer in Houston at the bottom of the 18th. Tim Hudson started that game for the Atlanta Braves. He started this game in D.C. for the Giants. Briggs is that. I remember the Chris Burke home run. I didn't remember won the game and the series. Remember that. Gonzalez looking to make quick work of the Dodgers. But Adrian Gonzalez may have different ideas, but this one doesn't have the distance, and in left field is Holiday for the Cavs. The Dodgers go in order in the seventh. Ford turns it back, left to
Friendly lightning strike inbound. Counter UAV inbound. UAV inbound.
没有子弹了。狙击手！ 没事吧？主机战死了。
Oh my god, it's glad.
炸弹没完毕了。
Just dropped it.
南极地区武器准备。
Losing B. Losing B. Losing A.
I'll tell you if anything.
Losing B. UAV inbound.
Wow, dude, like four, another like four speed. Sexy guys. Also like two steals off. Yeah, rapid fire. Yeah.
Alright, last minute. Let's dominate them, guys. Last minute. 8 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Let's
Friendly
go dominate.
UAV inbound.
Dominate time.
You just get him off the city.
What he wanted to do, thanks to Laszlo Tavares, was announce before he went and got it. So once that pass was made, then they went to go get the left-hander in the bullpen. Right in that with the Zach Greinke gets to the first hitter. Yeah, Tavares had been in the on-deck circle in the seventh, but Grichuk made the last out. So a bit of gamesmanship here. Mattingly just waiting to see what was going to happen. They announced Tavares. He's officially in the game, and that's it for Grichuk. Back to Dodger Stadium in just a minute. J.P. Howell is coming in.
Ah, you're so good. I didn't know you were it's horrible yet.
Adequate performance. Get ready for the next round.
Hey. No, he said
Halftime.
there's two of them over.
Domination.
Let's dominate them, guys. A, B, C.
Capture the objectives. Hostile RCXD in your AO. Securing C.
Yeah, I was gonna say
C secure. We have pulled forward. The enemy has held up. Friendly fighting strike inbound. Securing B. Friendly counter UAV inbound. UAV inbound. Bravo secure. Losing Charlie. Hellstorm missile inbound. Securing A. Friendly counter UAV inbound. Losing Charlie.
What?
Securing A. Losing Charlie. Alpha secure. Securing Charlie.
Ross.
All flags secured. Maintain current posture. UAV inbound. Losing Charlie. Losing Bravo.
Miguel Rojas replaces Henry Ramirez at shortstop for defensive purposes as we go to the 8th. J.P. Howell out of the bullpen. Oscar Taveras to the plate. Taveras hit just .239 with 3 home runs in 80 games this year. The Cardinal bench is not particularly imposing. So even though they switched to the left-hander, they have no alternative. They're not going to burn Taveras here. He'd already been announced, so they'll let him take his chances.
Yeah, this is why they tried to rush him up there last half inning. You knew Greinke wasn't coming out of the game. He'd have got the at-bat off the right-hander.
Quick strikes. I believe our graphic here is wrong. There we go, 0-2.
UAV on standby. UAV inbound. Losing A.
I do believe this kid someday is going to be a really good big league hitter.
We lost Alpha.
Right now it's a tough challenge. He's facing the toughest guys in big leagues, breaking in, pinch hitting off the bench.
And that is a fair ball. Rolling down the line, Taveras looking for 2, but after a wide turn, they may give him a first. The throw gets away, otherwise he might have been caught. Taveras asked for time. It looked like it would be an extra base hit. Kemp got over there, played the carom smartly. Taveras was just about to sprint for second, thought better of it, and almost got caught going back to first.
Nice piece of hit. Right here he makes his decision. He thinks he's going, and then all of a sudden he just gets left to get back in.
It was Howell who came over to cover, and had he played it cleanly, he might have been able to put the tag on Taveras. Gonzalez took a swipe at it and might have deflected it before it could have gotten to Howell. They were both there, sandwiching Taveras.
That's a traffic jam on the corner.
It's a big hit for the Cardinal.
Ken, I told you, Ken.
Carpenter 1 for 2 with a walk, and a long drive hit deep right center field, and this is a tie game. Carpenter continues to punish the Dodgers. He took 2 hitters after Greinke was removed for the lead to evaporate. Doubles and 2 homers in 2 games for Carpenter at Dodger Stadium.
He knew exactly what he wanted to do. The last at bat he hit the first pitch with a double. And right here he gets another first pitch fastball and hammers it.
The fact that they had the lefties stacked, Taveras, Carpenter, and Jay, it made it easier for Don Mattingly to switch to Howell. Looking back after the 6th inning, when Greinke had thrown only 88 pitches, there's a long discussion in the dugout to check on him. You saw the reaction from Howell, almost doubled over, knowing the result as soon as contact was made.
No doubter. No
doubt about it. Well, the switch to Howell might have been logical, but now it's lamentable. Absolutely. 0-2 pitch to Oscar Tavares. First pitch to Carpenter, and here we are. Well, we talked about guys really becoming a breakout star, particularly Matt Carpenter. He's comfortable at third base. I think he's more relaxed this year, understands the situation.
One of the most patient hitters in the big leagues, has earned the Dodgers for extra base hits 3 times on first pitches. 2 home runs and a double.
I'll tell you what, we got a new game, boys. 2-2. This place is going crazy.
A 5-run lead for Kershaw, a 2-run lead for Greinke. Both disappeared.
The difference is that Kershaw gave it up. In this case, the bullpen is the culprit. Howell with just 2 hitters. And here's a terrific play by Rojas. The one-bounce to Gonzalez, and Jay beats him. Rojas just into the game for defense. Almost came up with a web gem, but Jay beat it. Tremendous play. If he's able to get to his feet, he couldn't pop up. He slips right as he catches the ball and gets to the grass to come up and throw. There's a little bit of a slip, and so he wasn't able to put it up on it. Right here, he's going to slip and fall just a tad bit. Right there, great throw, good play. John Jay hustling all the way, man. Boos, we would have to say, both for Howell and for Mattingly. Despite the fact that the record says he's done very well as the Dodgers skipper, there has been some criticism of some of Mattingly's in-game moves here in Los Angeles, which comes with the job. Howell could not do the job tonight.
Reset it. Reset. Reset. Aerial coverage provided by DirecTV. You call yourself a sports fan, got to get DirecTV. Call 1-800-DIRECT-TV. Brandon League out of the bullpen. Matt Holliday to the plate. Struck out 3 times against Greinke. A ball strike. Brandon League was 2-3 this year. ERA of 2.57. And as you see, 63 appearances. An all-star with Seattle in 2011. He was their closer then and saved 37 games. is 0-1 to Holiday. It's bounced toward third, and it's a foul ball.
And that's a heck of a play right there by Adrian Gonzalez. That ball gets by him. If it's a fair ball, it's going to be down the line, and they're going to continue on because John Jay was going all the way to third.
And Rob Drake, the home plate umpire, has the call on this. He's got the call out there to the base. Just goes into foul territory.
Search and destroy.
Single by Tavares. Long home run by Carpenter. Infield hit by Jay.
That man right there did special.
The Cards have tied it. They have the go-ahead run at first with nobody out.
And Matt Carpenter, the Dodgers don't know what's hit them in Matt Carpenter. All year long, just 9 hits on first pitches, no home runs. 3 extra base hits, 2 home runs on first pitches in this series.
Search and destroy.
1-2 to Holiday.
Protect the infected.
Brandon Lee got into the game yesterday, his first career postseason appearance. He retired Randall Grichuk with a man on second to end the top of the ninth. He was left off both the NLDS and NLCS rosters by the Dodgers last season.
I see John Jay running this situation.
He's stolen 6 in the past. He's had as many as 19 in a season. He bluffs the go, and Holiday fouls it off.
He's trying to measure, and one of the things they're doing is they got the stopwatch. They're trying to figure out how long it's taking for that delivery and measure the pop time with it. See the stopwatch right there, and that was the conversation. He walks over and says, here's what we have. You get a read, we're going. So he took the first 2 or 3 pitches to kind of measure it.
Chris Maloney, who had been the AAA manager at Memphis, is the first base coach for the Cards. Longtime third base coach is Jose Oquendo. Holiday gets the ball from Lee, has no play at second, takes the out at first.
Wow. That's a tough decision. That ball's hit back at him so hard. He may have had a play at second, but in this situation, you don't panic and force a play. That's how you break an inning wide open with the throw to second base there and say he is safe. Great call, Bob. It's a tough play. It's going to be bang-bang if he gets that to him. And if he misses it, now you've really created problems.
And at first blush, I did think he had the out, or at least a chance at the out, but you do have to be 100% that the out is in order.
They're going to walk Matt Adams and take their chances with Johnny Peralta. The Cardinals down big to the best pitcher on the planet yesterday, somehow come back and win. Down 2 to one of the very best, Zach Greinke. They come back to tie it. The Cardinals have played in October 11 times in the last 15 years. The last 3 years, twice to the World Series, and the one time they didn't make it, they lost in Game 7 of the NLCS to the Giants. Since 2004, the Cardinals have played in and won more postseason games than any franchise, and by a wide margin.
And talking to that guy right there yesterday, Matt Carpenter, he said the beauty of this series is once again, we're the underdog. All the great things you just said about them, they really don't get the respect that they deserve. It's been a good franchise, it's been a good ball club, and I like how they've kept the nucleus of this team together and they've grown together as well.
Peralta's 3 for 11 in his career against Brandon Lee. That's with 2 on and 1 out. He's 0 for 3 tonight. Now, obviously, not all of these Cardinals were with the team during the entire stretch that we just outlined, but the baton is passed.
Yes.
You know, there's just a feeling within the organization.
When you got the foundation in Yachty, who's been terrific, Wainwright, and they continue to pass that.
Let's remember, Don Mattingly went with his best defensive team, took Hanley Ramirez out of the game. The number 2 hitter in the bottom of the inning would have been Hanley Ramirez. Now it's Rojas. almost as if you're taking two hitters out of the game. You lose Ramirez and you lose protection from Matt Kemp.
Well, we've watched in the postseason the moves the managers have to make. And usually the ones that get away with it, they keep to their regular season script. This is something that Donnie's done most of the year. That means it's going to work right now.
Peralta to Rojas. They get one. Do they turn it? They do.
As the defense paid off. I don't know if he deserves that.
Omar swung with a glove in his head. But it was Carpenter. Turns things around for the Cardinals with a two-run homer.
Well, you go out as a defensive replacement, you better catch the ball. He did a nice job.
That would be a good idea. Otherwise, what are you here for?
You ready, Budo? Buto.
Yeah,
You ready with the break, bro? We need it.
I am. Are you ready to leave? About it left hand. Good?
Yeah, we're good.
Alright. Get the date right here. Don't crash. Keep the acting in there.
Search and destroy.
3B, 3A. I'm going to A. Prevent the plant, guys. Prevent the plant.
Alright, one of them dashed.
Defend the objectives.
None of them dashed.
I thought he dashed, so I think it was the next one, so.
Countermeasures up. Shot out.
Hey, there's one coming up behind me at Tank. I don't know where he is, but he blew up my Claymore. There he is.
Series telecast on MLB Network is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And sponsored in part by the U.S. Army. Some are driven by expectations, some defy them. Find your career at goarmy.com/defy and by Capital One. Earn unlimited 4.5% cash back every purchase every day. Get super from Capital One. Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 8th in a 2-2 game, and Pat Eachick takes the mound for the Cardinals. Other components to the Cardinal bullpen have fallen off. Trevor Rosenthal, still their closer, but not as reliable as a year ago. Kevin Seacrest, unhittable. Last year, not on the Pitcher Series roster this time around. But Nietzsche has been a revelation. Came to spring training just hoping to make the team. He's into an all-star.
Amazing story. Went to spring training on a minor league contract. Couldn't find a job over the winter. His agent called and said, "I got you a job." He said, "With who?" He said, "The Cardinals." Pat thought, "Oh my goodness, there's no organization in baseball that has more pitching than the Cardinals. How can I make that team?" Well, he not only made the Cardinals team, he made the All-Star team.
And at the All-Star game, his brother works on the grounds crew in Minneapolis, right?
In his home state.
Zach, there's no bubbles going over there. Where's the bubble machine? There you go. And now Rojas pushes a punt, and EJ's throw eludes Adams. So here's Rojas into the game for defensive purposes. Drops a punt down and reaches as the Dodgers try to add to their lead. It's a great time to find the element of surprise. After the home run from Kemp, he tries to push this punt. Great play by Nishak, but because of the pressure, it forces a bad throw. And the reason I say element of surprise, Tom, I don't think anybody expected him to try to bunt in this situation.
Yeah, you can see that Nishak had more time than he did not have the grip on the baseball. It's really like a change-up grip to first base. Maybe he's just trying to settle down the situation.
Scored as an error on the pitcher. Now let's go back to the Kemp swing. Skipping down the first base line. Moving to a slapping five with Davey Lopes. Carlton Fisk in this one, right, Bob?
He's talking it fair.
Kemp finished the regular season hot. He has stayed hot the first two games of this division series. Now, I know we talked about Pittsburgh last year and how loud it was with their blackouts. But I'm going to tell you what, this crowd is going crazy in LA. And Matt Kemp is back for 3 hits yesterday, 2 hits, including a go-ahead homer tonight.
I saw the heaviest man in the ballpark, J.P. Howell. He didn't face 3 lefties or tire touchdowns. Matt Kemp says, I got your back.
Crawford looking for his first hit of the night. A 67-mile-per-hour offering is foul to the seats. Nechik was terrific almost all season long. His last 2 outings of the regular season were a loss and a blown save. And the first man he faces tonight takes the heat. Yeah, he struggled a little bit down the stretch. They had to really ride Nechik and also Rosenthal to get to where they were at. So those guys were overused down the stretch, and Vinny'd be the first one to tell you that. But they're not here without these guys. The 0-2 to Crawford. He struck him out. What a difference less than 24 hours could make. Kemp faced late in the game in the 8th inning yesterday. And the Cardinal reliever retired him on a ground out. This time he hit it. And it's playing right to where the Dodgers wanted, you know, to go from it's 2-2, pressure's on. That's the home run to Matt Kemp here in the bottom of the 8th allows him to get to Kenley Jansen in the 9th and see what happens. As you look at Nechik, it's not often that an all-star changes numbers at midseason. He was number 41. Cardinals get John Lackey to trade. Lackey wants that number. Gives Nechik a signed, authentic Babe Ruth autographed baseball. And Nechik says, sure, you can have 41. I'll take the baseball. There you go. You got what you want. As the Cardinals game 3 starter against Ryu, the left-hander, on Monday in St. Louis. I guess when you're trying to find a job like Tom documented how he got to the Cardinals, you're not superstitious about that number. You can have it, and I'll take the Babe Ruth ball. Plus, Vince Mazzoni in the game as likely as you can go on eBay and get another one. For Nechik, that's a valuable asset. We may see the Dodgers play a little hit and run right here with the rebate. You know Nechik's going to be around the plate, and and somebody's going to hit in the pitcher spot, probably ought to be near in that situation because you're going to bring in Anthony Jackson in the ninth. That's why I thought they may try to hit and run right there and see what happens. But Uribe had other thoughts. He was going yard. That was easier right there. 2-2. Neshek with that funky delivery. Always at least sidearm, sometimes closer to submarine. When he's right, his right-handed hitters fits. One short second. Wong lets the pitcher off that, but they can't turn it. That's a ball they got to turn. That's a routine double play. They have to turn that. There's a little bit too much lob on the transfer. Right here, this ball looks like it got caught in his glove, and that little bit is just it floated in the air a little longer than he wanted to. It wasn't a crisp bam through the glove. Once you get caught on the heel of his glove, now he gets a little more air than you want. That ball's sharp down by his thigh. He's able to release the pitch there. That's how close it is in the postseason or any time. The game of inches we always talk about, right? That's the difference.
If he gets it to him a millisecond sooner, then closer to waist level, the inning's over.
Yep. You see Peralta had to reach for that ball, so his throwing hand was not near the glove. As you said, there's fractions of seconds the difference between a double play and a runner on base.
A.J. Ellis, suddenly a threat in the first 2 games. 4 hits yesterday. A double in 3 trips with a ground out and an intentional walk mixed in tonight.
Bob, you know, we talked about the difference in the benches, and when the Dodgers can mix down and you can get Rojas to play defense for Hanley Ramirez, and you know you got Andre Ethier on your bench offensively, it just changes the difference of what their money can do.
Another chance for Wong, and this should end the inning. But a blast from him puts the Dodgers back in front 3-2. In the top of the ninth, Molina, Wong, and Pritchard due up for the Cardinals.
Iron is wrong. I take the streak.
Hard point.
Oh no, wait. Jet streak.
Secure the objectives. Hard point identified. We've taken the advantage.
مستعدين جهاز التصدي شغال
UAV inbound. Hard point contested.
Oh, he's talking.
Hard point identified. Counter UAV inbound. Friendly UAV inbound.
I thought that. Stop on you.
جهاز التصدي شغال.
دي
Hard point identified. Step job.
One of the accounts and descriptions of the game may not be disseminated without express written consent. Okay, here's Yadi Molina against Kenley Jansen. 44 saves for Jansen this year. Career strikeout rate of 14 for every 9 innings of work. Third best all time. Behind Aroldis Chapman of the Reds and Craig Kimbrell of the Braves. Molina's 0 for 3. He's imposing home.
That's the nasty cutter you're going to see from him. Very similar to Mariano Rivera. We talk about it a lot. This ball's going to start over the plate. See it off the side of the fingers, and it's going to just disappear. It cuts away like a slider, but it's a fastball cutting.
Hard point identified.
Started out professionally as a catcher, didn't hit enough. They put him on the mound, and that's where he found the natural cutter. He told me he did throw that way behind the plate. The other difference is it's almost as if he's shaking hands with the catcher. 7-foot stride length. He just pitched it right there.
Sure did. He's an imposing figure out there at 6'5 and 265. He turned 27 years old this past Tuesday. He's from the emerging baseball hotbed of Curacao and got better as the season moved along. Allowed just 5 earned runs in his last 35 appearances. His 1-2 to Molina.
Talking about that stride, only Aroldis Chapman of the Reds has a longer stride in all of baseball. So when he's throwing 96 with that natural cut, it's effectively 98 because he shortens the distance. He told me with 2 strikes, he likes to extend the stride even further.
Molina to third base for Uribe. 1 out on the mound. If the Cardinals can put a man on, the likely pinch hitter would be Daniel Descalso, the only left-handed hitter remaining on their bench.
And as we go through this series, that will be the biggest difference. You know, you got Justin Turner, Andre Ethier, and the Dodgers.
Scott Van Slyke.
Van Slyke. They have the power to come off the bench. The Cardinals used their main bullet already in this game in Oscar Taveras.
Who came through with a hit.
Yes, he did.
As part of the 2-run rally that briefly tied the game. No question that the Dodger bench is dramatically superior to the Cardinals in this series.
Yeah, and I might have to flip-flop and say I would rather have the Cardinal bullpen than the Dodgers bullpen at this point in time. Although Kenley is a weapon to be reckoned with.
Wong has a double and 3 trips. Inning against Greinke. Now he's in 0-2 mode against Jansen.
Pitch is so good. He can throw it pitch after pitch after pitch. Does have a slider 95% of the time. It's a cutter.
Wong awaits the 0-2 pitch.
That's 98. That's the equalizer. We saw Mariano Rivera later in his career go with that straight four-seam fastball away. It sets up that cutter, gives the hitter another thought to think about.
Here it is on 1 and 2. Foul back to the screen.
It's a good looking swing right there by Colt Wong.
guy Jansen throws so hard, you think that when you see something in the mid-90s or sometimes even approaching 100, it has to be the fastball. This cutter can get into that range.
Yeah, that's a scary proposition for any hitter.
2-2.
He dusted off the slider.
Just to prove us wrong.
Well, I think because Wong, as you said, Aaron, had such a good pass at the cutter of the pitch before. I know Kennedy wanted to get it further in, but Wong was right on it. Jansen decided, I need to show him something else, even if you go back to the cutter right here.
Randall Grichuk waiting on deck. Magic Johnson looking on intently. And he hangs in.
We talked all night about how late A.J. Ellis had been setting up right there. He's sitting right under Colton Wong. He's like, I want to make sure you get this cutter in on his hands. Don't be surprised about the power of Colton Wong now. He's got a little power too. Mess up, leave one out over the plate. He can tie this game.
He hit 12 home runs. If he reaches, he's the Cardinals' leading base stealer with 20. Left field, Crawford watches it drift foul.
Colton Wong is making Kennedy Jansen pitch more than he usually does. This at bat, we've seen the slider, we've seen two sinkers on the outside of the plate. Hasn't been able to get the ball under his hands or get him out of the way.
Carpenter itching for another chance. He'll need some base runners. Another 2-2 pitch. And Wong continues to battle.
He's having a great at-bat. Now they're going to have a little conversation. And sometimes you just need to talk about maybe, it's like when you're playing basketball in the backyard, right? You're shooting, the guy keeps hitting free throws. Pretty soon you roll it back at his feet to break his rhythm up. You know, and sometimes a pitcher and catcher have to do that with a hitter. Colton Wong is locked in. Everything. So you break his rhythm, his timing a little bit.
You can see it all over his face when he's in that batter's box. The still thing Jansen's way to get him is to get it a little further in.
You're feeling good right now if you're Colton Wong. He's seen every pitch he has to offer. He's been on everything.
Not this time. Blew it by him at 96.
Reaches back and he just says, here it is, big boy, come get it. Not worried about the cutter, maybe that was a conversation, but also it broke up that great concentration and rhythm, sometimes taking that hitter out of it.
Randall Grichuk was 0 for 3 against Greinke. Hit a homer yesterday on Kershaw. The Cardinals' last chance. Ball 1.
And the ball just sounds different when it hits the glove when Kennedy Jansen's throwing.
If Grichuk can keep it going, Daniel Descalso, as expected, has moved into the on-deck circle. If 2 can reach, it'll be Carpenter's turn again. 2-1. An announced crowd of 54,599. LA fans notorious for leaving early. Not many have done so tonight. year Cardinals and Dodgers played in this very series, Hanley Ramirez gets hit first at bat. He was a non-factor. And Matt Kemp was out with an injury.
Think about his journey. You mentioned he had that ankle injury, did not play in the postseason. Talk about trading him in the offseason. Wasn't healthy enough to start the season with the Dodgers. Struggled in the first half, moved to left field. End of the season, player of the month in September. Look at J.P. Howell.
He was hitting here for no-moles. And then the laurel wreath went to Matt Kemp.
And a sigh of relief from Howell, and then the last gasp with Magic Johnson looking on as Grichuk with a half swing. This one is gone by Jansen.
That's the difference right there, Matt Kemp.
That might have been the biggest home run in Matt Kemp career. The Dodgers have a chance to go down 0-2. They go to St. Louis down 0-2. This series is about over.
Ken Rosenthal is down on the field. Kenny.
Matt, you played in front of some loud crowds here. Where did this one rank?
This is big, man. It's loud in here tonight, but we continued to grind. The score was tied, and we continued to grind, and we came back and won the game.
The knee check at bat. He got you yesterday. Tonight you jumped him on the first pitch. What was your mindset going into it?
Well, it tastes good anyways.
Yeah. All right, the knee check at bat. What was your mindset going in?
Just trying to get a pitch up to hit, something to drive. I saw him well yesterday. I saw he threw me some sliders off the plate, and I was just getting something to drive, and got a good swing on it.
Now, you've been through a lot. The injuries, the trade rumors, changed positions. After all that, how satisfying is it for you to perform at this high level on this stage right now?
I just continue to grind, man. This is where I want to be. It was last year, it was tough. Battling injuries, but I came back strong. I kept grinding. My teammates were behind me. My family was behind me. We kept grinding, and here we are now.
Where does this home run rank in your career?
Oh, this is big right here, man. On this stage in the playoffs, this was a must-win for us. We needed this, and we continue to grind, go to St. Louis, and get 2 more wins.
Now, you lost a 6-1 lead yesterday. You lost a 2-0 lead tonight. How important is it for the psyche of this team to come out tonight and win this game instead of dropping it again?
We told each other when JP gave up that home run, we were going to back him up. We were going to find a way to win this game, and that's what good teams do. We back each other up when we make mistakes, and we just keep on going.
Matt, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Bob, back to you.
Kenny Rosenthal observing the first rule of dugout and sideline reporters with Gatorade and pies flying everywhere when someone does something worthwhile. You never wear your best duds for that assignment. Do not go with the designer suit. That MLB jacket is perfect. It's indestructible. It's indestructible. You roll it up in a ball. It's fine. It's exciting. Oh, man. Tonight's unspeakable player of the game presented by Bacardi was Matt Kemp. Like he said, a must-win. And it became even bigger. Well, we talked about it all game. Matt Kemp being back healthy. And the difference maker he's been, the swings he was having. You knew he was going to come up having a great series.
Fastball from the right-hander. He's the toughest out in the lineup right now. You would not have said that in the first half of the season.
No, and doing it against left-handed pitching.
Yeah, he's doing it against the left-handers. He's doing everything that you can think about. Anybody comes to the plate. I like the resilience that we saw from both clubs. Yesterday, the Cardinals are down against Kershaw. They come back. Tonight, the Dodgers. That's a devastating blow. You feel like you're in good seat right now. You tie the game 2-2, and for them to come back at Matt Kemp and get Jansen in the game, this is the formula they needed.
And you're looking at not only falling behind 0-2, but falling behind losing games started by your big two.
Yeah, I think obviously it was big tonight because of that reason. I still think when we saw Don Mattingly do this, and I'm going to look ahead a little bit, bringing back his two aces. He did that last year with Kershaw when he was up in the series 2-1. I gotta believe that's in his mind right now that you give both of those, if you have to, if you need the fifth game, another chance.
Win or lose in Game 3, I think he has to come back with Kershaw on 3 days rest. Otherwise, if it goes 5, he loses either Greinke or Kershaw in the middle. He loses Greinke.
Yeah, and we're talking a lot about what Donnie will do, but how about Adam Wainwright? You're going to hold him back? He's going to be fighting to get that ball again, too, because his performance was not the standard he wants. This is a great series.
Well, if they split in St. Louis, it's Wainwright back here against Greinke in Game 5.
How about that?
I mean, listen, we had 2 games decided by 1 run, 10-9, and now a great pitcher's duel, 3-2. We're in store for a whole lot more.
Well, Monday, speaking of a whole lot more, after they went 18 innings today into the night in D.C. with the Giants taking a 2-0 lead, you can join Matt Vasgersian, John Smoltz, and Sam Ryan for the potential in Game 3 for the Giants as they host the Nationals. That'll be Monday afternoon on MLB Network. Coming up next, Greg Amsinger, Mark DeRosa, Darrell Hamilton, and Mike Lowell will break down all of the A's action, and they will have a lot of talking to do on MLB Tonight, presented by Bacardi. So, for Al Reynolds, Tom Verducci, and Ken Rosenthal, Bob Costa saying so long from Dodger Stadium in LA, and thanks for watching this MLB Network Division Series telecast presented by Geico.
Does anybody have one more to bring in? On my list is thin at the moment. There we go. What's up, guys? Alright, badass, back out. Invite me, bro.
Back out, invite?
Yeah. Alright, let's go. Hey, get the break ready, gentlemen. Kill him then.
You do.
Get the break ready, homie. You know how to do it?
What's it up?
Go over my name.
Not really.
Go over my name. Go to my player channel.
Yeah. And then we go to...
Oh, we're okay. We're okay. We're okay. We're okay.
Okay.
They broke it.
Yeah, we're okay.
Like,
Only one of them.
like, so how do you guys do it? I just go when I play the game.
We can do it that way, but you can also go over player channel and then free for all and say yes on my save custom game.
Oh, okay. When I'm breaking, then I'll do that.
You got it ready?
Do I have it ready?
Yeah, have it ready, please. Here we go. Remember, guys, keep your streaks orbital or below. If you have higher streaks, do not use them even if you get them. Orbital or below, please. You do orbital and above, it's 10 points almost guaranteed.
Time to clock in. Mission is a go.
Funding charges!
We've taken the advantage.
That guy laid down.
It's alright. I denied it. Yeah. I was still on it for lagging, dude.
Friendly UAV inbound.
Placing charges!
Friendly Hellstorm missile inbound. UAV inbound. Friendly lightning strike inbound. Lightning strike coordinates received inbound.
No one does.
Spawns are wacky because everyone's everywhere.
You man!
Yeah, man. I just did that one.
Dropped it!
Kill confirmed. Be advised, your equipment has been destroyed.
Yeah, there's so annoying. There's like 3 of them at each time.
Oh my god, you mean? I'm watching this shit. If he doesn't have cover, he doesn't even... Lucky I was in the clip.
Reloading!
Be advised, hostile UAV incoming. Counter UAV inbound. Be advised, hostile UAV incoming. UAV inbound.
I was like, who's jumping off?
Be advised, hostile counter UAV is online. UAV on standby. UAV inbound. Friendly UAV inbound.
Again.
I wasn't aiming there, so I was like, oh. I hate it when I get that.
You'll get at you.
I'm about to really go hard.
Friendly UAV inbound.
Annoying me.
Yo.
Counter UAV inbound.
Yo, random grenade.
That was a C4, but not a grenade.
I don't know, I saw a grenade.
I see the B.
This guy just spraying and praying.
This should be really important. Like, you should run it like 5 seconds back and double.
What is this camp?
Came over here to scoot out and just put
There's some dares, these guys.
We had 3 trophies to the Claymore right to hell.
Guys,
I'm gonna C4 with his alright shield.
Friendly lightning strike inbound. Friendly counter UAV inbound. Hunter killer drone ready for deployment. Kill confirmed. Counter UAV on standby.
Map him a little bit.
Friendly hunter killer drone deployed.
Cover me, reloading.
Last take was the back of the night. Go up and
Friendly lightning strike inbound. Kill confirmed. Objective almost complete. Don't quit now. UAV inbound. Counter UAV inbound. Brought the pain. Time to get paid.
know you were going to try with the old PDW.
I told you I was mad.
Hey, custom game it. Oh, again.
외워라. 타이어 교체할 땐 타이어 프로.
잠은 특별해지는 날이 있어요. 그런 날 있지 않으세요?
What a scene we had today on this Friday afternoon in the Charm City. An orange crush of 45,000 strong across these turnstiles and in a ballpark that offers feelings of nostalgia. Schedule makers offer up a good old-fashioned daytime postseason ball game at Camden Yards. This 2014 American League Division Series coverage on TBS is presented by T-Mobile. And we are just about ready for Game 2 of this best-of-5 series. Division winners both, the Tigers and the Baltimore Orioles. And hi, everybody. We welcome you from Baltimore. Got another great crowd here. We saw that last night. Great to have you with us. Dennis Eckersley, the Hall of Famer. Joe Simpson. I'm Brian Anderson. Jamie Baggio is our reporter for this series. All right, guys. Fun game last night. An 8-run, 8th inning for the Baltimore Orioles. The Tigers are going to set up the second of their Cy Young Award ponds in Justin Verlander today, while the Orioles, I think they got everybody's attention last night that they're for real.
They got it early, too, Brian. It set the scene when Nelson Cruz hit that home run in the first inning, but this team closed early. And last night, they looked rested, they looked refreshed, they were hitting home runs, stealing bases, and in the 8th inning, everybody got their confidence up, getting ready for Game 2 this afternoon. It was like, okay, one Cy Young Award winner down and 2 to go. I'll tell you what, it seems like an elimination game, probably because they got beat so bad last night. But the pressure is on Justin Verlander, and he knows something about pressure. He did not have a very good season, but he still won 15 games. There's been question marks about him all year, about his velocity and about his arm. He had
현 대표는 식습관병, 야채가 추가되는 식습관으로 돌아가라. 야채에서 답을 찾다. 체질 개선 프로젝트 하루 야채.
We lost one. Badass. Back up one, bro. Badass. One more, bro.
최연소 연쇄살인범.
Let's see if he comes back. If not, we'll pick someone else up. He might be tired. He wasn't playing last game. He's probably a little tired.
Game day has finally arrived in Baltimore, Maryland, at one of baseball's great ballparks. Oriole Park at Camden Yards, the site. They're celebrating an Orange October here this year. We welcome
series started. The Detroit Tigers back for the 4th consecutive year, winning the American League Central. Meanwhile, the Baltimore Orioles, winners of the American League East. And hi everybody, we welcome you from Baltimore. Great to have you with us here at Camden Yards alongside the Hall of Famer Dennis Eckersley and Joe Simpson. I'm Brian Anderson, our reporter. This week is going to be Jamie Maggio. Now, this is going to be a thrilling series. We're very happy to be here because you got two great baseball cities. And guys, Detroit, they're hoping this is finally their year. Meanwhile, Baltimore, they're hoping what they did in the regular season is no fluke.
Yeah, I don't think anybody, Brian, was surprised that Detroit got back to the division series. The surprise is the fact that maybe Baltimore is here. And not so much that they won the American League East, but how they did it. They ran away from everybody, won by 12 games. And this team would make Earl Weaver very proud. They do it, they live and die by the home run. They hit over 200 homers for the 3rd year in a row and had the league leader. Nelson Cruz hit 40. But as we all know, when you get to the postseason, those home runs become a little bit harder to come by against good pitching.
I'll tell you what, it's unheard of having to face 3 Cy Young Award winners in a row in this series. And it starts with tonight with Scherzer, the reigning Cy Young Award winner last year. There's a reason why they got David Price. They thought that would put them over the top. As far as the Orioles are concerned, the strength of their team has been their bullpen. You see right, left, starting with O'Day, Submariner, Andrew Miller, nasty left-handed pitcher, hard-throwing Tommy Hunter, and closer Zach Britton, his first chance at closing this year. He gets 37 saves. It'd be interesting to see how Coach Showalter orchestrates his bullpen.
Yeah, 2 high-powered offenses. This is going to be some kind of fun. Best of 5, back in Birdland for the first 2. We got the lineups and the first pitch. Game 1 coming up next on TBS.
Alright, let's go. Put it back on 6, custom game. Alright, let's go. Reset. Let's reset it. It's gonna be 10. Let's play this one. What do we lose? Pick him up. Pick him up after.
It's a beautiful sight, isn't it? A sea of orange at Camden Yards, and they're back in the postseason
They were here in 2012. They returned this year and hosting the Detroit Tigers. Quite a contrast in styles and personalities. And for more on that, we check in with our reporter for this series, Jamie Maggio. Good evening, Jamie.
Good evening, Brian. Thank you so much. You know, the Tigers come into this series with all the star power. They've got the names that we know, the MVPs, the Cy Young Award winners. Yet they were the ones who clinched the division on the final day of the regular season. Now, for the Orioles, it's really been a patchwork effort. After losing Manny Machado, Matt Wieters, and Chris Davis, they were forced to take on the identity of role players. And you know what? It's worked. Not only did they run away with the division, clinching the AL East on September 16th, they were, get this, 31 games over 500 for the final 4 months of the season. Now, Adam Jones told me no one thought we'd be here. No one gave us a shot. Guys, in baseball, sometimes maybe the most comfortable place to be is under the radar.
No question about that. You saw a shot of Manny Machado. He's playing the role of cheerleader. Adam Jones, one of the great stars coming up, a Gold Glove Award winner. He is going to be a primary bat in the middle of that order as well at 29 home runs this season. O's on D. Here's how the Tigers will line up. The batting order is presented by T-Mobile. Ian Kinsler drove in over 90 runs from that leadoff spot this year. Torrey Hunter bats second. And one of the great hitters in the game, Miguel Cabrera, in the 3 spot. The reigning two-time MVP, Victor Martinez, having a terrific year this year. He's the DH. JD Martinez been a huge story for the Tigers. He's in left. Alex Avila will do the catching. At third base is Nick Castellanos. Those two flip-flop from what you normally see in the Tigers lineup. Andrew Omine is the shortstop. And Rajay Davis is in center field. That's big news. He is wrestling through an injury to find himself on this postseason roster. And Eck, talk to us about Chris Tillman.
Boy, he deserves to be the ace of this staff, which he has been over the last 2 years. You see the guy 6'5", throws downhill. Talk about a fastball, overhand curve, 12 to 6, straight change, occasional cutter. This kid has been lights out for them. Won 16 games last year, followed it up with a 13-game season this year. And he'll be backed by one of the best defenses in all of baseball. The Baltimore Orioles catch it. Their outfield, as good as it gets defensively, they made only 8 errors in the outfield all year long. Gold Glovers out there. Infield, Flaherty is a replacement. Machado, we'll see how that goes. They had a couple of different choices to make there, but an overall outstanding defensive work. And this guy, Adam Jones, a couple of scouts told me they think he's the reincarnation of Andrew Jones. He plays like Andrew, plays shallow, will get the ball right on too.
Chaser in the outfield. All right, they're wrapped up here in Baltimore. We're ready to play ball here today as Kinsler steps in for the Tigers. And Tillman ready to fire his first pitch. And away we go. Plate umpire is Paul Schreiber calling balls and strikes. This 6-man umpiring crew. Ian Kinsler was healthy this year. 161 games, led the Major Leagues in plate appearances, and he swung at those short fences right away. In one of those series, at least the first 2 games in Baltimore, the Orioles led the American League in home runs, but the Tigers are very well suited to hit the long ball, especially in this
But this guy pitches up in the zone quite a bit with his fastball, gets away with it. It takes him a while to get settled into it. Has a history of pitching the ball early on.
Times now the offense earned 1 ball, 2 strikes. Everything away on Kinsler, and that one's up and in, and Kinsler was ready for it, and he pulls it foul.
It's typical Eck of any guy that's going to finesse pitcher. He has got to get the feel for the mound, got to feel for the ball. And this Orioles staff is a staff that pitches to contact, unlike the Tigers staff who specialize in
Tillman in his first postseason, he was left off the roster in 2012. Another high fastball was fouled away, and that's a big part of the Chris Tillman story. He can ride that high fastball with the best in the American League, and this is a high fastball hitting Tigers ball club. It's going to be an interesting comparison here as we go through this game.
Well, out of the gate, he's already 9 for 4. He sort of feels his way into it, but he's pretty juiced up.
Now
his fastball. Chevrolet X-Trax. Next to the regular season. 64% fastballs. Steps out over the change and he starts this one with a strikeout. Put it right by Kinzer with a fastball. And what a way to get your postseason career started. Once again, Kinzer loves that high fastball, but he just can't get to it. You see 93 on the gun. He's coming out of the gate on top of his game as far as velocity is concerned. Not too much finesse there. That was just here it is. One away. Tillman will face Torrey Hunter now. Hunter in his second year with the Tigers. 39 years of age. A 9-time Gold Glove Award winner. He's not the defender that he was. Plays right field these days, but he can still swing the bat. He's in great shape. 17 homers this year. Tillman just powering another one by. That's 0-2 on Hunter. That's easy gas right there. The super precision delivery by Tillman. Feels good. Fastballs too. Chris Tillman just sticking with the heat. Back-to-back Ks to start this one tonight. It's amazing to me that ball looks a little, maybe a hair up, right? Yeah. And they cannot get to it. That's in the zone. 95, that's as good as he goes. And this is in the first inning. Don't tell me the playoffs don't bump you up. Now, through the regular season, he averaged about 6.5 strikeouts per 9 innings. He can be a strikeout pitcher. But as Joe Nolan put in play against someone that has superb defense, and that doesn't hurt. After 2 outs and back-to-back Ks, this will be the test all night for every pitcher the Orioles have with Miguel Cabrera coming up. Cabrera wasn't 100% last year in the postseason. He's as close to 100% as he's been in a long time right now. Ankle feels better, groin is better, his balance at the plate is better, and very good defense. Cabrera back-to-back MVP awards. Won't win it this year, but Cabrera still one of the most feared hitters in either league. He did lead the American League in doubles this season. He finished second in the league in RBIs, throwing 109, and he was 7th in that tier. So it is a nasty curveball. Yes, a late right breaking ball. And that's got Cabrera thinking a little bit. You see too many talkers, such a big balls. It will be too hard to get over for one. If you can get over and get your gas going like he does tonight. What a start! Chris Tillman.
Yeah.
We're gonna pick up together?
Alright, come on. Run break home. Here we go.
Big breaths. Let's get this over fast. Big breaths. Here we go. Rest. Big breath. Now the whole part is seeing the crumbs, but the clues there.
Behind in the first inning, and it is October. You've entered Camden Yards, and the magic is back under Buck Showalter. Let's take a look at the T-Mobile batting order that Showalter puts together here tonight. Marquez leads off. De Aza, late acquisition from the White Sox, in second, and Adam Jones batting third. The DH is Nelson Cruz, the home run champ in the American League. Steve Pearce, great scorer in first. You got Hardy at short. Ryan Flaherty gets the call at third, with Utley and Scope rounding out the lineup. On the first pitch from Max Scherzer is loaded. Nick Marquez, reigning Cy Young Award winner, 30-year-old Max Scherzer, chosen by Brad Ausmus to deliver Game 1 for the Detroit Tigers.
Scherzer trying to duplicate what he did last year. He almost has. In fact, it's more innings this year, more punch-outs. You see 252 punch-outs, and the ERA just takes over. But last year, 21-game winner, 18 this year. Took the ball 33 times.
Career high in innings pitched and 18 wins that you saw, best in the American League. Marquez in his first postseason. Orioles fans know the story well. 2012 down the stretch, he was hit by a pitch, a CC Sabathia pitch. Postseason, he delivers with a base hit. And Joe, this couldn't start any better for the Baltimore Orioles right now. Absolutely not. Nick Marquez is having a tremendous year too. And in the leadoff spot, plays that they needed someone to take over there. He has. Maybe the toughest guy in the lineup at the top of the order. One of the few that'll see a lot of pitches. These guys pack, and they are free swingers. They hit a ton of home runs. They bring great defense to the picture. And Buck Showalter, you got to give him a lot of credit. He took over in 2010. He's got the Birds back in the postseason for the second time in his reign here. There's Alejandro De Aza, who gets the start in left field for this opener.
Get ready for the next round.
Don't have to worry about the for the final month of the season. He is very familiar with the American League Central and the Tigers. His years with the Chicago White Sox. In fact, De Aza traded at the beginning of August. Well done. Postseason tenure is over. He might retire. De Aza finds himself back in the postseason here, and he's got a great chance hitting second behind Marquez in front of Adam Jones. Inside that hit him. So De Aza drilled by the pitch, and it's first and second to start out offensively for the Orioles. Major misfire right there. I think that's a changeup. I don't think that's a slider. Did he yank his changeup that far over? Yeah, right over the zone too. We talk about a guy that's been out there, has postseason experience, fired up as compared to the kid. Tillman hadn't been out there, he's throwing strikes. And of course he missed all the batting that he hit, so Jones against Adam Jones, who doesn't hang around very long. He's ready to swing the bat immediately. He has on the first pitch, but a chance to turn a double play here. And it will be a 6-4-3 double play, so right away with 2 on and nobody out, Scherzer able to settle it down and get 2 outs with 1 swing with Adam Jones. Yeah, what new with Adam Jones? Walked 19 times on the year. You know he's going to swing. Little slider, beautiful thing. Tailor-made double play. Scherzer trying to get out of this inning, but first pitch hit hard enough, nicely done to turn easily by Kinsler. You know the guy's going to be trying to jump on you early. That was a great pitch ball. First pitch to him. So Jones, the double play, 2 gone, runner at third. Nelson Cruz now did the Tigers a number when he was with the Texas Rangers back in 2011. That ball's in deep right center field. Runner looks up and he scores! Nelson Cruz puts the Orioles on the board first. How about that? What a statement that is. Took the air out of the stadium in a double play ball, and you see Cruz jumps on the first pitch opposite Johnson. And in this ballpark, you get it up in the air, and it's like, seems like a no-doubter. First year skipper Brad Ausmus. Look at our cameras just shaking this building. It's rocking right now. First ball swinging, fires into left center. J.D. Martinez is there to make the play. Sign retired. Pitches. Double play for 2 outs. Home run Nelson Cruz. Bam, just like that. The O's flying high with 2 on the board.
Was I able to break it?
Yeah, they broke it. They did. We didn't.
Don't fuck with us, we don't fuck with you. It's all good in the hood.
You see how we used to be when they got some weird. Like they have now.
7 more games, Scott.
Break it.
I got it.
Go custom lobby for me.
Part of a free throw.
Now let's go.
Or not.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Back to you.
Break it, back.
Got it.
Yeah, do a free for all for like 30 seconds or a minute.
Nelson Cruz, again, he hurt him so badly in 2011. What a start. After Tillman strikes out the side at the top of the first, Cruz with 2 outs, a 2-run home run. Now Tillman back to work as Victor Martinez will lead off here for the Tigers. What a great year he had. Comeback year for him of sorts. A couple years ago, missed the season. 32 home runs, finished 8th in the league in homers, 103 runs batted in. That was 7th. And he almost won a batting title this year. In 335, he finished 2nd to Jose Altuve, and in a contract season, a massive season. Joe mentioned that Chris Tillman faced the Tigers once this year. That was early in Detroit. It's into the 9th inning, and in that game, Joe, he had retired the first 10 batters of the game. That was the only win for the Orioles in the season series this year. Detroit beat them 5-6. The fact that they played in April and May a season ago, it's so long ago, it's almost like they haven't seen each other in so long. Both teams are different. But Tillman has that already under his belt. He pitched a great game against them. The only win the Orioles had against Detroit, the only run he gave up was that almost nothing to strikes. I know he gets a lot of hits with 2 strikes, but I don't know how many dingers he gets with 2 strikes. But for him, it looked easy. Career year for him, career high hits. Slugging on base, EPS. J.D. Martinez, who's been such a big part of the Tigers' story this year. Back at his customary 5th spot in the order. 2 great stories of guys that were forgotten about, not sure what their place would be, not just on a ball company in the entire major leagues. J.D. Martinez and Steve Pearce of the Baltimore Orioles. Good story of redemption for each, and they have both been key players for their respective clubs. J.D. Martinez, another guy who has tremendous power. Started the year, at least in spring training, Joe, with the Astros, was released by the Houston Astros. He was making some swing changes, some relationships with Tigers personnel, including Dave Clark, one of their coaches, and they recommended that they sign him. Dombrowski didn't sign him, started the year in the minor leagues. He hits that one deep. That's got a chance to go. Goodbye! That's what he does. Tremendous power the other way. Gave it right back. That's a souvenir loss on YouTube. I talked to him before the game, and I said, what changes would you make in the offseason? He said, where do you want to start? A good place to start would be at my feet and work up. I changed everything. He had 9 opposite field home runs this year. This is number 10. Looks like he's late on a fastball, but guess what? This ball is way back. I saw him take Perkins deep, the left-hander closer with Minnesota earlier this year, like he did to a lot of closers in the game tonight. Boy, what an answer by the Tigers, back-to-back. Martinez to tie this one up at 2, and after all that good favor in the first, Tillman striking out the side. Victor and J.D. do big damage. And Joe, that's what we were talking about in the open. The Tigers are
very much built for this ballpark. The Orioles led the league in home runs, but the Tigers certainly would push that number if they played half their games here. Slippers on for Alex Avila. I think Tillman got carried away with his teeth, is what I thought. He threw a ball so hard in the first inning, yeah. He got away with some high fastballs and thought he might be able to do it again. His first postseason, J.D. Martinez, first at-bat ends up in a home run, an opposite field homer. 23 during the regular season, hit 10 in the minor leagues before he was called up. Offensive swing by the Tigers catcher, and it puts the count 1-2.
But Tillman stays up there a lot. You know, you don't see that very often because he gets away with it. Not this inning, but he gets away with it.
Hall of Fame pitcher that got away with some high fastballs here, right? And had a curveball that broke from the same angle. Now, those are the numbers this year. Does give up some damage in the first 3 innings. Settles in. Obviously, when you get hitting 7 through 9, if you're still in the game at that point, you're dominating, and that's why those numbers show as they are. Tillman did pitch into the 9th inning against the Tigers. Way back in April. And another high fastball that doesn't bite on this one. It's a count at 2-2. Alex Avila, very talented catcher, not the same kind of hitter this year, or even the last couple of years, than he was back in 2011, 2010. He's been dealing with some concussion problems. He's suffered 3 concussions in his career. History is made. Be there for all of the action in 2015. Go to MLB.com/season tickets to reserve your seat today. Not a seat to be had here in Oriole Park and Camden Yards. So looking forward to this series. 2 great ballparks, great fan bases. Tigers are regulars in the postseason. 4 consecutive American League Central Division titles. They went right down to the last day, Joe, and to win their division by just 1 game over the upstart Royals.
Seems like they've always got them open on the road, too.
And Castellanos flip-flop in the lineup today, which forces this one to occasionally Avila hitting in front of him. Excellent young third baseman, rookie, who is a hitter.
Left side of the Tigers defense, short and third, has been a bit of a question mark all year long defensively. After the injury to Iglesias in spring training and the stress fractures, they had a high and wide search for a shortstop. Castellanos has provided a big stick, but defensively still working.
He has been under the tutelage of the great shortstop, Omar Vizquel, the first base coach, infield coach, spending a lot of time with Castellanos, just getting his defense up to snuff. Tigers have no worries about his offense. As a matter of fact, that's why they felt good about making the trade. Trading Prince Fielder to the Rangers for Ian Kinsler to make room for Castellanos and getting Cabrera at first base. Pitch. This ball fouled away.
For me, getting Cabrera over to first base is huge. You know, especially with all of his injuries. Even today, you're really not sure if he's quite all healed up. I mean, they say he is. The home run production is down. I mean, he's been hot in September. The home run balls come back.
Castellanos, you can just see it in his approach. He's been under the tutelage offensively of Miguel Cabrera, Mr. Martinez. This is a very good two-strike team, as we've seen already. Castellanos is another guy that will shorten his swing and has enough power with that shortened swing for 2 strikes.
Two-strike hitting coach, too.
32 in the right field. Marquez eases back. And a flick of the wrist ends up in the warning track on this warm October night. There
comes back with a K and a fly ball. And the part of the order, Joe, that he has to control once you get past Vila or Castellanos, the bottom of the order. Certainly don't want to have base runners. That applies to every major league lineup, but even more so against the Tigers lineup with so much talent at the top of their order in Kinsler and slugging percentage and home run ability.
Well, Brad Ausmus told us before the game he was going with defense tonight at shortstop. September 2, close to 300, so that was a bonus for him. To be the valuable guy is on deck. That's the guy. And all eyes were on their roster move today, whether he was going to come on or not.
And certainly Rajay Davis. Romine takes a strike. Davis. Injury, lower abdomen. Again, said it's a nagging injury, but it'll be his first postseason as well. He gets in the 9 slot. Tillman's got Romine 0-2. Fastball is taken for 1.
Just as Tillman was fired up in that first inning, the Tigers hitters were jacked up too. They see that high fastball and they think they can clobber it. They're just a little late on it in the first inning.
Tigers got Romine from the Angels in March. Jose Iglesias, they were hoping to be their everyday shortstop, and they acquired from the Red Sox last season. Romine has earned the job. Talented defender, 28 years of age. His father is another Romine, well, down with the New York Yankees. Talented catcher.
Joker, you want to play UK?
Balls, 2 strikes. Hits it out. Tigers starting to get over it.
Then you shoved a changeup right there.
You're too fast for a changeup.
I said you, but he said hey.
Striking out the side.
I said you, he said okay.
Postseason atmosphere is fabulous, isn't it? This Baltimore crowd is half of them are on their feet in anticipation of a strikeout.
It's pitch to pitch.
Yeah, it is.
Another 3-2 on the way from Tillman. Hanging tough. That pitch kept rising. You'll see at least 9 pitches in this at-bat. This inning goes to the 30. I think that happens a lot to John over the course of the season. A lot of foul back, off that fastball. Pitch count still up. That's why he doesn't go deep. Over the zone. They also get it back in the first. Romine strikes out. A couple of Ks in the inning for the Tigers. Let's go deep for a 2-run shot. J.D. Martinez. All tied at 2.
Hold up, hold on, hold on.
Everybody in here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Who are we missing? Who are we missing, guys? Who else are we missing? Bison, God. Who else? Oh, I be killing them. What is I be killing them? He's not even. Oh, there he is. Okay, another good guy.
Let's go.
Might be everything. Alright, let's just run with the 5-man team, Joker. Let's go. What time is it? Lyceum, one more game with Lyceum.
Starts at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. Tigers Royals at noon here on TBS for Game 2. And then the Royals and Angels with E.J. Cal and Ron Darling will be at 9 p.m. on TBS. J.J. Hardy, the terrific Gold Glove shortstop of the Orioles, starts it. 2-2 game. All runs coming on the home run thus far. I really need a wake-up call.
Hey.
I haven't seen Edith talking about 2 years. J.D. Martinez with his first home run in the postseason and his first postseason at bat. Any boss work on the early morning?
One day, 24 hours.
You have to. I mean, you got it. That's the most important thing. You've upgraded our booth in the boss tan mustache category. So I haven't been outside in a couple of days. It's fading. It's good to have you, X. Thank you. Let's see how Max Scherzer comes back now. Scherzer was almost out of the inning. Gave up a single to Mark Hakis to start it, then he hit De Aza. Got a double play off the bat of Adam Jones, and then lightning struck with Nelson Cruz, the American League home run champ this season. Nelson Cruz hit 40 during the regular season. Last one on the board already. J.J. Hardy's used to hit 20 a year. This year down to 9. Had it out hit him, or a foul ball. Foul ball is the call. Hardy was battling some back issues too earlier in the year, sapping of some of his power. Not the bat. But he's made some changes and adjustments in his stance, holding his hands a little higher, hands a little freer in his swing. And lines one in center field. Davis is there. He's deep. Makes the play. Hardy is retired. And therein lies West Fargo. The improvement in the right targets in this layout. In my opinion, the outfield defensive work is so outstanding. Not so necessarily for the Tigers and with Davis's injury in particular. They had him out here working out this morning at 9:30 before they added him to their roster. Will he be able to go back on balls? Will he be able to charge the ball accordingly when he needs to? We'll have to keep an eye on that the whole series. Now they sat Davis down last couple of days of the regular season, taking a couple of days to recover from that injury. And Rajay told us before the game, just getting started with movements gives him a little pain. Once he's in the movement, whether it's running or hitting or sliding, he's okay. Ryan Flaherty with a shot swing that's tipped with over there at third base. Flaherty, who gets the early call at third base. Losing Manny Machado was a big loss for the Orioles defensively. Platinum gold, platinum and gold last year. Machado, they allow him in the dugout in uniform. Knee injury surgeries to each knee the last 2 years. The end of each season has knocked him out for this postseason. I don't know too many teams that can take a hit like the Orioles did with 3 key offensive players and defensive players and still win your division by 12 games. Wieters and Machado and then the suspension of Davis. Unbelievable. What a good job Buck Showalter and his staff and his team have done. Looked good going through pitch tracks. We got to have that. Machado and Matt Wieters, both terrific defenders who bring the punch offensively. Gold Glove Award winners. Wieters out with Tommy John surgery. He should be back by next season, the beginning of next season. Have that surgery at the end of May. And Flaherty drives it up to Scherzer. Has a big home down in the stretch. He goes, and Flaherty is aboard. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Knock it out of the park. Goodyear. More driven. Three make the park already as we play the second inning. You walk one of the Baltimore Orioles, never been close to the plate. They were 13th out of 15 teams in walks. He had it punched out. He just didn't get the call pitch before. Here's Nick Hundley. Speaking of Wieters, when Wieters went down and it looked like he was not coming back in May, the Orioles made an early trade with the San Diego Padres to get Hundley in the fold.
Got those score sheets down, right, Zeno?
And the Orioles have two catchers, and that's a big decision for Buck Showalter with Caleb Joseph, the other a rookie catcher, and Nick Hundley, a little more experience.
Hundley works well with Tillman, has the good numbers there. Joseph has the better arm, but hasn't been swinging very well at all in September.
Orioles don't run much. Very few in their lineup. They'll try to steal. And why would you in this ballpark with a roster that hits this many home runs?
Scherzer's just not comfortable yet. He's pulling a lot of things.
Alright, Joe, I think we gotta go back to the US, bro. You sure still dead, bro. Badass. Send him an invite. We tried, Joe, we tried, man.
Strike zone, Ryan Flaherty.
We tried.
Check that on Hundley with Flaherty at
One more
first.
we'll go back to the
air. Center field, Davis will make the call and the catch. And Scherzer with his second out. Flaherty showed tag, will stand at first base. Comes the inning for Max Scherzer. Face Jonathan Schoop. He's just being everything in the air is gone too. A little bit of breeze blowing in from left center field may have held that up.
No love, bro.
You are a little jumpy in here in this ballpark, aren't you? Everything that goes in the air.
Put those score sheets down. I want those forms, you know.
Orioles have power throughout their lineup, even in the 9th spot of the order with Jonathan Schoop has emerged as the everyday second baseman for the Orioles. Scherzer starts it with an off-speed pitch. Second baseman gets a bounce on his knees. This kid weighs about 230. He's going to shortstop. Now he's playing second. Hear a lot about this kid. He's 22 years of age. He's from Kearsau. He's on that Little League World Series team as he is a kid. Throw for a base hit. Flaherty's on his way to third. So Jonathan Schoop leaves the lineup over with a base hit with 2 outs. And it's first and third for the Orioles. Scherzer hopes to get at least something right down the middle. This is a slider or a changeup. Very big. This pitch is hit to him. That's not all he was trying to do. That's all he was. You're crazy things, man. But it wasn't a rocket, because if it's a rocket, you have no time to do anything. Joe, to your point earlier about the Tigers' outfield, the Orioles are going to take liberties with their outfield in a lot of categories. Sac flies, the first to third on base hits to center field. Very deep. This team throwing arms out there.
be quick to back out and put the thing in. There we go. Just stay with
Chance giving Marquinhos that moment.
See how he yanks that changeup. It's a good one. Easy cleans away. Left-hand hitter. He threw a strike with it right there. He's just not comfortable. Just hasn't found it yet.
Well, the Orioles' first time through the batting order against Scherzer go 3 for 7. Hit batter and a walk. And a home run by Cruz. Marquinhos looking to do 2-out damage as well. Cruz's home run last inning came with 2 outs. And Scherzer in there for a strike inside corner. Got the call from Paul Schreiber. And it goes to a ball and 2 strikes.
That's what it's all about. You command that fastball. We'll go from there. That was paint right there.
See the opponent's batting average for Scherzer through the regular season. This is a spot where he really buckled down with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position. 186 opponent batting average. I said before, this guy's typically the toughest out. Big pitch for Scherzer, early but too late. In the dirt, he's walked that there by Vila. He's very good tipping the ball in front of him. Tigers pitchers have the utmost confidence in Alex Avila. For sure, dumped it into right field. The ball almost bit out to the dugout. 2 outs, runners are running in. Spoke to get from first to third. Fine offense early in this one. Tyler Hunter on the outs at first and third, 2 outs. First pitch. Piazza was hit by a pitch his first time up last inning, on the front foot. Scope with the 2-out single. Marquinhos with the RBI with 2 outs. Scherzer, you see when he's on his game, he looks so easy. He just dominates them. Dot corners, changes speeds. Pretty much doing anything that he wants. Right now, he's stuck. And struck out of that right. Check out Marquinhos. Just to keep him honest. Scherzer's one of those guys who elevates his strikeout game in the postseason. At least he has since he's been pitching in the postseason with the Tigers. Averages 8 Ks per 9 innings to his career in regular season, and in the postseason that is over 12 strikeouts per 9 innings pitching misses. And 1 to Piazza. He just let that ball go. Go get him. Homers, but fewest in stolen base attempts with
Sensational studies. Lead station to station. 1 and 2 today on the small runners at the corners. Kinsler. And that ball retires. This position filled by Rodriguez. Orioles up 3-2.
Capture the flag. Capture the objective. We have the enemy flag.
Oh, it took us
We
all
dropped their
off.
flag.
What the hell is he doing?
He just jumped off.
Let's go, let's go.
Be advised, hostile UAV incoming.
Bitch. Fucking playing tough two-man defense. Come on, guys, get in the fucking fight. Let's get this shit over with. Come on. Fucking two-man
The guy with the
team.
enemy board. Hang up later.
We have the enemy flag. Friendly counter UAV inbound. UAV inbound. We're taking the lead. We have the enemy flag.
He's here. He's over here. He's over here.
We captured the enemy flag. Enemy flag acquired. Our flag carrier is down. Be advised, hostiles confirmed their flag.
He's killing me.
Chris Tillman's night. He started off the first inning punching from the side, lighting it up. Kinsler being the punch out. Volume 95, looked a hump on this one, 96, right by Cabrera. Second inning, a totally different inning. Fastball middle, up to Victor Martinez, a bomb in his street. Martinez, the same thing, let the ball travel. Hit the ball the other way out of the ballpark. Everybody was like in shock after those three punch-outs.
Had this place revved up with those two.
Yes.
It's 3 Ks on 14 pitches. Took him over 30 to get through the second inning. Didn't finish. 2 more strikeouts in that second inning as Rajay Davis, his first postseason at-bat as he leads off this third inning for the Tigers. Long time coming. 9 years in the big leagues. Parts of 9 seasons. Injury questions about Rajay Davis. He's back and he sends one to center field. The Gold Glove is out. Makes a play for the first out. Well, it is Chevy Truck Month, a time when truck guys can depend on great offers on the 2014 North American Truck of the Year Chevy Silverado.
Now you can have a bonus.
What a beautiful sight it is. Memorial Park at Camden Yards. Opened in 1992, the first of the retro ballparks. It still stands out beautifully after a couple of decades. Top of the order, deep curveball in for a strike on Ian Kinsler.
You put the Tigers in this ballpark, they hit 200 home runs.
Yep. No doubt. I'd have 3 guys hit 150 of them.
Wait.
Quite a contrast from the Tigers' home park. Comerica Park in Detroit, a pitcher-friendly ballpark. Detroit still puts up great power numbers there. Has a lot to do, all to do with their hitters. And the power of their hitters that even Comerica can't hold when they hit them well. Nice pickup here for the Tigers, and Ian Kinsler traded from the Rangers. Rangers are trying to clear some space for Jurickson Kofar. A lot of young infielders there. The Tigers were trying to get Cabrera to first base, so Prince Fielder for Ian Kinsler. Turns out to be the year for the Rangers, and Prince Fielder ended up being injured, and he missed most of the season.
So he got out of Texas just in time, didn't he? The disaster that happened there, injuries had a lot to do with it. But this kid, 92 RBIs. That says something about Davis hitting ninth, is what it says.
2-2 to Kinsler. Fouls it back, got a good cut.
What a change for him, too, going from the ballpark in Arlington, Comerica Park, to the defenses. He's going to yank home run, right? I mean, dead pull. He's ready to act. I like what's in blood. Plays a good second base, too. He'll run the rated.
And he fouls another one off late on that spinner from Tillman. Kind of fastball. Kinsler had 3 hits and a homer in the Tigers clincher on Sunday. That was a shutout win over the Minnesota Twins. They had to go down to the final day to clinch their 4th consecutive division title. Kinsler hit 4 home runs in the final 2 weeks of the season. Hanging tough. Now 32 years of age and still on a 10-year contract, originally given to him by the Texas Rangers. You see where he ranks in the American League. 100 runs scored, on base a lot. 5th in the American League in that category, up there in hits as well. And doubles.
Plate appearances, he's out there every day. Number 9. They have to be thrilled over that trade.
There's a lot of folks talking about his offense, rightly so, but his manager, Brad Ausmus, has been selling Kinsler as a Gold Glove candidate this year at second base. It's a foul ball off the foot of Kinsler.
Not a basketball, right?
For the longest time, there was always Cano, Pedroia, now Altuve is jumping into the pitcher at second base.
That was the trade. Fielder, some games after May 16th, his neck surgery, played just 22 games this year. Played a ton of games throughout his career. And the 1 year he was injured with Texas.
Not the Braves. I'm talking about basketball.
An 11 pitch. At least. There's nothing like postseason fandom. Brings out the best. What an at-bat here. Number 11 of the sequence. And another foul. Two long at-bats already against Tillman. That pitch count is rising quickly. Andrew Romine had a 9-pitch battle that ended in a strikeout.
Yeah, but see, the Orioles just, they don't even know what's going on here because they've never seen anybody stand at the plate this long for one at bat. They're not used to it. They want him to punch out or square it up. Let's go. Put it in play or get out of here.
Now, the Tigers are a powerhouse offensively. Second in Major League Baseball in runs scored. They led the American League in batting average. Pitch number 12 is a foul ball. And Chris Tillman cannot shake Ian Kinsler.
American Park is a doubles park, is what it is. And then a triples park over there in right center field.
Torrey Hunter would be next. One gone. Davis flew out to center field to start the inning. 4 straight pitches fouled off and make it 5 in a row. So often the Orioles have no problem giving the ball, turning the ball over to their bullpen. But there are concerns, just like there would be with any manager in a postseason situation, especially best of five, trying to get through the fifth and the sixth if the pitch count is rising. Just ask Ned Yost of the Royals. Shatters his bat. Bases cleared. Spinning bat head. Battle between Kinsler and Tillman ends in a little soft liner to third base. It's quite an accomplishment there by Tillman to keep going after it. High fastball after high fastball, but this one gets in on him, just absolutely crunches him. Thought this ball was going to get over the head of Flaherty. That's a soft long drive. On the 14th pitch. Bit of a shift on Flaherty covering that hole, and he makes the play easily. So 2 outs. Here's Torrey Hunter now, shows bunt. And Tillman, barehand, falls a strike. That pitch he clears. 3-1 for Tillman. The Brewers got the lead there coming up. He's at the bottom of the third with Baltimore.
Alright, I'm done. Trying to get a shot with that. I was about 4 hours. I was gonna try to. Why are you spraying? I'm gonna kill you. Are you trying to get a coffee on the plane? Alright, I'm really about to go try. Oh, what the?
Be advised, hostile UAV incoming. Hostile lightning strike inbound.
What the hell are you?
Holy shit.
Fast start on all hits early. The Orioles have a 3-2 lead over the Tigers downtown. That's a good perch. Down into Memorial Park in Camden Yards. This 2014 American League Division Series coverage on CBS is presented by T-Mobile. Joining us is Hall of Famer Dennis Eckersley, Joe Simpson, Jamie Maggio. Our reporter for the series, first of the best of 5 American League Division Series. Max Scherzer needing a good inning here. He's had to work a lot in the first 2 innings, and all 3 Orioles runs coming with 2-out hits. 38 pitches through the first 2 for Scherzer. He's got Adam Jones to start it. Shows bunt, takes a strike. Taking a page out of the Torrey Hunter book to hit the last inning. Scherzer could use one of those 1, 2, 3 innings. He's had to throw a lot of pitches in the first 2.
Jones swung at the first pitch. He bounced into a 6-4-3 double play in the first inning. This prior to the Nelson Cruz 2-run home run with 2 outs. He's due up next. Jones, Cruz, and Steve Pearce. There he goes. He made a nice pitch with the fastball on the outer half. Probably one of the toughest pitches to throw for pitchers. Not the outside corner. Alex Vila flipping the changeup signal, and Jones way out in front. Scherzer with a great changeup to get the strikeout. 1-0 here in the third, and we'll check in with Jamie Baggio. Jamie.
Hey, Brian, thanks. You know what? It's time to take a look at tonight's Goodyear Superior performance, and that is Nelson Cruz. Traditionally, Nelson has put up good numbers in the postseason, but especially against the Detroit Tigers. In the 2011 ALCS, while with the Rangers, Cruz hit 6 home runs in a 6-game series. He's also swung the bat well for the Orioles this year, leading the majors in home runs with 40. You know, Adam Jones told me Nelson Cruz is our team MVP. Couldn't be here without him, Brian.
He's had a great year. It has been suspended last year, part of that biogenesis investigation. Signed a 1-year contract with the Orioles, $8 million. That's a huge value for what he produced. Going to play his career with that notion that he was suspended for performance-enhancing drugs, but all Cruz can do, and he said as much, can come back and play and put up the numbers. His legacy will be what it is, but he has certainly made an impact on the Orioles immediately.
Well, told you, didn't need the help.
Yeah.
And he was a late sign, too. People were shying away from him, and he was very grateful for the opportunity to come to Baltimore, and he certainly paid him back.
He's on a 1-year deal, unlike another guy involved in that investigation, Johnny Peralta, who will be in the spotlight at shortstop for the Cardinals. So the 1-year deal, and down goes Cruz, and back-to-back strikeouts for Max Scherzer.
His first 2 of the game. Just a matter of time before Scherzer started to find his crazy fastball in. Painted him, and this slider down and away. Beautiful pitches. Back-to-back pitches. 2 punch-outs in this inning, and he hasn't had a good slider to this point. That being the best so far.
First strikeouts of the night. 2 outs are where he's had some problems, so 2-run homer in the first, the RBI hit by Marquez. Steve Pearce jumping on that first pitch. What a story Pearce has, man. We haven't gotten into the Chris Davis story as of yet. Davis is suspended, but could come back if the Orioles stay alive long enough. That was an amphetamine suspension and a 25-game suspension. Pearce has stepped in, done a great job, and he pops this one up. And Max Scherzer needed that. That was a big inning for him. 3 up, 3 down. A couple of strikeouts, the other 3. Game 1 of this ALDS. Over on top.
요괴들의 마성을 다시 깨어나는 좋은 대로 베푸는 사악한 기운이 넘쳤다. 요괴들은 모두 피리의 주기를 되었습니다. 피리를 빼앗는 평온한 요괴의 마성을 사슴지 않도록 지상으로 떠났다. 요괴를 잡는 것은 좋아요. 이거 어머니가 다 같이 운동하다가 근처하셨어요?
내가 알려줄게. 그 사람 목숨 한대잖아. 그런 요즘은 이등자가 저 안에 많이 헛소리를 하고 있고 운동 사람들을 도울까? 50대는 3분의 1 인간을 하다가 충분히 겉은 모르고 죽어라.
Domination.
Everybody straight to me. Very much.
Secure the objective.
All masters.
Securing Alpha. A secure. Securing Bravo. B locked down. We have taken effect. UAV inbound. Securing Charlie. All flags secured. Hold your positions. UAV on standby. Friendly UAV inbound. Hunter killer drone ready for deployment. Hunter killer drone deployed. Losing Charlie. Counter UAV on standby. Friendly counter UAV inbound. Friendly hunter killer drone deployed. UAV inbound. Friendly Hellstorm.
Take a look at tonight's Playmakers presented by the all-new Chrysler 200. And Joe, the greatness of Miguel Cabrera and doing big damage against the Orioles throughout his career.
Yeah, since he came here from the Marlins, I'd say he's done pretty well in those important categories. That bottom line, almost a 400 career average against the last time. You think about the fact that not even in the same division, it's pretty impressive.
51 games career against Baltimore, 18 home runs. He had a big home run here at Camden Yards in mid-May. Ended up as the final efforts by Tommy Hunter as the Orioles closer. Cabrera and Victor Martinez hit back-to-back home runs early in the season. Seems like a lifetime ago that the Tigers were here in Baltimore. 25 homers, 109 RBIs. Tommy Hunter now the 8th inning setup man and bounced back very well after his early season struggles as a closer.
Because at that time, having given up that job, I know he had some injuries with his leg injuries and this and that, but for him to come back and do, be an important part of this bullpen again. He did it once before. He was a big 8th inning guy. You got to wonder sometimes why he's getting such a big deal.
Cabrera out to Martinez. Chris Tillman. Now the Tigers. His 8th inning. That's the 9th inning already.
I tell you, to me, it was, I thought the 8th inning was I'm telling you.
And don't forget, you can follow it all tomorrow on Fox Sports 1. Giants and Nationals, 3 p.m. on FS1. Cardinals and Dodgers, 6:30 p.m. on Fox Sports 1. For the National League, as they'll get their division series started. The San Francisco Giants behind Madison Bumgarner, taking down the Pirates on the road last night. Giants are back in. They have won the World Series. Number of years, 2010, 2012, and Bumgarner was fantastic last night against the...
He really was. You talk about some of the good pitching in the National League. Obviously, Kershaw and Wainwright. What about Bumgarner?
Magnus. It's going to be Steven Strasburg against Jake Peavies. DC, Victor Martinez. Almost daring the pitchers to get to 2 strikes on him quickly so he can really go to work, right? That was his best work pitching days.
He takes his time. He gets so focused.
Tracks had it on the corner, didn't get the call. It's almost like Paul Schreiber says, no, if Victor didn't think it was a strike, it probably wasn't a strike.
Well, I would have reacted to that on the mound in the old days. Nowadays, you don't see anybody squawk, which is a good thing.
See what he has in mind here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Tillman with the fastball stayed away from it. That was ball. Tillman picks up another strikeout. This is his 6th of the night already. We're in the 4th inning.
That's a straight pitch, though. Just enough off the plate to make him offer.
Too close to take.
don't see a bad swing like that from Victor too often. He got fooled, something else, and beat him.
So since the J.D. Martinez home run, that's 8 in a row retired by Tillman. Martinez swings at the first pitch, fouls it off. J.D. Martinez, first postseason at bat, didn't waste much time. Opposite field, power, and he drives home the tall right field wall. The back-to-back home runs to tie the game. At the time, already scored in the bottom of the second inning to take the lead 3-2.
During my conversation with JD before the game today, I was talking about all the changes he made. I said, you know what, I have a lot of respect for him because a lot of young players
Gary Sheffield and Todd Frazier was kind enough to join us on our pregame set. Talking about the transformation of the swing from a very busy, active swing to this quiet, morose pace. It's a foul ball, according to the play umpire's side. Martinez will see at least one more.
Was Sheffield talking about a quiet approach the way he hit?
Right, that's just like Sheffield. They got mocked. Clearly a foul ball.
He was one of the scariest hitters that I ever faced.
Ball and 2 strikes on J.D. Martinez. Long connection between Martinez and some of the Tigers personnel. We talked about his time with Dave Clark with the Astros. J.D. also played with Al Avila's assistant general manager, his son. Al ended up noticing Mr. The Avilas in that Tigers front office, they go back with J.D. Martinez to his amateur days. So this is a guy that they know very well. They know his family. They know his background. There's Al Avila, Boston Rusty's assistant general manager. Say Hopkins with that's Martinez. That's not J.D. That's
So a good character went a long ways. Happy to know him, where he came from. Right.
Plus the fact that Dave Clark, the third base coach this year, had seen him in Houston more recently and spoke for him too. Just ask him, what's been the transition with J.D.? He'd laugh. You won't even believe it. So did well. Pregame show. Travis putting another long at-bat on Chris Tillman. I mean, this happens a lot with Tillman. It really does. Decision makers. What do you got? 6 innings, you know, that's the reason why. A strong kid like that, you go on 25 pitches for him. High fastballs are foul balls. Misses fastball. Moving away from the right-handed hitter. There's Alex Avila, the other son of Al Avila, the assistant general manager. Watching these two guys just see their postseason finally.
Yeah, Joker, 2-minute break. Hey, invite back, guys. I don't know where the fuck he is.
상당히 차이네. 이렇게 말하면 나요. 사고 얼마를 드려야
Alright, 2-minute break. 2-minute break, guys.
I was trying to anger
와드가 시간을 많이 만약 실패하면 이걸로 실패 안 합니다. 증에서 맞춤하게 되어 남동네 명령을 행할까 하옵니다.
다녀오겠습니다.
조금만 기다리세요, 아씨. 사람들은 모을 테니까.
같이 합시다. 누구는 연구한다고. 키는 크지만 힘은 없어 보이는데. 힘은 없지만 칼은 좀 쓰는 편인데. 칼이 없지 않소. 맞는 말씀.
Central, fresh from TNT. Sea of Orange. Orange represents the Tigers as well. They're like they said, you can't spot them out there in the masses, but Tigers fans representing as best they can. This series will head to Detroit on Sunday. First two games on Saturday. Max Scherzer starts his fourth inning. J.J. Hardy will lead off. Scherzer coming off a 3-up, 3-down frame with a couple of strikeouts in the third. We'll see if he has his feeling here. He spots the edge with a fastball. He's got Hardy over 2 quickly. Gets down the side like that. He's got to yank it all the way across his body. Hardy to the shortstop. One gone here in the fourth inning. Between innings, we had a chance to catch up with first-year Tigers manager Brad Osmus. Brad, your first year as a manager, you're in the postseason. What's going through your mind? The nerves, the expectations. How's it been this first few innings?
You know, it's been the same as when I was a player. Once the first pitch is thrown, it's baseballs usually. So, other than the fans yelling, "Let's go O's," it's very similar to what I've experienced in the past.
Brad, this is Zach. How about Scherzer out there? He seemed himself the first couple of innings. It looks like he found himself last inning.
Jeff Jones and he were talking about a little mechanical adjustment prior to last inning, and it certainly looked a lot better. It was more downhill. His slider was bringing had more action down instead of across.
And our thanks to Brad Osmus spending a little time with us between innings. Here in Detroit for 8 years. Osmus, he recognized when he got the job the caliber of team that the Tigers had, a chance to beat the World Series. As Flaherty comes and misses Scherzer fastball. Much different style than Jim Leland, pretty soft-spoken guy. Manager's office not full of smoke. And Brad Osmus, manager's reaching the postseason in his first season with the Tigers. Played some infield in college in Alabama, and he looked like a third baseman right there as he takes care of Scherzer got out of the way. That's the first thing that needed to happen. This is not his play, but this is a very athletic play by Avila right there. Makes it look easy. You go out there and you got to get it. Well done. Only play he had was with the bare hand, so an ex-catcher appreciates that. So 2 up, 2 down. Here's Nick Hundley. 6 in a row, retired by Scherzer. It's a slider, different guy. Yeah, guy that
first 2 innings. A lot of damage done, which essentially the first time through the batting order. First 2 innings, Scherzer 4 hits. Scoring those 3 runs, had the 2-run homer by Nelson Cruz with 2 outs. Marquez, a 2-out RBI single in the second inning. Scherzer's giving up nothing since. Hasn't even been in the windup since that Marquez RBI single.
See how he kind of yanks it out of there? I mean, there's a fine line because you need to torque it, but sometimes you get a little too amped up early in the game, can't find it.
Lovely skies on the left. J.D. Martinez eases in. And now Scherzer settled in. Let's see if Tillman can keep the Tigers down. Detroit coming up. We head to the 5th. The O's lead
3-2. 야채가 추가되면 식생활도 돌아가다. 야채에서 밥을 찾다. 체질 개선 프로젝트 하루 야채.
원리가 기도 말고 뿔에 빠진 청동을 이런 거 됐으면 내가 사람을 잘못 고르는 것 저놈은 네 얘기가 아니야. 나도 이제부터 좀 변해볼까?
I love it. You're better on like a 3-1 streak. I can get that shit on solo. Hold on, like a 6. This is like 15 win streak. I just missed it.
Camden Yards back in the postseason here in Birdland. They made it in 2012, 14 consecutive losing seasons until Buck Showalter's crew made it in 2 years ago. Just threw a big curveball to start the inning against Alex Avila. And Buck Showalter will employ the shift a great deal, and the shift is on for Avila. One of the strongest armed second baseman in the league. That scope out there in the grass. With shallow right, playing in a rover position. I think fans are really going to enjoy watching Scope play for all the things that he can do. Avila has struck out against Tillman in the second inning. Another ground ball, pierces the edge of the
good of a defensive player that Pierce is. I guess he played first base at South Carolina before for a long, long time, and he's made the move perfectly.
It's one thing to have your manager rave about you, as Buck Showalter was. At first base, J.J. Hardy, Jonathan Scope, they appreciate the efforts that Pierce has put in. He's become an above-average fielder in their opinion, and Showalter's opinion. He saved a lot of errors over there. This is one of the better defensive teams in all of Major League Baseball, the Orioles. Shot. Well, Buck, you're back in the postseason, and you've now taken the Orioles to the postseason twice. Talk about your club this year and all the mixing and matching you've had to do just to get to this point.
Well, we don't have that much time, but you know, it's such a contribution, and obviously most importantly the players. Have a look up from up there, guys. It's a pretty good group of people here, huh?
Beautiful in Orange.
Yeah.
This is Jaws. I want to ask you about Tillman. Off to a great start with the 3 strikeouts, and it seemed like
to be young, I remember those days. How about you guys?
Hardly.
No, he's Philly's graduated. He's a guy that he gets the competitions. He doesn't overthink it. He knows who he is, and more times than not, he gives us a chance to win. That's all you can ask.
Now, thanks to Buck Showalter, a 2-out hit. Andrew Romine breaks the string for Tillman, who has retired 11 straight. Always fun to talk to Buck, and since he went into a broadcasting career briefly before he came back to manage, I like interviewing him because he interviews us. Yes, he does. And he asks us questions. He is a lot of fun to talk to. Very smart. Always willing to kind of take it through without being defensive about why he makes certain moves and how he'll play certain players. Years ago, when I saw him across the field, I'm talking years ago, I thought he was mean. Didn't he look like he had a snarl to him? Never took his hands out of his coat pocket. Right, but knowing him now, this guy is funny. I mean, he's a going. He looks like he's having fun. He even admits it. He's learned a lot. He's changed a lot. Ford Club he has managed. Ground ball is going to slip through. Rajay Davis has a diving Flaherty, and Davis comes up with another 2-out hit. So back-to-back singles with 2 outs, and the bottom of this Tigers order has set it up for Ian Kinsler as we go back to the top here in the 5th. You see the swing here by Davis. He sort of lunges out over one-handed swing, gets by Flaherty, just barely by Flaherty. To left field for a base hit. I saw Davis rush to first, limping. He's definitely not 100%. And if you watched him today and they were kind of testing him, you would have thought the same thing. He was very much laboring. To offer. He had a 14-pitch at-bat in the 3rd inning. It ended in a little soft line at the 3rd base and shattered his neck. Not a bad guy to have out there. 92 RBIs in the leadoff spot. Speaking of guys that have up, how about your setup man losing in the 5th inning? Buck Showalter's off to a start. Slows it. Sometimes those innings you have to close. first inning upstairs. They go back there here. Chase another one. He fouled off a ton of them, but when it back to his 8th at bat, he's seen enough of them. He goes up. Throw above his hands. Here's a big one. You saw Hunter on deck. The runners will start with the pitch. 3-2 on the way. There they go. Kinsler fouls one to the right side. You know, Ian Kinsler will not be intimidated by an environment like this. Been to the World Series with the Rangers. Actually had 9 hits in that 2011 World Series against St. Louis. His last postseason game was actually against Baltimore that year. It's that game that was in a wild card game loss against the Orioles. See that throw? He's got to throw him a break ball. He's got to throw him gas. And 2 on. There they go. Kinsler fouls him all the way. It's like he knows where the fastball's going. He's not sure about the other one. I don't know if Tillman knows that Hunter's warming up, but he knows he's somewhere around 100 pitches, halfway through the game, and he's trying to figure out a way to get out of this inning and stay in the game. Believe me, he's been through these games before, just trying to get through the 5th inning because he's got too many pitches. Tillman had retired 11 in a row, but he needed nearly 70 pitches to get through that string at 11. So it's supposed to be 97 postseason pitches. It's actually been regular season offerings. Hard time throwing that curveball for a strike. It's number 8. Let's go again. So Romine and Davis getting in their sprints. All these foul balls by Kinsler. And you see that chart too, the pitch chart, the pattern is all in about the same place that he keeps fouling off to the right side. Up and away, up and away. So now, does he hit? All that setup away. The batters on did not retire with 2 strikes was Victor Martinez, who hit one out. Hit right at Alcazar with guarded inside. It's number 9. He goes. Side ball through. Wow, that was a changeup. Yeah, that was a beaut. I think he told the umpire, I mean, he can't throw this changeup in a better spot. I mean, that is... How did he lay off? Yes, I mean, that is so close. He could have rung him up. But it was pulled. Decision time here for Showalter. He's got Hunter ready in the bullpen. Bases are loaded. This could be Tillman's last hitter. I can't imagine he'd face Cabrera. Hunter tried to bunt for a hit on the first pitch. This time chases that first pitch. Davis again with 2 outs. He had 2 quick ones. Avila and Castellanos on the ground, and then back-to-back hits by Romine and Davis. 2-out walk to Kinsler. That changeup's almost like a sinker. See that big hole between first and second? About a year ago, Hunter changed it. Ever since he came to Detroit, he changed his swing, right? Hit the ball the other way. I mean, that's his stroke right there. We've seen him do it a lot. That's why his average went up when he got to Detroit. Marquez in right field has 11 assists this year. Very accurate throwing. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tigers have it loaded. Off the foot of Hunter. As soon as that pitch was about to be made, Steve Pearson had moved over. Can it bluff that ball? Yes, he did.
45 career games in the postseason. Minnesota Angels with the Tigers last year, another veteran guy. Will be moved at this environment. Sits up for changeup, doesn't it? Straight change.
Was throwing a ton of fastballs.
And he's still throwing hard. Yeah, 394 back to back. The visit to the mound by Hundley, if nothing else, just to give him a breather.
Did you see the high fastballs tonight or what? Yeah. This is ridiculous.
He's still alive. You got 4 more innings to go. He'll be exhausted by the end of this game. 21 this season with bases loaded. Another 1-2 coming from Tillman. Easy way. Steals. Second base gets the ball to first. There's Tillman. Swings the heat. Stays away from second base. Now the Tigers looking to lead 3-2.
It's the small head with the big head is back here.
Can you sign my gamer tag?
I can pee on it.
Can I take a picture of you?
No.
Oh my gosh, can you FaceTime me?
You're creepy. Get away from me. I'm telling my mommy.
This guy's an asshole. Can it break?
No, it's good.
Oh wait.
Good all day, every day.
They have no baby.
Yo, I'm finna get hacked.
Hard point.
I'll flip the spawns, guys. Everyone go hard point.
I'm gonna go hard. I know what the point.
Capture the objectives. We've taken the advantage. Hardpoint contested.
I'm finna fall asleep while we're playing.
Hardpoint contested.
Oh, he hit me in my membrane.
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint is ours. Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed. Hardpoint contested.
Charge is in.
Oh, yo, this guy put out a lightsaber. Yo, they hacked him. Yo, how do you have a lightsaber?
What do you mean a lightsaber?
Hardpoint identified.
Yo, you have a lightsaber, bro.
Who does?
Yo, they cheating.
Friendly UAV inbound.
Yo, they hacking their game.
Hate this shit.
Counter UAV inbound.
Lobbies are dead. Lobbies are dead in America, though.
Boston still has a 1-run lead as they go to the bottom of the 5th thanks to a first baseman type play by Ozak. Not only is he on base, shift his feet across the bag like a first baseman so that he could stretch with this ball and ensure the out. His pitcher was hustling down the line. Great play by the 22-year-old. And a huge play with Cabrera due next. Tillman and the O's able to get out of the inning. Still with the lead. Scope swings at the first pitch. That's going to end up in the seats.
It doesn't seem like that much at the time, but if you go back and look at it, it was a big play.
And a lot of times the second baseman will just be standing in the bag, step to the ball, but he really shifted his feet. The urgency of the postseason. How many 5-4 putouts in the regular season you don't even think about? The
Hunter usually won't even make it that close. Kinsler was flying down the line, trying to beat that throw, and this guy's 6'3", and he had a good reach. Flailing away there, fouls it back. He's a little bit younger than the wave of press-out players that kind of came together. Edwards and Simmons, and Jansen, Bogart, all those guys played together, and Scope was a little bit behind them age-wise. Scope and Jurickson Profar were the two guys that came up together. They're very good friends. Profar of the Texas Rangers. Scope speaks 4 languages: English, Spanish, Dutch, and in his home country, Papiamento. Batting 9th in this order, and he's got some pop in that 9-hole. He sends that one into right center field. Hunter will close on it, no problem for Torrey Hunter. Scherzer with his first out. Now you can follow the postseason with MLB.com's at bat, the #1 app for live baseball, highlights, scores, live radio broadcasts, and replay reviews and more. Get the At Bat app today. Osmus and Buck Showalter. A series between the Orioles and the Tigers that has that mid-'80s kind of feel, right? Sparky Anderson and Earl Weaver. Tigers won the World Series in 1984, their last World Series. They're celebrating their 50th anniversary of that World Series. The Orioles won it 1983. They match up again here in 2014. Winner headed to the American League Championship Series. 84 team, the Tigers got off to, 35-5 start. This year they got off to a great start. Everybody thought they were just going to walk away with it. Marquez in the infield. And that's a long run, not an easy play here. And Castellanos has to grab it with some urgency for out number 2. Let's check in with our studio in Atlanta. Casey Stern, take it away, Casey. All right, Casey, thanks. Welcome, Casey, to our group this year. Doing a great job in the studio. Gary Sheffield, Pedro Martinez. Thanks to Todd Frazier for joining us as well. 2 outs in the inning. Scherzer has settled in here after giving up 3 runs in the first 2 innings. Got 2 away. De Aza at the plate. And a bunt. This is a good one. Castellanos in the ball. Throw first. And he's dug out outside. Wow, what a play by Cabrera. On both ends, Castellanos to Cabrera and a death stare by Mickey. Said I had it all. What'd you think of that, T? What's with the stare by Cabrera? It's a nice pitch right there. Right play right here. The end of this is even better.
Yeah. I just need a win streak, to be honest.
I want officially their third the lead. I mean, you're ahead of divided by one out.
Dude, I ain't in this ladder. This shit got me trapped. This ain't even my fucking ladder.
You're not gonna get out that ladder.
I'm like a fucking zombie in here, bro. Do you get XP for your prestige? Elysium's asking.
Yeah.
Yep.
What first your rank look good? Yeah. 1,000 if you win, 7,500 if you lose. You actually prestige masters. I don't know why you do this.
you see him now. I should get like master one for each of my accounts. See, once you get
a hard log me up.
Kill confirmed.
I'm scared.
Yeah,
Keep your head up and your ass down. It's go time.
Sorry, Professor.
Concussion out! Charges planted.
We're winning this fight. Kill confirmed.
No way, I'll give you like 10, bro.
2014 American League Division Series coverage on TBS is presented by T-Mobile. Bucktober. In Buck we trust here in Baltimore, they say. New pitcher, Showalter is making the move. So Tillman is out, and our throwing lefty, part of that great left-right combo bullpen that you talked about, in the open, Andrew Miller is the first one out. He was the prize during the trade deadline. They got him from Boston just to add on to an already good bullpen. This kid throws over 95 with a wipeout slider. Talk about punch-outs galore. The numbers that he's put up the last couple of years. He's found his niche. He was a starting pitcher. Big draft choice for the Tigers years ago. Got traded to Florida for Cabrera, did he not? He did. It was in that deal that brought Cabrera to Detroit. Cabrera leads off this inning. Cabrera, Victor Martinez, JD Martinez. The Royals put a lot of faith and trust in their bullpen. Are in there maybe an inning early than they would like. Tillman able to wrestle through 5 innings, and he was able to get out of a bases-loaded jam. That was Cabrera. Trying to spot in for a strike there. Got to be a little amped up in this postseason game. First time out there. Hitters count for Cabrera. Tells you everything right there. Going to that 2-1 big ball. Loses shortness. His stride is what he's got. Help his control. 3-2. Cabrera trying to shoot one to right field. Fouls it away. But as you pointed out in the open, Dennis, they got 4 guys. So while most ball clubs are happy to have a 7th, 8th, and 9th guy, they only need to start to go 5, especially in a short series. Needing to go these guys quite a bit. And you lose that depth that you watch the ball game tells us. That's what Buck Showalter is all about, matching up. Full count to Cabrera. Second foul. Back to the off-speed pitch to Miller. He's got a left-hander like Miller that he's not afraid to. He gets right-handers out just as well as left-handers. And they're not just one batter guys. They're not usually just brought in to face one guy, specialist to get out of there. Like you said, yeah, he can get these righties out just like David. The real combination of Miller and Davis, a hitting right-hander. Hungry Zach Britton, the closer, a left-handed power sinker pitcher. We'll get into it because they have all these different angles out in the bullpen. Submariner, one guy. You see him left-handed coming way over from the other side. Britton right over top of that. He's a sinker at the end of the game. So he's in a 3-0, 3-2 in the ninth. Cabrera takes one off the plate. On the floor as Cabrera will turn it over to Victor Martinez, a lead runner on here in the 6th. 6 for the Tigers. You can get Scott Miller's answers to all the playoffs' burning questions with the TeamStream app from Bleacher Report. Download TeamStream for your iPad, iPhone, or Android device today. As we say so many times in the postseason, a walk is a rally, and especially a leadoff walk with the middle of their order coming up. Cabrera is aboard to start it. The switch hitter Martinez will turn around and hit right-handed against the hard-throwing Miller. Victor homered with 2 outs. Chance to lead off the second inning. This crowd all freaked out with Cruz is on the board. Victor Martinez quieted it down. His 6th career postseason home run.
Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed.
Talks about JD Martinez saving their lineup and changing to that lineup. This is what they're talking about here. Past Victor Martinez without the year that JD had, you feel like you're on the downhill slope at this point. But now the year that Martinez has posted, he is a major threat, and he's up with Cabrera at first base, and he can give the Tigers a lead with 1 swing of the bat just as easily as the other two. He was right on that pitch, he just fouled off. And I think it's because he likes going the other way. He'll drive the ball the other way. Nothing but push that. Victor, it looked like this. 95 mile an hour fastball. He's 0-2. That's a great up right there, 95. Big long arm coming at you. Since swing, same spot too. Cabrera started the inning with a walk. Long battle with Miller. Right-handers are breaking down lefties, chasing in the other batter's box. It's a heartbreaking ball. Alex Avila 0 for 2 tonight. Tigers have struck out 8 times as we play here in the 6th. This is a tough matchup for Avila. He's got no chance. Makes it too much got no chance. This is when you have to stay focused.
throw a couple of breaking balls and the guy got an out. Huge strikeout numbers for Miller, about 50 here. Shows him the fastball. Martinez was talking about this before the game tonight as you see the splits for Alex and Miller. So getting lefties better than righties. I was talking about these pitchers now. He used to say if they're not as good as the defense, then they're not winning. Guys are late innings now. Pitching standpoint, I believe they're going a little bit later. And Miller's one of those guys who struggles with throwing after the trains. Missed. Oh, he had the corner. He did have the corner. I gotta have that. That's a strike. Such a big swing pitch as you see his strikeout numbers. The 1-1 count to go to 2-1, offering up his glasses for the umpire. That's old school. Now it's a 2-1 count. Puts Avila in a better spot. Cabrera still standing at first base. Missed it. Pops it up. James O. hard to use there. Tigers scoreless in the sixth.
Ross, you and I are gonna be stuck and go forever.
Yeah, if I won a game, I could do that. If I get 110, that'd be great. Fine. Give me the number. The ladder's not even doing like that. Ladder still 184. Getting the ladder.
Right. Like,
I wasn't even ready to.
Domination.
All I see was flying right. One of those guys.
Everyone B, everyone B, everyone B.
Capture the objective.
we're gonna ride to it.
Securing Charlie.
I don't like that.
C lockdown. Securing B.
Shut him out.
B lockdown.
Sellout crowd, game one of the ALDS, nearly 48,000 in the house tonight, Oriole Park in Camden Yards. And we got a good game going here. 3-2 Baltimore. All of the runs came inside the first 2 innings. Orioles took the lead on a 2-out RBI single by Marquez in the second inning. Tillman and Scherzer, the 2 starters. Tillman is out after 5 innings. Andrew Miller puts up a 0 for the Orioles in the 6th, and here we go to the bottom of the 6th. Scherzer against Adam Jones to start it.
Scherzer has retired 10 straight. A terrific play. A couple of guys not known for their defense, but both with very good plays on either end of a Piazza ground ball to third base. A little bunt. Castellanos to Miguel Cabrera. It's a big hit last inning.
Oh, fuck.
All those fireworks in the first couple of innings. Balls flying out of here like crazy. Both pitchers settled in. Tillman ran into a little trouble there when he got the bases loaded, but Scherzer has really found his slot. Yeah. Fly ball to center, Rajay Davis for the first out. A good changeup from Scherzer. So we talked to Brad Ausmus of the Scherzer, Jeff Jones. The Tigers made a little bit of a mechanical adjustment after those first two innings, and whatever Jeff Jones said was to Ausmus's left. It has worked in a big way. It's 11 in a row he's retired now.
Well, ultimately, it's just jumping a little bit, you know, flying open that front shoulder. Typically, that's most of the time what it is.
He said something to the effect of throwing a little more downhill.
Well, he throws to see his angle, man. He's got to really, you know, focus on getting on top, because when you're on the side, it's just a hair from being underneath it.
Nelson Cruz, who homered off Scherzer in that monster ALCS when he was a member of the Rangers playing against the Detroit Tigers. Ty Baker is a statue outside Camden Yards, Dave Street. And there's a call, strike three, punched him out, and Scherzer is fired up. Racks up a K. He struck out Cruz the last two trips to the plate for his fifth win. Odd one out of it, did he?
Something else. He brings 97 to me right down Broadway.
That's the first strikeout for Scherzer since he punched out Cruz back in the third inning. He has three now. It's Darren O'Day. So Miller got the sixth. O'Day looks like he'll have the seventh. Impressive inning for Andrew Miller, having to go through the heart of that Tigers order. Didn't walk Cabrera, but got through Martinez and Martinez, and then they got Avila to win the inning. Steve Pearce is 0 for 2.
I was so excited that I got it. Why are they killing people?
21 home runs during the regular season, hit for a high average.
Kill people, easy ass,
And now a 50.
Bravo secure. Friendly UAV inbound.
Hey, let's go get C, bro. Let's go.
Securing C.
You wanna fight me? You wanna fight? Fight me!
Friendly lightning strike
Oh,
inbound.
come on.
Friendly Hellstorm missile inbound.
Stand by.
Losing Charlie.
Oh yeah, he's good. Get ready. Let him take it. Let him take it. Let him take it.
We lost C.
Aww.
Thought he hit one out. Max Scherzer thought he hit one out, but JD Martinez plays it perfectly off the wall. And guns It's down. Pierce trying to stretch it into a double. That's how the Tigers finish off the 6th inning. Now we go to the 7th. It is not O'Day. Buck Showalter's going to stick with it. Castellanos to start this last play, Joe. Scherzer's reaction as well. He thought Pierce went deep also. He had company. Tried to turn on the burners, but Martinez was a heck of a play by Kinsler. It really was. Kinsler was waiting and waiting and waiting desperately to make a real quick pick. And O'Day sucked it in his face. Only 15 outfield assists this season, the second fewest in the American League, and as Joe mentioned, that's just the second all season for Martinez.
It's so lonely here at the top in this fucking bowl.
Well, now you start to think along with Buck Showalter, which is a scary proposition, but he had O'Day ready. O'Day warming up that entire last inning while the Orioles he's sticking with Miller.
He's trying to get as many outs as he can out of Miller because he'd like to start the next inning with O'Day. He got the 3 tough right-handers at the top of the lineup.
My goal is to get everyone
Hunter and Rivera. That's the perfect way out of this. The lower part of the lineup you'd think Miller could handle.
I do top 5, but yeah, I can't.
Well, O'Day continues to throw. It's just the 7th, 8th time this year that he's But if he gets through this inning without any problems, he's got 3 guys for the last 2 innings, for the last 6 outs. Place hitter in this Tigers order. He threw out a single in the 5th inning. It's their foul.
I want to get Joker #1 in this match division because there's guys above him on these days.
2 guys who were acquired by their respective organizations. Romine in the spring training from the Angels, coming to Detroit. Trade deadline deal from the Red Sox from Miller to Baltimore. That was a big pickup for Dan DeKalb. 1-2 see what he gives it here. Fastball right to Romine. Romine able to foul it off.
The Tigers are not able to square anything up. Yeah, they've been fouling off a lot of pitches. You may need to write a letter to somebody. See if they can get a gift or 2. Here we go. The 2 homers. The guys at the bottom.
You focus on that, you're going to make it go
Take there by Andrew Romine.
That was going to be one matchup.
He's had a couple of terrific at-bats, even though his first at-bat ended in a strikeout against Tillman in the 2nd inning. I was happy to pitch back. That single with 2 outs in the 5th. Strikes him out. He secures it at first. It's the 3rd of the Don't forget, this is as it continues tomorrow on Fox Sports 1. Giants and Nationals, Travis Sturgeon and John Smoltz will be there. That's 3 p.m. on FS1. And Joe Buck, Tom Verducci, Harold Reynolds will call the Cardinals and the Dodgers. 6:30 p.m. on FS1. As the National League continues. Buck Showalter leads it off for Miller. 6-1.
Come on. Fuck. Let's fucking hit these fuckers.
Charges down. Countermeasures, stand by.
Ah, fucking assholes.
Hellstorm missile inbound. Friendly lightning strike inbound.
Now that I play these higher streaks, it makes me fucking sweat.
Kill denied.
He's gone.
Ah. Double kill.
Kill confirmed.
And I died as soon as I was in the wall.
Friendly lightning strike inbound.
Countermeasures, stand by.
Come on. How are these fucking douchebags fucking spawning right on my ass?
Beautiful scene here. Delicious Thursday night at the end of Cards area coverage provided by Goodyear. There's some fine tires that knock it out of the park. Goodyear, overdriven. All of the runs courtesy of the home run ball, with the exception of Martinez's two-out RBI single in the second inning. It's 3-2 Baltimore, and heck, here comes Darren O'Day, the sidewinding right-hander.
Mr. Laredo down under. We talk about been doing this a long, long time. Never having success in Texas, and then he came over here and has continued. You see the numbers he's put up this year. Probably one of his best years as a Suarez, 5 innings, 5 in a row with 3 Ks after he walked Cabrera to start the 6th. Jay Davis with 2 hits, 8 swings and a breaking ball. Davis had a single his last time up. That was in the 5th inning. It's 1 out 2. Count those numbers, 3 for 8. That's a small sample size, but 2 doubles on those 3 hits against O'Day. Davis has been in the American League East for Toronto. Knows it well. Numbers for Andrew Miller. Impressive. Strikeouts of Victor and J.D. Martinez, and then he just struck out Roma in his last inning. On the ground, Hardy is strong. Hits the ball. The Tigers are down to 7 in the Rapids. The call coming out of Birdland. O's lead 3-2.
Can't even get a UAV.
Hellstorm missile inbound. Friendly counter UAV inbound. Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed. Kill confirmed. Kill confirmed. Friendly UAV inbound. Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed. Counter UAV inbound. Mission almost complete. Don't quit now. Friendly counter UAV inbound. Friendly UAV inbound. Be advised, hostile UAV incoming. UAV awaiting orders.
Fuck.
Good fight. Time to get
Too
paid.
sweaty, man. I hate fucking high score streaks. Too sweaty, too sweaty.
What a way to get this series started. Game one of this American League Division Series 2. Division winners this year, the Tigers and the Orioles. Got the ball things early. 3 home runs in the first 2 innings. And a 3-2 Baltimore lead. The pitchers dominated in 6 tonight's game. Several runs in 5 innings. So right-handers with Dennis Eckersley and Joe Simpson. And heck, the Orioles, they got to feel like they're right where they want to be. They've got a lead late. They've outlasted Scherzer, and that great bullpen is in there. Well, that's the script. I think you could have gotten more out of Tillman if they had that Jimmy big 10 pitch counts, right? Or he could have taken 6. But that's what they do here. I mean, you talk about Miller doing his job. Doesn't care if it's right-handed or left-handed hitter. He goes out there and gives you multiple at bats. You get an out by a hit, whether or not he stays this game or not. I thought he still got nothing. Yeah, that's the formula for them. I don't know how many times they can do it in the playoffs, but that's what they're trying to do. This game's not over. Yeah, there was a game here earlier in the season where Cabrera and one of his teammates, Victor Martinez, went deep late in the ballgame. Might have been the 9th inning. Went ballgame against the Orioles. And that was when Hunter was the closer. So things are a little different. But you still got to navigate your way through the middle of their order. One more time, Frank Thomas coming up next for the Tigers. And we're starting with decisions here that these two managers are going to have to make. By the way, play postseason showdown throughout October. Simply pick the winners of head-to-head player matchups between Detroit and Baltimore for your chance to win a pair of 2015 season tickets for your favorite team. MLB.com/showdown to play now as we get going here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Max Scherzer, the Tigers starter, the reigning Cy Young Award winner, is on the mound to start this inning. He's been very efficient since his early troubles in the first 2 innings. Yeah, he has worked out of the stretch since he gave up that single to Martinez. He turned it all the way around. He's out in the slot. He's after it. J.J. Hardy batting for the 3rd time. He lined out in the 2nd, grounded out in the 4th. And Hardy hammers it one deep left center field. Watch it back out again. Here's Hardy. There's one for the Orioles. penetration into the belt with his fist. Fourth strikeout for Scherzer. And the first out. Congratulations still come for J.J. Harding. A lot of people feel good in that dugout over there. Nick Hundley now with one away. You talk about this series and how they're going to manage pitching staffs. We know what Buck Showalter is going to do. He's going to mix and match. You think about Brad Osmus with these Cy Young Award winners. He's going to have to stay with them longer. And with the way their bullpen has been, you know, much aligned, talked about, you know you're going to stick in with those three pitchers as long as that Buck would. Empty bullpens, if you're wondering. Osmus is going to let it run with Scherzer. He's come back with 2 strikeouts. Back-to-back Ks after the home run by Harding. 4 and 5 for Scherzer, 2 away in the 7th. American Dad can do whatever they want on CBS. Travis Maria, Cable Baby. The brand new edgier series starts October 20th at 9, 8 Central, only on CBS. Very exciting. 2 outs here is Jonathan Scope. Scouting reports and stuff that I went over on the video myself doesn't do him justice. He is a big kid. You gotta see him in person, young. Your prototypical second baseman build. Not like Bill Walker of the Pittsburgh Pirates. That is a strike, and it's 0-2 on Scope. He reminds me of a young Miguel Cabrera. Remember when Cabrera came up as a 19-year-old? Played in the World Series. He reminds me of money-wise. Boy, he gets his swings in too, huh? He's going to get at least 3 swings. He'll be back. Let's roll when you go in the Baldwin clubhouse as opposed to Oh, 2 the count. Scherzer trying to get through 7, and a swing and a miss. Scope is down on strikes. He's up 3 after J.J. Harding goes deep in 4-1, forced out with an impact bat. His first career postseason homer in 4 Orioles.
Hostiles have destroyed your equipment. Adequate performance. Get ready for the next round. Halftime. Capture the flag. Secure the objective. Counter UAV inbound. Friendly UAV inbound. Enemy flag acquired.
AGR.
AGR inbound.
CP3-0. I almost had it. I fucked up.
We have pulled forward. We have captured the enemy flag. Friendly UAV inbound. We have the enemy flag. Friendly lightning strike inbound. Friendly counter UAV inbound. Friendly lightning strike inbound.
Right there, he's laying down on the ground like that.
We've captured the enemy flag. Objective almost complete. Don't quit down. We have the enemy flag. Lightning strike coordinates received. Inbound.
Tonight's bullpen comparison presented by the Lincoln Motor Company. As the Tigers and the Orioles see the numbers, the Orioles outstanding out of their bullpen this season. The Tigers were 13th to the American League. The Orioles were 3rd. Since Brent has taken over, it has changed a great deal. O'Day answers one question. He comes back out to start the 8th with the top of the Tigers order coming up here. And Detroit now down 2 after the J.J. Hardy home run. Tommy Hunter was warming up in the 5th inning. He has not been up since. Britton is the one getting loose, his closer, so trying to get the last 6 innings. Defensive swing, he stays alive. 2-2 on Kinsler. O'Day looks like he's going to go submarine. His body tilts over so far, it looks like he's going to go down a little bit. Not all the way, but he does go side on. Body tilt, 1-3, body tilt. Has dominated right-handed hitters all season. Kinsler and Jason Highway. You don't see that many big lead counters. As you said, looks like he's going to go way down under, but comes out of it to try to get something on it. Full count. Leadoff hitter for the Tigers in the 8th. Nobody's over there. Somebody's got to cover first. Peter fires. That is caught but safe. O'Day made a heck of a play to keep that one from the dugout. As he and Kinsler's aboard on an infield hit. 3 innings. The Tigers will bring the tying run to the plate here in the 8th.
O'Day forgot there was a shift on because he didn't break right away. That was an excellent play by Pearson, a great throw, but they're in time.
You know, you don't expect a squibbler like that, but he was way over. Pierce was way over. He was just late covering. That would have been a tough play anyway. It probably would have been bang, bang. He had the lead up. He led him all right, but he's late.
It's one of those moments where the shift hurts. Not having a second baseman on that side cost him it. Kinsler, a little weak ground ball is scored. Like you said, that run last inning was huge. Here's Torrey Hunter now. As the offense is put together. Hopefully run ahead in the time catch up. My ground,
Kinsler at first base as well. If it's a one-run game, pretty good chance he might try to steal a base in a spot like this.
Exactly. Thunder coming up. These guys are going to stay right there. So these guys are good too. So keep the Orioles into the playoff picture.
Third base coach Dave Clark going through the signals.
He didn't want to hang one, that's for sure.
One of the Orioles outfielders, all with very good arms, all three spots. There's a ball down one there in the gap. The infield is throwing the ball well. Tough score from first to this part. There's players. Corey Hunter with a favorable countdown, 2-0. Dangerous. There's Miguel Cabrera on deck.
He's got to be looking middle down. In a way that he can't really drive. He's just got to let it go. Put something middle down, and he might make a mistake on it. See if he can do some damage.
It looks like he's stuck in the ball.
Can't find his release point.
There's no sliders on his throws. Hunter's got a big pop, especially to the opposite field, especially in this part. Corey Hunter had 17 home runs in the regular season.
Try that sinker right here.
2-0 the count. Hunter takes a swing. Set up there to hit the glove and look good. Changes. Does it not? Big time. Get a good look at it. That ball got stopped. At least eliminated for Schreiber. 2 balls and a strike. Infield hit for Kinsler. Osmus has the tying run at the plate. He's got his poppers coming up. Open activity for Showalter right now. Zach Brent, there goes Kinsler with a swing. Kinsler had his ability. Hunter had a great time. He was right on it, but he fouls it back, and now we're down 2-2.
Yeah, he's really like to have this one back. He seemed so good to put 4 in a row right there. This one was nothing at all.
Buck Showalter. He's going to go get O'Day, but he's going to ask his closer. Zach Britton will give him a 4-out save here tonight. Miguel Cabrera. He's twice in his 2014 postseason. Won one game, that was a timeout. Double play.
Like, why am I playing with these scrubs? She's like mad nice with it. She's like, I'm ready about the 360 this year. No scope. She's like, watch this, guys. Colorado. Yeah, right. With the ballistic. Like, how do you do that? and then she beatboxes.
Oh, back up one, Joker. That wasn't my friend. It was a different guy. Back up one more. Nah, fuck that guy. Take him off my list again.
I was up my back.
Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. With superior performing tires that knock it out of the park, Goodyear. More driven. Miguel Cabrera just knocked it out of the park. He changes it here in Baltimore. Now a one-run game. A flick of the wrist, and Cabrera launches to the deep right center field to make it 4-3. How frightening is that? And hitting a Cabrera in this ballpark. He stays back. Slider, not a very good slider. He stayed right there, but he just flicks his ball over the right center. Great throw. Get him out. So fun to watch and so good. 25 home runs during the regular season, 109 RBIs. O'Day knows that his night is over. He also knows he caught a break with the double play that preceded that. So 4-3, 2 outs in the 8th inning, and Buck Showalter will bring on his closer, who's been so good for him this year, arm-throwing lefty Zach Britton.
Well, he took over that job back in May and never relinquished. You see the numbers for him. 95-mile-an-hour hard sinker. It's kind of surprised he's never had more than a one-inning save. I think he had at least one, but none.
Just took over that closer's role this year in mid-May for Tommy Hunter. This time last year, Zach Britton was in instructional week. He was out of options with the Orioles. They had a decision to make whether to keep him or not keep him on the roster. Where would he pitch? Wow, has he been a find? Huge double play as Hunter lined in to that double play ball with Kinzer on the move. Just knocks that over.
One after another. Great life on his fastball.
Doesn't really need a breaking ball the way the ball moves. See what he throws. 91% fastballs. That power sinking fastball, which you don't see a lot of from left-handed pitchers.
Well, this is the team with him?
Martinez. So down and in. Tigers 3, 4, and 5 hitters tonight have all homered. Cabrera just homered. Martinez, Kinzer, and JD. Here's it back in the second inning. Something he's never done in his career as a closer. With 4 outs for a save. Martinez takes the ball high. You mentioned it earlier, Nick, this time of year. I'm sure you were always ready to go. Oh, yeah. 3 outs. You got
whatever it took. It's time to go 2 innings. This is the time of the year to go 2 innings. So you're not surprised.
Well, Joe Walter started it early. Andrew Miller got him 5 outs, and with 2 outs and nobody on, he had O'Day come in to get through the 7th. O'Day gets 2 outs here in the 8th. Our hitters at the bat and on deck as Victor Martinez goes to
Yeah, I'm gonna take it. I'm taking this.
Plenty charges.
Get that number 1 spot and you can get out. Right there, dude.
Countermeasures ready.
We have the enemy flag.
That guy, yo, good. Get him off the phone right here.
We're winning this fight.
Yeah, that's it right.
We've captured the enemy flag. Enemy flag acquired.
Shoot her down.
UAV inbound. We've captured the enemy flag. We have the enemy flag. Counter UAV inbound.
Oh, King just got kicked, man. See that? Got kicked. We're gonna lose this game now.
Good job, Grunts. Get ready for the next round. Halftime. Capture the flag.
Don't, can't touch it. Don't.
Secure the objective.
It's like we're gonna lose. Round 1.
Placing charge.
Friendly Hellstorm missile inbound. Enemy flag acquired.
Pull that shit.
I'm really out with this. Like, I'm like a receiver.
and a strike. Orioles leadoff hitter. Vegas is under out to Castellanos for out number one. Gives us a chance to send it to Atlanta. Casey Stern in our TBS studios. The winner of that, the winner of this will match up for the American League pennant. Going to Scherzer. Strike two, Deaza.
Joker, we got one to pick up, Joker.
Deaza is 0 for 2. Scherzer hit him in the first inning. Orioles got 2 in the first on a Nelson Cruz 2-run home run.
Joker's run. What's up, Mort?
Cool.
I'm not sure. Legit in my bed laying down.
500,000 square foot hangar.
You say that loud.
It's massive. We took technology, we kind of copy bang it. Flying airship, it's a little bit airplane, it's a little bit helicopter, and it's a little bit balloon. It's a little bit of all three. We have vector thrust, we can rotate the engines up, and we can take off very similar to land, very similar to a helicopter. We can go point to point. You don't have to have a runway. It's a little bit airplane. If you can imagine in your mind drawing a line from nose to tail, if you're looking at it from the side, if you cut the bottom off and made it disappear, it looks exactly like it went in an airplane. So as we fly through the air, we get dynamics just like an airplane does. And then of course it's full of helium, so they have the properties of all
second, that Deaza double has chased him here. He is on the hook for the loss and cannot win. 6 innings, 1 walk. Found his way out of New York and found himself a home here in Detroit. You see, the 69 appearances quite a few for him. You know, decent season, the walks, 24
chance to close a few times and didn't do very well there, but he's right where he should be. You know, seventh inning maybe. They just haven't got a lot of help down there, and he's had to pitch a lot more important innings.
He's got a big arm, 94, was hit around a little bit. And his slider, he likes his slider, loves his slider. That's his first pitch. Takes it with one out for Bobby. It's Speedy Piazza at second base. Baltimore had an add-on run with that Hardy homer in the seventh. They're looking for one here. Well, you showed that line. You saw that line when it shows the glove walk. Walk went back and scored off into the second. It's Da Vinci with that line. So it's a 3-0 in the DS series. It's the Yankees in the eighth. Fires away and fouls it back. I was talking to Jim Presley, the hitting coach. Walking. He says, so, how do you like your home runs then? You guys like to jump on pitchers early in the count. Or you just jump on them early count. We hit the ball hard. That's right. Just like he would do. Going into the inning, big run at second base for the Tigers. The Orioles have fouled the ground for both. Piazza goes all the way around, going to error run homer. It is 5-3 Orioles. This keeps rolling up. This is really good. Third ground ball to short is risky. And I think he was laid back on it. Goes to his left. That ball comes up. He just doesn't catch it off his heel. It happens. Just bad timing from the pitcher. Piazza's fine without third base. This score's easy. Be an error on by rate, base running. Piazza never slowed down. Takes a strike. Give Bobby Dickerson some credit. Said the third base coach, he saw it all the way. He took the gamble. We're taking it. As soon as that ball clipped one way, there was no chance. Gives it up. He's got a decent hop, too. Yeah. Joe, we talked a lot at the beginning of this game about some of the holes defensively. The Tigers are challenged defensively. They get great work out of Kenzo at second base. Robine's the last guy they're worried about. Yeah, Moss was raving about his defensive skills before the game. Huge error that allows the Orioles to add one. Still one out. Nelson Cruz has hurt Java Chamberlain in the past. Small sample size, but he has 4 hits against him. 2 homers and a double. And there goes Jones. And a throw and a second one. He's in the tag. And safe. Jones steals second base. A lot of character for the Orioles. We got that very easy stolen off of Chamberlain. Chamberlain takes forever to deliver. Kinzer was a very good return out there. You see the high leg kick right there. Jones looking back. One hop throw to Kinzer. He's safe easy. Picked by Kinzer, but couldn't apply the tag. 7 during the regular season for Jones, but the Orioles dead last by quite a margin. Stolen base club. Runner in scoring position now. 1 out. Jones with a base hit. Nelson Cruz fires again. Jones will score. 6-3 Baltimore. His third RBI. About as money in the postseason as we have seen in recent years, and Nelson Cruz picks up right where he left off a couple years ago. This ball got in gotta make it, get a break, you take advantage of it, so there's no looking back. Let us tackle and runs. Huge for the Orioles tonight. Got 1 in the 7th, 2 here in the 8th. Cruz will chase Chamberlain. Osmus goes back to the bullpen.
Enemy flag acquired. We dropped their flag.
Transition.
Hostile flag returned. Enemy flag acquired. We've taken the lead. We have the enemy flag. We've captured the enemy flag. Mission almost complete. Don't quit now. We have the enemy flag.
When you buy a car, don't go into a want to buy a car. How much do they cost and what kind do I want? White license
Brought to pay. Time to get paid.
Canadian Rogers experience great.
First 1 8th, the game is opening 9-5. Nelson Cruz, a memorable ALCS. The postseason's first walk-off grand slam and 8 extra base hits, set a Major League Baseball record with 6 homers, 13 runs batted in a single series. He was the ALCS MVP almost single-handedly. Dispatched the Tigers 6-13. He's already got 3 tonight. Taking the lead in a big way. Next season he's a free agent. Here's on the first pitch. Joaquin Soria enters the game and immediately in trouble now. Cruz on his way to third. Soria on his half. And now on his way to second. And safe without a throw is Steve Pierce with a base running there. Second and third. Brad, we're going to see a lot of this over the course of this series. Even Cruz got to second, hesitated, saw how deep Davis was. Remembered that they'd probably in their team meeting, hey, take the extra base on the guy, and then decided to go to third and still made it. A great example of that, too, because there's no way you're going to try to go to third on this base hit in center field. Play is right in front of you. He's charging the ball right now, and he's that second base. He says, oh, yeah, it's Davis. He's hurt. If he's been even anywhere close, he's out of third. And then Pierce takes second base on that. That leaves a base open at first, and Brad Osmus will not challenge J.J. Harding here. He's going to face Ryan Flaherty and give himself a chance at a double play. He's trying to get out of this inning. This is laying out the Tigers' worst-case scenario. Scherzer gets into the 8th, but he's behind and couldn't finish it off. Get the Tigers to the late innings with a lead. This Tigers bullpen has struggled this year. Meanwhile, Florida's bullpen has locked down.
Hey guys, I gotta have dinner with my polo. I'll be back in like an hour.
The first
Scores easy. Harris has the hold on. This is still loaded. 7-3 now Baltimore. Ball's down the whole field. They got a name back there. That'll look at the seats. Things have happened so fast here. We haven't even talked about Joaquin Soria. He's thrown 3 pitches outside of the intentional walk, and they've been all over him. He came to the Tigers from the Rangers, trying to settle down that bullpen. Got injured. His 7th inning role to Bailey if they have a lead, which they have in the game. He's had good life years. Weather catchers in baseball, in action, he hasn't had that back yet. Nothing back from injury. He just hasn't been crisp. Yeah, you can tell when he was on top of his game, especially in Kansas City. He was dealing for all these years. Oblique injury. Slow from first is in time for the out. That's going to bring in another run. It's going to two. Now, one on the ground out to get to 2 outs. And it's a 8-3 Baltimore. These fans, every one of them, outside of the intentional walk for Soria, the Orioles. I'm talking about Harris Flaherty, a little short of 3 pitches thrown. Just second and third, 2 outs. 4 runs. Strike 2 for Jonathan Snow. It was a 4-for-8 runs in scoring position. This is still a save scenario. Ricky came in to get out of the 8th inning. It's 1-8. You're going to have to refocus. Go back out there. That's the third hit. The bases loaded. Here's the line. Trying to right. That's down. 2 more coming in. Scope on his way to second. It's a 2-RBI double. And the O's are pouring it on here in the 8th. 10-3 Baltimore. Batted around the thing. Big boss of the air by Romano. 6-run inning. Behind, I know. And as you're talking about, you got to be ready to go multiple innings. And anytime the momentum calls you, and Chamberlain and Soria have been kind of his setup guys for Nathan. And they've been getting knocked around this inning. Used to save 3 pitches in case he got to the line. They're very confident, to say the least. It'll be the 4th pitcher of the 8th inning for the Tigers. Oscus makes another change. We'll take a break.
벤처 1세대 랭킹 센터는 1세대 벤처 기업이기 창업 초기 단계의 기업들과 대학 창업 동아리의 성공과 실패의 확증 경험과 노하우를 멘토링해주는 공간인데요. 이날 최장관은 다양한 기술 시험을 체험하고 미래 창업자들의 성공을 위해 각별히 노력해줄 것을 강조했습니다. 이어서 미래 글로벌 창업지원센터를 찾은 최양희 장관. 미래 글로벌 창업지원센터는 ICT 스타트업과 벤처기업이 세계 시장으로 우뚝 성장할 수 있도록 전문적인 컨설팅을 지원하는 기관인데요. 최 장관은 각 분야의 담당자를 만나 전문가와 지원 인프라의 혜택은 지방의 창업인들도 골고루 누릴 수 있도록 힘써달라고 당부했습니다. 취임한 지 채 한 달이 지나지 않은 상황에서 열정적인 훈장 행보를 이어가는 모습이 인상적입니다. 특히 글로벌 진출을 희망하는 스타트업과 창업의 재능 전환을 기업인 등 여러 창업자들과의 공감도
All right, Casey, thanks. And looking forward to the second game of our doubleheader tonight to get that series started in Anaheim. Comparison has been ugly for the Tigers. Not just the 4 earned runs that are in, but also the 2 runs that were allowed. It took belong to Scherzer. Scherzer is with 5 earnings and 7 in the third. And Koch, the left-hander, Phil Koch, is the 4th pitcher in this inning. That began with Scherzer. And Chamberlain, Soria, now Phil Koch. Well, I'll tell you, the cat was already out bad. They got the reason things that second half was pretty proud. The 10th batter of the inning. Scherzer goes 7 in the third, 7 hits, 5 earned runs. The hook for the loss, 4 home runs. J.J. Hardy and Nelson Cruz got it. Scope with a 2 RBI double. 6 runs on 5 hits and an error in this inning. Let's see whether it's even possible. Apparently not much more to take it's the same situation still for. That's a 7-run lead and a game to on. It's a good start as well. And the Tigers are headed to the bottom of their order. They've already cleared Cabrera and Victor Martinez. Skips away. Scope on his way to third base. No throw. Disaster in the 8th. This is garbage time is what it is. Coke has no worries throwing it. Field set up inside. He throws it away. Coke's lunging for it. It's not a pretty time of the game. In that last series against the Minnesota guys, Detroit was trying to nail down the Central Division. The first 2 games of that series against Minnesota, they gave up double digits in runs. In those 2 games, we were clinching it on the last day. 2-0, Marquez, who has 2 hits and 1 RBI tonight, takes a strike from Phil Koch. Coach's arsenal uses early reliever typically here tonight, but there's most of the change. Problems with command. They stack up the last 3 Cy Young players in their starting rotation against the Baltimore. Ground the lead, had a 10-run run against Scherzer. They got it to go win. And in the 6th inning, they're still in the starting field, 3-4. But the Tigers, this was not what the Tigers had in mind. If there was a question, it was about Verlander because of his skills. He did not if Verlander stubs his toe, he could get a chance to win this series. I don't think anybody expected the Orioles to come out tonight like they did against Scherzer, especially in the first inning. This is actually kind of stealing a game in a way for the Orioles. I agree with you. Even with home field advantage, it doesn't feel like much with the power of the Tigers. They're as much of a threat here as any other team in the league. Going in, you know, you have a shot at Verlander because he's not the same guy, right? Out of the 3 guys, right? He's the weak link, right? Marquez draws a 2-out ball. Zach Britton has been sitting in that dugout for a long time. I'm sure he's happy to do it, watching all of this unfold. 10-3 is the score. And here is De Aza, who had a double earlier in this inning. That was the last batter that Scherzer faced. Scherzer retired the first batter he faced in this inning, Marquez. In 6, the Orioles reach base for the next out. Milo wants to chat with Phil Coke. Each and every guy that's come into this game has not really been focused. They know it's over, but this is the toughest time to pitch. It's garbage time. You start thinking about tomorrow. No manager admits to that or wants to talk about that. 10-3, 3 outs to get on the defensive side for the O's. First and third, 2 outs. Yes, the punch to the gut of the Tigers is the back of Cabrera Hill. One hot decision. One ball, 1 strike on Alejandro De Aza. Two strikes now. For the Tigers in the 9th inning, J.D. Martinez, Alex Avila, and Castellanos coming up. Scherzer left the game on 3 runs to an inherited runner scored and gives up 5 innings. On the hook for his first ever division series loss.
Sure don't want Britton over there for half an hour. I mean, that's his point. It really doesn't make any sense. 12 o'clock game tomorrow. It really doesn't.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting topic. Watching after this standing sweatshirt on to the stands as Dave Wallace, the pitcher coach. Dugout is rooting for an out. I'm not standing where I'm talking, but if you're Zach Britton right now, you're okay with an out right here. Oh, you're cool. Get back on the mound. It's a long time. Over with. Yeah. Surprise looking guys. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Runners at the corners. Trying to end this nightmare for the Tigers. Without a Cowboys fall. It's going to get Marquez a head start. On the other side of that, if you're a reliever still available watching this game and you're down there waiting for the phone to ring, how big does this lead have to get for him to trust me? Come on, Mark. There's a guy down there who needs back pitch. It's ready, maybe so. We'll see. Cal Marquez going to see into right center field. Down base hit. In the score is Scott. And behind him, 4 in on the Orioles. 2-run score. And a double. On a different note, I'm watching
6 hits. Jeff Jones doing what he can to get Coke through this inning. Here's Adam Jones now. 12 batter of the inning. What an eruption here by the Orioles. On second with 2 away.
Everything about the concept of life. Work is fair and practice, combined with a strong package.
Most runs ever scored by the Orioles in a postseason game. They've got a nice history of postseason play as well. Prior to that, 14 years running back-to-back postseasons, 96-97, 3 World Series titles, 83 into 1966. None of those teams did what the Orioles are doing here tonight. Thank goodness the Orioles bullpen let this slide back. I tell you what, 9-run lead. It's history. Remember, runner was warming up at the 5th inning. That's a pretty good watch decision. There's that Bob Steven. Can't find anything on the one-handed swinging front. Big beat around. That's over the top. That's about the spot for a manager, any manager, especially first-year manager. Tried to stick with Scherzer as long as he could after the double by Diaz, and he felt like he needed to get the bullpen in. It's been a disaster ever since. Chamberlain sprayed. 8 runs are in on 6 hits. Jones is out. Historic. It's the Tigers. This should be a one.
Coming up next, our popular inspired life gets tacked down. A bike with a chopper edge. It's designed tough with serious attitude. The look and feel of the new bike takes California motorcycle culture in a new direction. Unique in style, this two-wheeler is making a bold statement. The Mars M1 proves the technology need not be boring even while being cool. Its speed of 20 miles per hour can pump higher with a little pedal power. The M1's technology and style blend together to create a future-forward, no-nonsense e-bike. Tech Tours 360 traveled to Anaheim, California. But the chopper is a way of life. As here we met up with creator Casey Mars, who started the project in his garage 5 years ago.
I grew up riding motocross, and some of the guys I rode with actually built freestyle ramps. And so I got familiar with welding through them, and started kind of practicing welding, got me interested in fabrication, but at the same time, I'm like, what can we do different? You know, what can we do that hasn't been done yet? And living down here on the beach, everyone rides beach cruisers. And I was like, what's like the ultimate beach cruiser we can build? It feels and rides and looks like a motorcycle. And that's where it came up with the concept.
He teamed up with his partner, Brad Fanshaw, who ran a company of one-of-a-kind hot rods.
I met Casey at a fast food restaurant, and we started talking, and and he found out my background, which included a background in bicycles, because I not only raced bicycle motocross, but I ran the association that put on the races, and we have this natural synergy of blending bicycles, automotive technology, and it was just natural.
These two innovators are taking a motorsports mindset to the design and car of the bike.
Motorcycles is actually the hot rod of electric bikes. I mean, we look at it as born out of the whole California car culture, but taking on that whole green aspect, just more sustainability, and it's really packaged.
The Inland Power Company is now towards 40 volt 20 amp hour lithium ion battery. This two-wheeler developed technology is embedded within the frame.
In case of AC time, I'll bring the game to try to close this one out. 12-3 is the score. The Orioles bring 12 batters to the plate in the 8th inning, 8 runs, 6 hits, a couple of walks, 2 errors. 2 of those runs were earned, but they all count. And the play-by play, GOD4LIFE, straight to J.J. Hardy. And it's out of number 1. That's the guy. That setup role, that center inning when the Orioles took off and their bullpen came together, which isn't where you usually have Tommy Hunter, obviously, but as we talked about in the pregame, all 4 of the guys we're talking about were in this game. As opposed to the other side of the field, you don't know what the feeling is over there as far as the bullpen's concerned. Not that this game doesn't make it worse, the feeling that way going in. Sitting on the first bench, Shaniel Shuko between first and second on base hit for Alex Avila, his first hit of the night. Base runner in with 1 away. Some of the key moments here in your mind, Joe, and you talked about the tackle on runs, but how about early in this game, right away with Tillman, right away with Nelson Cruz? Well, the fact that the Tigers were able to get the bases loaded against him in the 5th inning, they had Hunter up there. Torrey Hunter grounded out to end the inning. They weren't able to capitalize on a bases loaded situation. And then the tackle on run, of course, with J.J. Hardy was a big key in the line drive out. That preceded whereas Anthony Miller made a statement tonight around the way he did it. Shots were gone. He's driven about himself. Number 1 for the Orioles in the event. That's why they lined up perfectly for them there. A quick strike. High octane offense that relies on the home run ball of their fans. They led the league in home runs this year and also 5 home runs in this game. Nelson Cruz, J.J. Hardy in the 2 big ones when this was a much different game than what we were seeing right here in the 12-3 Orioles lead. You got to be feeling good about J.J. Hardy hitting a home run like that. The way he's been feeling over the course of the last couple of weeks. Sure. Given a 2-run lead, Hardy's home run came in the 7th. The other night, talking about Davis and Nico, and I said that that's an issue. Right about that same time, I looked at the dugout announcers. One of the coaches had yelled somebody going down the middle of the contact. It was McKinley was out on deck now. David Green, he may have seen something about Davis and Correa. Maybe that's why he comes out to pitch it. He's trying to push it right now. Yeah, so we carry it over tomorrow. Down to their last strike, deals to delays the inevitable here. Ezekiel Carrera and his insurance in case Rajay Davis can't go in this series. Or abdominal injury. Center fielder. Tigers down to their last strike. The Orioles trying to seal game 1. Performance to beat Max Scherzer, the reigning Cy Young Award winner. One of the 3 Cy Young pieces
Detroit Tigers will send up Verlander tomorrow. Wade Chandler, left-hander, will pitch for the O's. One ball, two strikes. Deals in the line for Wade. Put it all on Andrew Romine. The relievers of the Tigers certainly deserve a lot of the blame, but Romine's error last inning opened the door in a big way. 8 runs scored on 2 earned after that. Two errors in the Baltimore entered this postseason trying to prove that what they did in the American League East was no fluke. They clinched that division on September 16th. First time they've won that division since 1997. Eddie Johnson at the American League East was a powerhouse. Once that division is not the same. You're talking about the Yankees, the Red Sox, Tampa don't score any runs. Not to take anything away from the Orioles, but that division wasn't quite the same. Takes off Romine with a base hit. Romine collects his second hit of the night. That'll keep the inning alive for Detroit. 2 on, 2 out. Instead of Rajay Davis, Osmus is going to go to his bench. Davis is back up in center field. Ezekiel Carrera will pinch hit. He'll get his first postseason exposure. This is going to be a big story as we show up tomorrow on Sunday Track. Rajay Davis with that injury, didn't look like himself, not running well. He's a speed deliverer. Relies on that speed, can do so many things, provide so many weapons for Osmus. They've got to turn it over to a rookie center fielder who they very confident in, but this is his first postseason. Brad Osmus told us in the meeting that he was comfortable because he talked to Rajay and watched him work out today, and Davis said, Brad said, "Can you steal a base for us?" And he said, "Yes." Does he look like he can steal a base for no chance? I would be shocked if he's in the lineup tomorrow. Quick turnaround tomorrow once again. Goes for not just relievers and quick turnarounds, but players who are dealing with injuries. That's a noon start tomorrow here in Baltimore. Positions up there for his first postseason at bat. Left-handed and Nate Clark is standing 20 feet away. He's the third base coach way down the line. Glad he's wearing the helmet. How about that? A little tension here, but Orioles fans, they've had a history with Tommy Hunter. He's been great at that setup. Well for him. The closers, but you got to give him a little slack. I mean, he was up and throwing, full out, gassing up, ready to come into a game in the 5th inning. Take for anybody right now. That being said, 12-3 is the first start. 2 outs, 2 on. Carrera takes the ball forward. The bases are loaded. If you're the Tigers right now, you're down 9 runs. All you're trying to do is get Marshall Walter back in his bullpen. Trying to get the pitch count up for Hunter and just get one more guy on the mound. It's the last thing Buck wants to do, or even thought he'd have to. Single by Avila. Base hit by Romine with 2 outs. Now a walk for Carrera, whose first postseason at bat is a success. And to the top of the order, Ian Kinsler now. Strong hitter. Bases loaded, about 20 balls. Strike to pick it up, hang it One more strikes, all they need to secure game one. So it doesn't bite. Gets intense. Now we have 14 pitch at bat gets to the middle. 9 pitch at bat resulting in infield out of the swings and misses. That is a swinging strike. The tag is applied. Kenzie says, don't even bother running to first. That's a ball game. That's a strikeout to end it. Secured by the tag, and the Baltimore Orioles win game one of this best-of-5 ALDS. They hang an L on Max Scherzer and hang a snowman on the Tigers in the bottom of the 8th inning. 12-3 final score. Nelson Cruz, 3 runs batted in. He's back in the postseason and doing damage against the Tigers once again. Coming up next, game 1, Royals-Angels. Following a quick break, we'll send you to Ernie Johnson in Anaheim for Jamie Maggio, Joe Simpson, Dennis Eckersley on Brian Anderson. We'll see you tomorrow. That's a noon start, 11:30 Eastern pregame. We'll be ready for game 2 in the Oaks of 1-0 on the Tigers.
Here's the magical thing. The optics of this are very carefully worked out. The material refractive index is very close to water. And so, as soon as this goes underwater, this optically dissolves. It's just like this dome doesn't exist.
This sleek and slender craft floats through the water, reaching speeds of 6 knots. That's about 7 miles per hour, and reaches depths of 400 feet with ease. Hit the throttle and soar with intensity. The cost to experience the depths of the ocean with unmatched views is $1.7 million. The Deep Flight Super Falcon, the latest in technology and innovation. Simply, an incredible journey in a deep-sea world experienced by few.
사랑하는 사람, 그리고 가슴 설레는 여행. 코란도 씨와 함께 가슴이 시키는 대로 달려보세요. Leisure utility vehicle. I love Corando C.
Make it smart. Sky ICT. This is Tech Toys 360. Rev up and race into the future with the most innovative toys in the 21st century. We travel the globe to discover innovative gadgets, groundbreaking inventions, and future-forward vehicles, from the cutting edge to the inspiring. So buckle up and prepare to experience the latest in Tech Toys. Coming up on this episode, a groundbreaking amphibious sport vehicle hits the trail at the water. A supercar's exhaust becomes an ingenious audio system. New technology that may one day make the photo album obsolete. And a teched-out trial bike takes on the rugged mountainside.
죽기 전에 꼭 가야 할 최고의 비결. 대한민국의 마지막 남은 청정 지역인 비행지로의 힐링 여행을 떠나보세요. 사람들의 발길이 가지 않았던 원시의 자연, 그 신비한 자연 속 신선한 공기를 마시며 천혜의 자연을 즐기는 신개념 놀이기와 오감 만족, 맛있는 여행까지 일상에 지친 몸과 마음을 치유하는 DMZ 힐링 여행으로 당신을 초대합니다.
The all-terrain vehicle roars along a rugged trail, chewing up the mud and splashing through deep puddles of brown water. It handles the rough conditions at the will of the rider, and then from out of the dense woods, it emerges into a clearing along a serene lake shore. But this futuristic vehicle is prepared and powers into the surf with the push of a button. Cruise 360 travels to Auburn Hills, Michigan, to experience a groundbreaking sport amphibian and its all-purpose ride. It's here where the culmination of over a decade of work with engineers and designers has produced the quad ski. Engineer and co-founder Neil Jenkins discusses the quad ski.
The quad ski is the first personal sports amphibian that has ever existed.
Until now, amphibians were primarily for military use, but that has now changed. The quad ski is both an ATV and PWC. For the uninitiated, that's an all-terrain vehicle and a personal watercraft. The project was born out of Gibbs' frustration.
He would hitch a boat up to his tractor, go out and launch it wherever the water was in the tide cycle. He'd take the tractor back. When he got back to the boat, it would either be sitting on dry sand or he'd have to wade out to his chest to get into the boat.
So he set out to create one that can be driven right into water. Easier said than done. With over $200 million and over 3 million man-hours to development, the quad ski went through 3 rounds of prototypes. The factory is efficiency in motion, and the 12 to 15 assembly units allow for an efficient production, including manufacturing resin body components on site. It was a challenge to have these components manufactured to quad ski's requirements.
We couldn't find anybody that was able to provide the level of finish using the materials that we use because they're pretty advanced composites.
So they developed this process in-house. Each vehicle is the perfect blending of man and machine.
It's been in gestation as a product really for almost 15 years. The first 4 or 5 years of that, we were having to solve some of the fundamental engineering and science challenges.
Perhaps the most impressive technology is the retracting wheels.
That moment of it driving into the water, seeing the wheels retract, was an absolute treasure of a moment.
The amphibian uses a patented hydraulic system to raise the wheels into large wells beneath the fenders to allow the vehicle to plane on the water.
When you lift the wheels, it actually retracts and folds the wheels up into that position, clear of the water, so that you have a much cleaner hull.
This advanced engineering is powered by electric motors and takes only the push of a button to transform this ATV into a PWC. Technological breakthroughs include the patented powertrain unit that can shift from driving the rear wheels to operating the water jets. The quad ski is even prepared to handle corrosive effects of salt water. Mark Camp discusses saltwater challenges.
Saltwater is challenging. It's very corrosive, of course. So on the marine side, we have to have special coatings on our metals to make sure they're resistant to corrosion. We have to use a certain type of fastener material to make sure that they're strong enough. And most of our testing is done in salt water down in the state of Florida, where we have now accumulated thousands of hours of water testing to confirm it will be reliable.
The quad ski is indisputably at home both on water and on the trail, and is the first such vehicle to surpass 10 miles per hour on water. It tops out at an impressive 45 with ease.
On land, we also limit the speed of the engine so that we can't do more than 45 miles an hour on land. The heart of the quad ski is really the BMW K1300 series motorcycle engine.
It uses only 140 horsepower, with a possible 175. Without a governor, this ATV PWC hybrid could hit a hair-raising stride better left on the racetrack. Gibbs and his team of engineers not only designed the tough lines and rugged contours of the body, but also the propulsion system.
So we have to design our own jet units, and generally they are around about a third of the length and half the weight of the equivalent jets of its size. When we drive into water, we produce 3 or 4 times as much power, so we have to have augmented cooling capacity. And what we do is we take some pressurized water from the jets and feed it through a water-to-water heat exchanger inside the hull.
An innovative rear-wheel drive with limited slip differential provides flexibility on the trail. It's wide at over 5 feet, yet light with an estimated curb weight of 1,200 pounds. The Quadski is a multi-purpose technological achievement, the first of its kind. In short, a vehicle that has surely defied the odds. But it's hard to focus on future-forward technology when revving up and heading from land to the water. It's pure adrenaline. Coming up next, we travel to Italy to meet an inventor who creates advanced audio systems out of supercar exhausts. Tech Toys travelled to Modena, Italy. The automotive capital of the world. Made famous by sports car makers Ferrari, Lamborghini and Maserati. From a family that produces some of the world's finest Reggiano Parmigiano cheese, to meet exhausts project's innovator, Matteo Panini. The exhaust is a sound system inspired by sports cars and aviation, crafted from an exhaust manifold. For those unfamiliar with engine terminology, this vital component is the central point where engine gases are collected from each cylinder and then discharged through a single pipe, usually at the bottom rear of one's vehicle.
I started 2 years ago in Modena, in my city, and it started because I received an exhaust from a Formula 1 car for a present, and I started to think how was the best way to display this trophy.
The creative mind pushes innovation. Panini inherited his father's love of supercars, an inventive spirit. But to take exhaust manifolds and create a modern-day sound system is all about the craftsmanship and process. The actual stainless steel or cast iron manifolds are from exotic production cars, which are then revamped using highly polished chrome, carbon fiber and fine leathers, all hand-tooled by local artisans.
This creates a very good balance between audio quality and design idea.
The audio system itself includes powerful tweeters, cone drivers, the subwoofer and woofer pounding out 420 watts of sound through an array of speakers, rivaling the sound of an Italian supercar. This original audio system is also intuitive, lowering the music volume for incoming calls. The exhaust has its own app, allowing users to build playlists, coordinate graphics to match customized choices, and listen to the roar of engines if the desire arises. The component parts are then mounted on a base, suggesting a crankcase, a vital component in an internal combustion engine, and a creative use of materials. The base, and machined out of a single block of aluminum, includes the system controls.
So this means that every time we start from a big block of aluminium, we need 15 hours in a special 5-axle machine tooling.
This is no lightweight entry into the world of music. It's a high-tech work of art and innovative technology.
So look at this. We received only this part. It's a very incredible mechanical parts. And you have the chance to open. Inside, we want that must be perfect like outside.
The cost to listen to audio out of a piece of automotive art is approximately $8,500.
What the dots inside is like a small machine. It's like a small cars because we use a lot of technology that came from mechanical works. For example, the volume is fixed by bearings, small bearings. Then we have a small shaft that go in another separate volume, and it is very, very soft.
Artwork or audio system, or both, exhaust is changing the way we listen. Coming up next, technology takes on photography. Photography has come a long way. The word itself suggests the evolution of the visual arts. It's a melding of two Greek words, photos and graphos, meaning light and drawing. Recording light, chemically or on light-sensitive materials like photographic film, has forever changed the way we see our environment. The first durable image took 8 hours to expose. Nowadays, that's almost inconceivable. Today, technology rules the world of photography. Several photos can be taken in a second. Mimoto is a forward-thinking technology company that seeks to change the future of photography. Imagine taking over 500,000 photographs every year. Simply put, it's mind-blowing. Mimoto is pushing the limits of technology to make this a reality. A man with a vision, a team of dedicated software developers and engineers, and perseverance are bringing a tiny camera, not much larger than a postage stamp, into our daily lives. TechToys 360 travelled to Linköping, Sweden, to discuss the Mimoto innovations. Martin Hallström describes his inspiration for the Mimoto.
I was really inspired to create this product by my own sort of wish to make documenting my own life effortless. I've always wanted to take photos of my life. I've tried and failed writing a diary. The design of the product really stems from this desire to make it honest in the way that people should really be able to recognize it as a recording device. But it could also be subtle in the way that it shouldn't be distracting for you.
This new mini device, measuring less than 1.5 square inches, clips onto one's lapel or purse strap, backpack, then automatically snaps a picture every 30 seconds. TechToys will do the math for you. Every 3 hours or 180 minutes, the Mimoto will take 360 photos. Skiing, running, driving, the Mimoto life logs while you go about your life. This cutting-edge approach to photography has even created a name to go along with the technology. Just what is life logging?
It allows you to get a photographic memory, to get a photographic record, which means that you can share and search your memory.
Opening a diary or pasting a photo into an album are being pushed into the dustbin of history. Within this small device, the 5-megapixel Mimoto holds a remarkable amount of high-tech gadgetry. It contains a GPS antenna, a processor, and a flash memory holding from 8 to 64 gigabytes worth of images.
Tech toys do come in small packages. Of course, there's an impressive camera lens too, with a 75-degree view. The team has also managed to fit in a micro port for connecting this future-forward device to a computer. All photos are automatically uploaded. Using proprietary computer image algorithms, the specially designed software package splits all those pictures into what Wallstrom calls moments. The Moto smartphone app interfaces with the photos and allows for easy scrolling of your media. Stored in a cloud computing environment, the photos can be easily shared with friends on social media sites. The technology is packed into the injection-molded, specially designed plastic casing. Such an innovation is changing the way we capture and archive our memories. Will life logging be as ubiquitous as photo albums were in the 20th century? Only time will tell. Coming up next, a redesigned motorbike takes on any surface. Tire meets rock. Tire meets dirt. Tire meets mountain. The challenge has just begun. It's technology in motion. From the rugged Catalonian countryside races a new motorcycle, the Ossa TR280i, a tough, no-nonsense bike that's both technologically innovative and a massive adrenaline rush. Based in picture-perfect Girona, Spain. Ossa began producing bikes back in the 1920s, and the name remains a touchstone for cycling enthusiasts. Founded by Manuel Guido, an industrialist from Barcelona, Ossa made its mark as a competitive racer, capturing titles across Europe. Ossa is now resurrecting the same gritty approach to motorbike manufacturing and off-roading, but with a future-forward eye on its technology. Gustavo Higon gives us the story.
What we made when we designed first the tier was to take what trial bikes used to be and throw it to the garbage and think of something completely new and draw something new from scratch.
The new TR280i is designed for what's known as observed trials, a subset of mountain biking in which a rider attacks an obstacle course of boulders and gorges without setting one foot on the ground. It's an extreme test of a rider's skills and a motorcycle's engineering.
Trial bikes are racing bikes, in fact. They are bikes that have to be quite extreme, very light. They don't even have a seat, so you cannot sit on them. They are bikes made only for competition. Given that, what you look at in a bike of this kind is at a product that is as light as possible, powerful, and that behaves as it has to do it in competition.
That's where this new contender proves itself. A trials bike must be compact, lean and sturdy. Engineering is the key. Get the throttle and the adventure begins. The engineering focus has been on keeping weight down and the centre of gravity low. To accomplish these objectives, the Ossa team has reconsidered and reinvented the way a bike's engine is constructed and the parts distributed on the frame. Mark Castella discusses the TR280i's engine configuration.
The original design of the product is very innovative, as it resembles more to a concept bike than to an actual trials bike. Easy to handle and makes very nimble bike to use it for trials.
The results are striking and might leave a mechanic scratching his head. The 272cc two-stroke engine looks unusual. That's because it is. With electronic fuel injection, a battery is unnecessary. That gave the designers room to play, and they did, redistributing key parts with balance and handling in mind. Even more radical, the positions of the 3-litre fuel tank and the radiator have been reversed. This innovative approach helped protect the radiator from a torturous course and plays a major role in keeping the engine's temperature constant. The chassis also evidences Ossa's creativity. The front-mounted fuel tank needed to be durable, so it's constructed out of aluminum and chrome molybdenum steel. With weight in mind, the engineers utilized cast aluminum to the fullest extent possible. The result? The TR280i tips the scales at only 147 pounds with an empty tank. That gives this cliff rider the bounce it needs, even on the roughest terrain. The front suspension consists of an upside-down Marzocchi fork with aluminum bars and an Öhlins TTX shock. The competition caliber tires handle any surface. The rear one even comes tubeless to offset bone-crunching impacts. Trials riding, a sport requiring concentration, balance, and most of all, an agile, responsive bike at home on the most demanding course. The Ossa TR280i is 21st century innovation at work, a specialty bike reconceived by an engineering team willing to take on a task as daunting as a bicycle assault on a mountainside course. Strap on a helmet and throttle up. There's nowhere this tech toy can't go.
상대 만료국이 모두 쾌속취소되는 미니 전기 접촉과 은은한 색조의 도자기 콘센트 14피스 만능 찍는 핀까지 세 가지 모두가 무료.
장미, 10년새 2.9배, 90%가 보천장, 질병보다 더 무서운 질병, 후유장애, 간암, 당뇨, 치매.
사망하면 다른 보험금은 많은데 더 큰 문제는 살아있을 때인 것 같아요. 아프거나 다쳐서 잠을 들면 정상적인 생활을 못하잖아요.
이제 걱정을 덜어드립니다.
그날 생활비로 쓰실 수 있도록 도움을 드리는 현재가 특별한 매달 받는 생활보장 보험.
상대 관료실 미니 전기 접촉과 도자기 콘센트 14피스 만능 찍는 핀까지 세 가지 모두가 무료.
첫째, 다쳐서든 아파서든 일을 못할 때 후유장애 보장.
질병으로 80% 이상 후유장애 시 매달 100만 원씩, 상해는 더 크게 매달 500만 원씩, 15년간 질병도 상해도 둘 다 매원드리는 현대회사.
내가 감이 있는 대로 2년 생각해도 일을 못한다고 해도 그 안타까운 상황에서 여러분께 꼭 도움을 드려드리겠습니다.
둘째, 상해 사망 보장. 일시금, 지금.
다른 어떤 보험에서 사망보험금을 받으시던 상관없이 일시금으로 상해 사망보 1억 원 보장.
셋째, 처음 보험료 그대로. 100세 보장 달성.
상해 1급 기준 20년 몰라 100세 만기로 40세 남자 월 3550원, 여자 월 31,910원.
더 중요한 것은 이 보험료 그대로 납입기간 내내 한 푼도 오르지 않고
노후에 아파서 후유장애를 입으셔도 걱정 없도록 100세까지 길게 보장해줍니다.
그뿐인가요? 젊은 분들은 물론 60세, 70세도 가입되니까 연세 많은 우리 부모님들도 매달 받는 생활보장 꼭 누리십시오. 연령 및 보증형에 따라 가입 조건이 상이할 수도 있습니다.
상대 관료실 미니 전기 접촉과 도자기 콘센트 14피스 만능 찍는 핀까지 세 가지 모두가 무료.
후유장애 원인 분석. 질병이 55.1%, 사고가 35.4%.
아버지께서 암 수술 후 중증병리 판정을 받으셨어요. 갑자기 일도 못 나가시고 누워 계시니까 집안 형편이 많이 어려워졌어요.
당황했을 때나 아니면 병원비만 늦었습니까? 정말 도움이 필요한 것은 내가 일을 못하고 누워있을 때입니다.
사망보다 더 큰 대비. 현대회사, 구매당 매달 받는 생활보장보험.
상대 관료실 미니 전기 접촉과 도자기 콘센트 14피스 만능 찍는 핀까지 세 가지 모두가 무료.
이제는 각종 암, 당뇨, 뇌졸중으로 인해서 각종 장애가 발생했을 때 질병으로 80% 이상 후유장애 시 매달 100만 원씩 15년간
상해는 금액을 더 키워서 매달 500만 원씩 똑같이 15년간 드리는 매달 받는 생활보장 보험.
50% 이상 소유장의 시에도 상해는 5천만 원, 질병은 500만 원을 나눠서 드리지 않고 일시금으로 한 번에 지급해드립니다.
사망하게 돼도 상해 사망 1억 원 보장, 사망보험금도 또 받으실 수 있습니다.
중요한 것은 보험료죠. 하루 1급 기준 20년 전락 100조 정기, 40세 남자 월 상담보험 50원, 여자 월 상담비용 110원.
보험료가 단 한 번도 오르지 않고 이대일이 유지되니까 부담되는 일도 적겠죠.
꼭 기억하세요. 80세 부장이 아니라 노후에도 걱정을 덜어드리는 100세 부장까지.
상 40대는 미리미리, 60세는 물론 70세까지도 가입되니까 나이 걱정 마시고 빨리 전화주세요. 연령 및 고지 내용에 따라 가입 조건이 상이할 수 있습니다.
요즘은 음식이 좋아서 사망보다는 사기 되는 경우가 많다고 하는데 나중을 위해서도 정말 필요할 것 같아요.
상자 관료 시 미니 전부 접촉과 도자기 콘서트 14피스, 만능 증명 끝까지 세계에서 모두 다 무료.
질병, 상해, 둘 다 매달 받는 생활보장에 상해 사망까지 더. 매월 보험료를 받아도 질병상해 50% 이상 부여장애 시 이후 보험료는 한 푼도 내지 않는 납입면제 혜택. 다른 보험이 있어도 100% 정액 보장. 물가가 올라도 보험료는 동결. 오르지 않는 보험료. 나이 많은 어르신도 70세까지 가입되고 100세까지 길게 보장. 연령 및 고지 내용에 따라 가입 조건이 상이할 수 있습니다. 내가 돈을 못 벌어도 내 소득 대신 현대인상에서 꼬박꼬박. 지금 무료로 상담부터 꼭 받아보세요.
소유장애, 나한테는 절대 일어나지 않으리라고 그 누구도 확신할 수 없습니다. 이젠 현대산으로 꼭 대비하세요.
지금 무료 상담부터 받으시죠.
이 상품은 가입 시 선택에 따라 일부 환급 및 순수 보장형으로 15세부터 70세까지 가입 가능하며 현지 환급금은 납입한 보험료보다 적거나 없을 수 있습니다. 계약자는 가입일로부터 30일 이내에는 청약 처리가 가능하고 계약 청약 이후 보험약관 미전달, 청약 이동 중에 약관의 주요 내용 설명을 받지 못하는 경우에는 3개월 이내에 취소가 가능합니다. 보험 계약자가 기존 체결했던 보험계약을 해지하고 다른 보험계약을 체결하면 보험 인수가 거절되거나 보험료가 인상되거나 보장 내용이 달라질 수 있습니다.
Make it smart. Start ICT.
세계적인 뇌과학자로 유명한 세바스찬슨 프리스턴 대학교 신경과학연구소 교수가 한국을 찾았습니다. 바로 KT와 협력해 머릿속 구조의 비밀을 밝히는 작업을 추진하기 위해서라고 하는데요. 감동을 전하는 뇌과학자 세바스찬슨 교수와 첨단 ICT 기술을 활용해 인류 행복 증진에 기여하겠다는 KT와의 만남. 과연 어떤 내용일까요? 이날 서울 광화문 올레스퀘어의 한쪽에는 눈길을 끄는 부스가 마련되어 있었는데요. 바로 아이와이어 게임을 직접 체험해볼 수 있는 공간이었습니다. 아이와이어란 세계 최초로 뇌의 신경세포를 3차원 이미지로 만드는 과정을 게임으로 발전시킨 것인데요. 신경세포를 이어지고 있는 부분에 색을 칠해 복잡한 뇌지도를 3차원 이미지로 만들어가게 됩니다. 누구나 게임에 참여할 수 있으며 많은 사람이 참여해 시간을 투자할수록 뇌의 지도, 즉 커넥톤이 빨리 완성될 수 있는 구조인데요. KT의 평창 관계자는 KT의 통신 서비스와 SNS로 대규모 집단 지성을 조성, 아이와이어 박사를 휩쓰고 뇌 관련 질병 예방과 치료에 앞장설 것이라고 밝혔습니다.
KT는 이 ICT 기술을 활용해서 인류에 겪고 있는 여러 가지 건강 문제, 또 행복 정진에 기여하고자 합니다. 향후 SNS를 중심으로 전개할 다양한 공동 마케팅은 활동은 아이와이어의 글로벌 학생의 기폭제가 될 것입니다. 이러한 노력은 예술을 규명하는 데 기여할 뿐 아니라 나아가서 인간의 기억과 의식의 분위기를 밝혀내는 치매, 우울증, 자폐증 등을 치료할 수 있는 유료회에 이르는 시간을 현격하게 한투시킬 수 있었거든요.
이어 세바스찬슨 교수의 강연도 이어졌나요? 이날 강연에서 세바스찬슨 교수는 전 세계 100여 개 나라에서 14만 명 이상이 참여해 플랫폼을 그리고 있으며 컴퓨터 강국이 대한민국이고 우리나라 공무원 덕분에 뇌과학 연구가 훨씬 빨라질 것이라며 적극 동참할 것을 당부했습니다.
저는 내 탐험이야말로 인류 역사상 가장 위대한 도전이라고 믿습니다. 그리고 저는 오늘 이 자리에서 당신이 어디에 있든지 당신이 그 누구든지 이 위대한 노력에 동참할 수 있다는 것을 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
하지만 이날 케이트와 세바스찬슨 교수는 아이와이어에 더 많은 사람이 참여하도록 지원하는 내용의 업무 협약을 체결했습니다. 케이트는 앞으로 2-3개월 내 아이와이어의 한글 버전을 만들어 수많은 사람들이 쉽게 즐기도록 지원할 계획인데요. 민간 기업으로는 최초로 아이와이어 게임에 참여해 플랫폼 완성을 앞당기는데 적극 협력하기로 했습니다. 세바스찬 교수와 더불어 케이트가 앞으로 어떤 행보를 이어갈지 그 귀추가 주목됩니다.
Make it smart. Sky ICT.
상담받으신 고객 모두 작동거리로 힘내세요. 충전 시 무선전동 드라이버 풀세트가 무료. 플레이스토어로 좋은 공간에서도 편리하게 지금 무료로 받아가세요.
분양자 보험이죠. 버스 타고 가거나 걸어가다가 교통사고로 되면 부정이 되나요?
동부화재는 만기 환급형 선택 시 매심 보험료를 돌려드립니다.
교통사고 사망 시 2억 원. 일상생활이 힘든 교통사고 80% 후유 장애 시에도 2억 원 보장.
자가용운전자 교통사고 처리 지원금 1인당 3천만 원 한도 실손 보장.
단 하루 통원 치료를 받아도 교통사고 처리 접수 시 자동차 무상 치료비 10만 원. 거기다 교통사고 후유 장애 시에도 정해진 지급률에 따라 1,000만 원까지 보장.
벌금이 나와도 2천만 원까지. 정식 기소 시 자동차 사고 변호사 선임 비용 500만 원 보장.
18세부터 60세까지 20년 납 80세 만기 상해 2급 40세 자가용 운전자 기준 남자 월 25,400원, 여자 월 15,800원, 70세까지 별도 가입 가능하고 영업용 플랜도 가능합니다. 단 예시보험료에서 인상될 수 있습니다.
동부화재 다이렉트 운전자 보험.
본 상품은 일부 만기 환급형 상품으로 중도해지 시 해지 환급금은 이미 납입한 보험료보다 적거나 없을 수 있으며 예시된 금액은 금리에 따라 변동되므로 미래의 수익을 보장할 것은 아닙니다. 단, 교통사고 처리 지원금, 벌금, 자동차 사고, 변호사 선임 비용, 특별 약관은 다수계약 시 비례 보상되고 운전자 비용 변동은 음주, 무면허, 도주 사고 시 보상에서 제외됩니다. 계약자는 증권을 받은 날로부터 15일 이내에 청약 철회가 가능합니다. 다만 청약을 한 날로부터 30일을 초과한 경우에는 청약을 철회할 수 없습니다. 계약 청약 이후 보험약관 미전달, 청약 미노출 및 약관의 주요 내용을 설명받지 못한 경우 3개월 이내에 취소가 가능합니다. 직업 및 병력에 따라 가입이 거절되거나 제한될 수 있습니다.
Make it smart. Sky ICT. This is Tech Toys 360, where Apple breaks into the future with the most innovative toys of the 21st century. We travel the globe to discover innovative gadgets, groundbreaking inventions, and future-forward vehicles. From the cutting edge to the inspiring. So buckle up and prepare to experience the latest in tech toys. On this episode, experience a cutting-edge supercar with a lightweight exoskeleton design. A high-tech speedboat slices through the waves. A cutting-edge concept is inspired by supercar engines. The futuristic racer sets out to break speed records.
전국 강타 홈쇼핑 빅 히트 조격기 세대 교체 오리지널 올라온 조격기.
정말 많은 분들이 구입하시고 칭찬해주신 오드라운 조격 아이유가 획기적으로 흙이 막 튀고 무게 확 줄여서 조격기가 정말 심해졌고요. 히팅에 지압에 어불에 첨단 기능까지 조격기는 역시 맹상훈이 적극 추천해드리는 오리지널 오드라운 조격기예요.
팔이 피곤하면 온몸이 피곤합니다. 오장육부에 혈이 모여있는 하는 진의 심장 조격으로 따뜻한 기운을 발가락 끝부터 온몸 구석구석 모세혈관 끝까지 기운의 순환을 도와 활력이 살아나는 놀라운 조격의 효과. 쌓인 피로가 싹 풀림은 물론 뭉치고 붓고 딱딱하던 발바닥이 말캉말캉 보드랍게. 그래서 이름도 보드라운 조격기.
아이고 좋다 그러나
전국 강타 홈쇼핑 빅 히트 조격기의 세대 교체. 크기 줄이고 무게 줄이고 가격까지 안 줄인 오리지널 부드러운 조격기 전가 찬스. 히팅 10단계는 물론 온열 온 기능이 원전의 3까지 무려 6단계 지압 시스템에 진동 마사지 더블 마사지까지 이 모든 첨단 기능을 다 갖춰야만 부드러운. 그런데도 가격은 10만원도 안 되는 획기적 한 달 33,000원에 잠깐 지금 구입하시면 2만원 상당의 단칠 제목이 핫터 PC를 추가로 더 지저분한 강치 굳은 살까지 속 시원하게 벗겨진 가치는 나이지 않고 안으로 쏙 깔끔하게. 이번 기회 놓치지 마시고 지금 전화 주셔서 상품도 받으시고 대끈대끈 조격으로 발kon량을 발휘하세요.
No windshield, no windows, no body. A visceral experience. Driver and car melded into one high-performance good time. This is the Ariel Atom 3. Tech Choice 360 traveled to Alton, Virginia, the stateside home of the Atom, to discuss this unusual racer. This supercar began as a student project in England by Simon Saunders. Mark Slade discusses the Atom 3.
The Ariel in general, whether it's one, which is very rare, a two, or a three, it's very unique that it's an exoskeleton chassis. So everything's exposed, everything's out there for the world to see.
The Atom 3 design makes a statement. Body reveals an exposed chassis, an exoskeleton. Forget sleek, sweeping lines. This is a tough road racer. Engineer Jansen Litz discusses the Atom.
Typically, the chassis is covered by the bodywork, but in our case, the chassis is what's showcased.
The exposed chassis is high-tech on display. Specifications are translated into a numerically controlled computer.
We have a much better understanding of what we're making, and then taking all those specifications out to a machine, which is computer numerically controlled, and which inherently gives much tighter manufacturing tolerances.
Each component is precise, tolerance is assured, quality without question. Every part placed with purpose, and that purpose translates into one thing: performance.
Being very light, power to weight is very impressive. So acceleration, that's a notable factor of the Atom.
The rear weight distribution and short wheelbase is unique to the Atom because there aren't any driver aids. It's raw. It's a race car for the street.
It's raw, it's muscle, and when it comes to performance, it's downright impressive. The driver becomes the car in its two-seat cockpit. Without major side panels, the rush of air on acceleration, a stunning 0 to 60 in just under 3 seconds, the grip of the road, the 1.8G lateral cornering, make this a different kind of ride, down a fast open road or on the track. 80% of the Atom 3 is manufactured in-house. It takes about a week to make the chassis.
With a hand-built supercar, you want to take your time, so that's where some of the craftsmanship comes into play.
And another 2 to 3 weeks to assemble the supercar. 1 month, 1 supercar, 1 unforgettable experience.
Building a car like this, being a small manufacturer, structure of organization and planning, whether that be building a chassis on its own or in the assembly bay to schedule that manpower. Making sure everything fits over and is here on time is one of the biggest challenges.
The chassis itself is made out of mild or low carbon steel, bendable but strong. The main chassis components are rolled and other parts laser cut. Precision is the key.
We do a process of TIG welding or MIG welding, depending on the component. And then it has a mixture of carbon fiber or fiberglass for some of the body components.
Combined with aluminum parts that make up the engine and drivetrain and carbon fiber, the Atom weighs in at a mere 1,350 pounds.
Being lightweight also lets it perform well in the corners, under braking. So this, in general, its uniqueness brings it to the forefront.
This tech toy takes the turns with gusto. Its 2.4-litre 4-cylinder economy car engine powers this monster machine. The base motor is reliable and capable of being modified to reach up to 300 horsepower. Exposed technology includes the adjustable pushrod suspension, dampers just as visible as the steel chassis. These technologically advanced approaches allow for different road heights, if roaring along the track where a lower clearance is desired, or cruising on the highway. The interior keeps the driver low to improve aerodynamics and the driver experience. This is an open car made for the open road. Adrenaline junkies beware. This no-nonsense road legal supercar is a high-performance racer at its core. The Atom 3 flashes its future-forward technology the moment one's foot hits its accelerator. Coming up next, a speedboat uses a new source for its power. The glistening black speedboat slices through cool blue water, leaving a fan of waves in its wake. It's the MK1. Dutch naval architect David Zapp, a boating enthusiast from childhood, had the inspiration to forego traditional power sources for a new solution to watercraft design and engineering.
Of course, there were electric motors out there. Of course, there were solar cells out there. And of course, there were batteries out there. But it's about the smart integration of all these components. And this is where the biggest challenges were, to let the components interact in the correct way.
Working with photovoltaic energy or solar cells is nothing new, but its advances in use with 21st century transportation is certainly noteworthy.
Solar cells embedded into the hull structure, cell efficiency of 22.5%. For example, what you put on the rooftop is approximately 16 to 18%.
The boat is nothing if not futuristic, but builders Niels Gehr and David Zapp didn't toss out the book on existing boat design. They insisted on high performance and luxury to complement technology. They tackled the challenging design first. The MK1's sleek lines immediately catch the eye. A double take goes without question as the bow nudges through the water.
The builders used advanced computer 3D imagery to create its design.
The basic design philosophy behind this is from follow function.
The MK1 spans 32 feet long and uses an impressive 150 square feet of solar panels. 522 solar cells power an 80 kilowatt electric motor. The hull, constructed with carbon fiber, is lightweight, enabling the boat to cruise at 30 knots.
The MK1 is a very, very light boat, which keeps the resistance down. It's 100% from carbon fiber, and it only weighs 1 ton. A normal 10-meter boat would be around 5 to 6 tons.
Lighter weight means less resistance in the water.
The resistance is sometimes not only half, but sometimes it's even just a quarter of a comparable boat in length.
The MK1's technology continues directly towards fingertips. The operator holds the controls and is ready through an LCD touchscreen interface built into the dash. Every aspect of the boat's key systems can be monitored with a few simple taps. This unique watercraft has a set of hideaway steps on the stern and a couple of sunbeds for the water enthusiast who wants to take in a few rays alongside the photovoltaic cells. No oil, no fumes, no engine noise. The oil-free motor powers the boat as silently as the current.
You can hear all the other noises, and you hear the water against your hull, you hear whatever your propeller is doing, you hear gravitation on the rudder and steering.
The MK1 may not be the fastest watercraft on the waves, and it doesn't claim to be, but undoubtedly it's taking an innovative and high-tech approach to boating, and is racing into the future on a ray of light. Coming up next, the best in Italian sports car engines inspire one designer. When one thinks of the best in Italian craftsmanship and innovation, few things stand out more than automotive technology. Titanium plates, rolled steel frames, pounding pistons forged from high-grade aluminum alloys. Our next toy takes an unusual twist on the engineering precision that defines Italian automotive excellence. Inspired by high-performance supercars, this unique machine is actually an espresso maker. Buckle up for one unusual jolt of caffeine. Tecto 360 travelled to Johannesburg, South Africa, where one company, inspired by automotive excellence, is changing the way coffee is brewed. This is the Espresso Veloce, an innovative coffee machine that doubles as a work of automotive art. Paolo Giuseppe talked to Tecto 360 about his inspiration for Espresso Veloce.
Ever since I was a young boy, I always loved motorsports. The engine market, mainly, world champion race engines for Grand Prix racing.
It's sleek and high-tech, roars to life like a finely tuned engine. From the cylinders churning through the machine's engine-like body to the piston-shaped espresso cups, the Espresso Veloce pays homage to the racetrack in every aspect of its complex design. The machine is a combination of future-forward industrial design and 21st century engineering possibilities. Working through a design process that went from concept sketches to CAD images, the company refined the idea to make it a functional espresso maker. Gregorio Marucci discusses the technology behind Espresso Veloce.
We're impressive with everything making the espresso. We're the only one where we're actually producing espresso at 22 bar. What does that mean? It means the taste of the coffee is enhanced and you get a magnificent crema on top of your espresso. Something you wouldn't in a run-of-the-mill commercial machine.
Final specifications are one thing, practicality in development is another. Building each espresso machine presented a new set of challenges.
Simply 599 individual components poses a challenge because of the sequence that got to all be assembled in.
Each component of the Espresso Veloce is individually manufactured out of aviation spec aluminum 7075, an aero-grade metal alloy used by professional racing teams today.
every single component is machined within a tenth of a millimeter.
The result in precision-engineered components worthy of a supercar. Once each separate component is created, technicians hand assemble the blockchain. 4 technicians work to produce each machine. The entire production process takes nearly 22 hours. Technicians use a flame process to color the titanium exhaust pipes. The blockchain weighs a fraction of a high-performance engine, but still a husky 51 pounds. A touch of its button will activate a high-pressure water pump that sends a stream of water rushing through one of the ground head capsules. The brewed espresso is then dispensed from the titanium exhaust pipe. The super alloy keeps the beverage hot until it reaches the cup, each of which is designed to look like the pistons of a Formula 1 engine.
This particular espresso machine also makes what my grandfather, my nonno, would have called an espresso corretto, a correct coffee. Now, for those of you who don't know, an espresso corretto is an Italian espresso that has been boosted with a little bit of aquavit, grappa, the water of life.
The 140 milliliter oil filler of the motor doubles as a grappa holder. The ever-popular and potent Italian brandy, a special button located on top of the machine dispenses shots. So start your engines and fire up the blockchain. Your caffeine fix is just a rev away. Coming up next, the team develops an innovative vehicle to push the boundaries of speed. John F. Kennedy once stated, "Those who dare to fail miserably can achieve greatly." Unusual, bold, future forward. A rocket blasts off, pure energy, pure power. But this explosive rocket doesn't soar towards space. This unusual vehicle is built for one reason: speed. This is the Venturi BBB-3, which aims to become one of the fastest vehicles on Earth. Take an automotive visionary, Gildo Pascal, and the drive to revive an electric car company, Venturi.
What took me to go to electric propulsion was the desire to do a very innovative company specialized in sports cars. I invested in this company to turn that into the most advanced company for electric vehicles in the world.
Enter the Center for Automotive Research at Ohio State University. A team of engineering students, both undergraduate and graduates, reassemble the car and make it road ready, or salt flats ready. This approach provides invaluable experience to the students, but also makes this a true public-private partnership designed to advance the state of electric-powered motor technology.
The partnership with Ohio State University is now going on for many years, and it has a very high educational value by having 25 young engineers working on this project, which is very exciting to actually help building the engineers for the future of automotive.
Ohio State professor and mechanical engineer Giorgio Rizzoni talks technology.
After having already set 3 existing standing land speed records in the U.S. and for the FIA World Land Speed Records for electric and fuel cell vehicles, each of these records being above 300 miles per hour, our clear goal at this point is to see if we can be the first electric vehicle to break 400 miles per hour barrier.
This racer boasts 3,000 horsepower. Need we say more? It's a quantum leap forward in the world of automotive engineering. The VBB-3, or the Buckeye Bullet, is 21st century technology at work. It's designed to push the boundaries of technology, and it all starts with the design. It's a lesson in aerodynamics.
Once you start approaching 300 miles per hour, aerodynamics becomes the dominant limitation. So the team has implemented a very sophisticated computer-aided program using computational fluid dynamics codes to design the aerodynamics of the vehicle.
Its unusual shape keeps this lightning-fast supercar of the future low to the ground and helps provide stability for a straight shot into the record books. The tubular frame is stiff and strong. Inside, it's lightweight carbon monocoque. The driver, Roger Schroer, sits strapped in like a fighter pilot.
I mean, it's a very tight fit, obviously, but that's for purposes of reducing aerodynamic drag and safety. There's a pitch around that goes in here that would prevent my head from moving up or down or side to side.
The BBB3's build is impressive. The technicians focus on every last detail, considering every possibility to reduce weight and increase speed. The power behind the BBB3 comes from electric motors, powered by 80 custom-designed A123 prismatic battery modules. These are arrayed in 16 specially manufactured tubs, consisting of 2,000 cells that generate 1.8 megawatts of power. That's all like clean energy, literally.
So two of these units, 10 modules, we call a blade. Two of these blades constitute a battery subpack that powers one of the inverters. Multiply this by 4 times, and that's going to be the entire power system for the vehicle.
The batteries account for half of its 3.2-ton weight. A 38-foot carbon fiber skin wraps around the vehicle's carbon fiber and aluminum honeycomb composite frame.
The construction of the vehicle is the exterior, the skin is made of carbon fiber. We felt that it was more cost-effective and from an engineering perspective, more easily accomplished to use a space frame tubular structure.
With a 0 to 60 speed under 2 seconds, this vehicle redefines the electric car. That's the goal. The team is advancing technology through this fast-paced approach. But what brings this massive beast to a halt? Airplane quality carbon brakes, and of course, a parachute.
This wheel is representative of the type of wheel we use. The top right is the shifting mechanism, and the 2 orange buttons are for parachute deployment. In the bullets I've driven so far, where the top speeds have been in the 300 mile per hour range, the acceleration never stopped. And because this car is still being built, I don't have a feel for it yet, but based on the numbers I've heard, it should be even stronger.
Is 400 miles per hour possible? The BBB3 is about pushing innovation.
So who knows, maybe a further goal for the program could be to become the fastest vehicle on wheels, regardless of the mode of propulsion.
The BBB3, the fastest electric car on the earth? The engineering, technology, student team and driver, along with a fast, dry salt flat, will tell the tale. Regardless, it's automotive history in the making.
보험은 아빠를 닮았습니다. 보험은 아빠의 마음까지 보장합니다. 가장 좋은 투자는 안심입니다. 저축은 아빠처럼 든든해야 합니다. 대한민국 모든 아빠, 그 한 사람 한 사람 곁에 동부금융이 있습니다. 동부금융 네트워크.
Make it smart. Sky ICT. This is Tech Toys 360. Rev up and race into the future with the most innovative toys of the 21st century. We travel the globe to discover innovative gadgets, groundbreaking inventions, and future-forward vehicles, from the cutting edge to the inspiring. So buckle up and prepare to experience the latest in Tech Toys. On this episode, experience how one supercar's technology pushes the boundaries of speed. An innovative race car simulator creates a unique immersive experience. Meet a future-forward android robot. One company uses a turbine engine to create the next superbike.
죽기 전에 꼭 가야 할 최고의 비극. 대한민국의 마지막 남은 청정 지역인 기흥지로의 힐링 여행을 떠나보세요. 사람들의 발길이 가지 않았던 원시의 자연, 그 신비한 자연 속. 신선한 공기를 마시며 천혜의 자연을 즐기는 신개념 노르딕 워크. 오감 만족, 맛있는 여행까지. 일상에 지친 몸과 마음을 치유하는 기흥지 힐링 여행으로 당신을 초대합니다.
Speed. Rocket-like speed. Speed never witnessed in a supercar, a hypercar, a vehicle designed to set records. This is the Venom GT. Certified by the Guinness Book of World Records as the fastest street-legal car in the world to accelerate from 0 to 300 kilometers per hour. The record, 13.63 seconds. This isn't just speed, it's history on the road. TechToys 360 traveled to Simi, Texas, west of Houston, to test Venom G on its track. Meet the man, the driving force behind this incredible machine. John Hennessy discusses his start in automotive modifications.
Hennessy Performance is basically a hobby that I had, racing cars back in '91, and it was a hobby that I got out of control. I was doing some racing and wanted to figure out a way to pay for my racing addiction, and getting a chance to build cars for other people is kind of the way we did it.
He transformed his love for everything automotive into Hennessy Performance, a company that takes the world's fastest cars and makes them faster. Sounds impossible. Consider the record and the platform, a modified Lotus and a GM-sourced engine. John Hennessy talks about the origins of the Venom GT.
Well, the initial process was just the concept of taking a Lotus and adding a 1,000-plus horsepower into that. It was kind of a joke, really. We laughed about it. And then I had a designer at the time. I commissioned him to do some renderings. When I looked at the renderings, I'm like, we could build that car. And so that's when the real process began of, okay, how do we take this crazy idea and turn it into a reality?
John Hennessy risked everything to recraft the best into high-speed demons with unheard-of speeds. How is it possible?
We're a small company. We had a very small budget compared to what, say, Volkswagen, Bugatti would spend. They would spend more money designing a door panel than we would designing a whole car. At the same time, that forced us to be inventive and to be ingenious in any way that we could.
Taking and modifying existing parts in a specialized shop, Hennessy took the concept Venom GT, with its UK steering column on the right and fiberglass body, to a carbon fiber monocoque powerhouse, setting records around the world.
We didn't want to start from scratch. We want to basically take the Lotus and keep the cockpit of the car. So when you see the architecture of the cockpit is very similar to what you would find in a Lotus Elise and a Lotus EZ. And we got rid of 90% of the rest of the car and built our supercar around it. So that helped us get the car from basically my brain to concept to our first prototype car was less than 3 years. We hired a group of engineers out of the UK to do everything in CAD. So everything was designed on the computer where they knew exactly how everything was going to fit together. That was one process, but the real process of designing the car and making the car work was once we had the car running and working and driving. What are the tweaks and adjustments and modifications now that it rolls down the road that takes it from a supercar to a hypercar that's on its own level?
With a curb weight of only 2,700 pounds, the Venom reaches 200 miles per hour in 14.51 seconds. The Hypercar Speed King. It boasts a top speed of 278 miles per hour. Tested at Hennessy's on-site track, the car churns out a mind-blowing 1,244 brake horsepower at 6,600 RPM. The Venom uses a twin-turbocharged 7-litre V8, an aluminum engine with a ball-bearing turbocharging system and 6-speed transmission. The numbers test the best components in the world, pushing them to limits never before reached on a street-legal fast ride. Automotive technicians assemble the Venom with the skill of expert surgeons from the UK to Texas. This build must meet specific tolerances to withstand the speed. The final assembly takes place at Hennessy's 30,000 square foot facility in Texas and is meticulous from the nuts and bolts to inventive carbon fiber body. The record books are proof positive of their expertise. The Venom GT is more than modified components. It's building new technologies on past ones. It's a record-breaking accomplishment screaming down the road at heretofore unheard-of speeds. This high-tech, high-power hypercar rarely goes unnoticed, unless, of course, it screams past too fast for a double take. Coming up next, a simulator that puts the driver in a race car. Focus. Intensity. Adrenaline pumping through your veins as your racer's tires grip the track. Our next tech toy is a complex simulator made possible only by the confluence of 21st century technologies and the swift mind of a racing enthusiast with a vision. It's a racing team's training platform. It's the Vasaro. A simulator that races on the scene in an innovative platform that puts the user in the driver's seat. Literally. TechToys 360 travelled to Kent in the United Kingdom to discuss the nuts and bolts of this high-tech simulator. Vasaro's Neville Slade discusses the innovation.
So essentially what we created is a system. Those technological advances all happening in a similar time period. And that has inspired me personally to take that technology and bring it together into Vasaro.
This simulator is tough. Stability and durability are essential if the rig is to give that true racing experience.
So one of our primary objectives was to have a frame that was strong and can withstand any size person, any type of abuse. We then cleverly designed it so that we built a strength but beauty at the same time, and what we've managed to do using laser cutting technology and our overall design is it's a perfect balance of aesthetics, practicality.
The heavy-duty steel and stainless steel components are TIG and MIG welded, eliminating weak points. This is a key point to the build. In fact, the front and rear sections are connected by only 4 bolts. The platform will support the driver, the equipment, and the software, while also providing future-forward motion capabilities for a true track feel.
In just 2 years, we've managed to release a huge range of modules for our system, 5 different motion systems, we've got tactile feedback, we've got multiple display solutions in the Oculus Rift, and we're already testing and running this. The laser scanning technology integrated with the motion technology is an important aspect.
This motion physics system provides 3 types of intelligent movement. Subtle pitch, roll, and heave.
We have about 1,000 people testing the product. 99% of them got off hands shaking a little bit saying this was the most amazing experience I've ever had. For me, as a designer, mission accomplished.
Its purpose is to create a true immersive experience. Advances in force feedback steering, motion, and laser scanning technologies are taking simulators to new levels.
So the laser scanning of tracks, they go to the track with a laser device, scan the track, the motion technology will recreate that in a 4 millimeter accuracy. If a racing team wants to learn, brand hacks, let's say they've not got the ability to fly their whole team in an entire race and they want to be practicing on the track, so they can actually train on the track and have experience of that, the feeling of the track bumps, the curves.
Force feedback steering in turn enables the driver to feel the road, surface variations, grade changes, and react with both mind and body. This creates a true physical experience that can be as tough as the driver has the guts to make it. To create a further realistic environment, the Visaro contains a 500-watt digital sound system and a triple monitor array.
If you're racing, if you're doing competitive racing, you turn into a corner, you can actually look to your right and see a car on your right hand side as you're turning into the track, as you would in a real one car. This is only really possible by having a triple display screen.
The Visaro rigged modular design is fully adaptable.
We can switch multiple control systems, we can even adapt it to the flight simulator. And that's where our system is strong. There's nothing else like it. It can bridge the gap from the base core simulator right up to training.
At a quick glance, the Visaro is simply another gaming platform. But at its core, with its high technology and future-forward design, it's a high-performance simulator that creates a realistic racing experience without the need for a pit stop. Coming up next, experience an advanced Android. Futuristic machines and robots have populated books, films and television programs for decades. Androids taken from the world of science fiction are designed to act and look like humans. But when science fiction crosses over to reality, a world of new possibilities is created. The future evolves into the present. Robotics is a vital part of today's manufacturing. Supercars to watches to motorbikes, impacting our everyday life. From household chores to futuristic toys, robotic technology is at its core. Tech Toys finds the future of robotic development at Honda's Hoyko Technology Center. It's here where the R&D team has focused on one Android, 20 years in the making. With Asimo, the future evolves into the present. Tech Toys 360 discusses robotics with Eric Weddin.
ASIMO stands for Advanced Step Innovative Mobility. ASIMO is the most advanced humanoid robot in the world today.
Asimo is a groundbreaking android, more human-like than machine. This is the result of 20 years of dedicated effort, the goal of which is refined operational capacity.
The design progression has really evolved since 1986. So the early models were strictly legs. And then as the engineers learned the importance that the upper body and the torso plays in controlling your center of gravity and balance, we started adding torsos, arms, heads. But the problem with those models is they're very, very large. They weigh over 200 pounds and excess of 6 feet tall. Not really practical for everyday use.
The human appearance best suited its purpose to help those with limited mobility function vicariously in a real-world environment. Thus, Asimo became a short, compact helper, standing at eye level to people in need.
Asimo's size, 4 feet 3 inches tall, is intentional. It was designed to get cute. In fact, if you look closely at Asimo's face, you can even see its legs.
No one wants a hungry robot. To make Asimo a reality, the designers and engineers first had to determine the purpose of the machine, and then decide on its form.
We really felt that we need that compact, lightweight, flexible size and dimension to move through tight spaces in the home or maybe in a medical office or in some sort of dangerous environment where it might be fighting fires or addressing toxic spills.
Originally powered by a nickel halide battery, the research team shifted to a lithium-ion battery to improve charging time and longer lasting charge.
It can operate on about an hour per charge. It takes about 3 hours to charge.
From its battery power to its development, the process was complex. How did Asimo take its steering?
not just computer science or electrical engineering, but it feels like chemistry, anatomy, biology. All these sciences go into creating a humanoid robot.
This expansive interdisciplinary approach provides Asimo with 34 degrees of freedom, meaning it can move flexibly at the head, hip, knee, and ankle. Amazingly, it can also move its 4 fingers and thumb with both 2 degrees of freedom. 21st century technology allows Asimo to maintain its balance by shifting its center of gravity.
Balancing it all on the lower body, but it's also the upper body, really being able to shift that center of gravity.
This freedom makes the robot capable of climbing stairs, holding trays, even jumping. Asimo can walk at almost 2 miles per hour and run at almost 4.
It's difficult to see with the naked eye, but as it's running, both its feet leave the ground for approximately 0.08 seconds. So that's very, very similar to that of a running human being.
Ultrasonic sensors on front and back enable the robot to identify objects and predict next steps, avoiding collisions. Additional breakthroughs in face and voice recognition enable Asimo to recognize over 20 commands, pointing to asking for assistance. Asimo can even interpret facial expressions and react accordingly. Perhaps not too far in the distant future, an Asimo counterpart may find its way into our homes, and you may one day have a new best friend. Coming up next, find out what happens when a turbine engine is built for a motorbike.
It's called the jet propulsion gas turbine. You and me, it's the jet engine. One of the marvels of this century of marvels.
A turbine. That giant rotary device through which gas, water, or steam flows and produces energy. These are the type of powerful engines jets fly with, and the engines that power enormous dams and power plants, and the electricity we use every day. Tech Toys 360 visited the town of Franklin, Louisiana, where one man's goal is to change the world one turbine at a time. Meet Ted McIntyre. He's an everyday southern guy who at 21 seized an opportunity to power a superbike with a turbine engine. Eccentric? Some might think so. Forward thinking? No one can doubt. Ted's all about turbo technology and has been since childhood.
The first time I had the opportunity to ride in a helicopter was going to an offshore platform 100 miles off the coast of Louisiana. So, certainly when we landed on the platform, I was intrigued by the power plant. Pilots had just flown out 100 miles over the Gulf, and I'm thinking, how can this little engine possibly do all this work?
He jumps at the chance, or perhaps the chance forces creative hand.
Talking about our ability to put turbines in unique applications, we came from the idea of a motorcycle. So sitting around one evening, obviously, drinking 2 beers and talking amongst ourselves, we decided to do it. But this one customer got wind of it and basically said, how much? And of course, I didn't know the price. He hands me a blank check.
The result? A superbike. On steroids. Ted is about the team, and he knows one man isn't enough to build future-forward products. Superbike technician Corey Blakesley discusses his process.
It takes me about a week to completely disassemble this engine, to have all the components coated and polished.
They build this bike from the ground up. They fabricate over 85% of the bike in their manufacturing facility. Assembly is meticulous, with each superbike taking 4 months to build. This kind of attention to detail is essential in an innovative superbike with fighter jet credentials. Turbine engines have a power-to-weight ratio that is without equal. At the heart of this innovative power bike sits a Rolls-Royce gas turbine. It produces 320 horsepower at 52,000 RPM.
This engine's out of the Belgian Hungary helicopter. It's Allison C-20B. Takes 420 horsepower.
This powerful turboshaft engine drives the rear wheel through a 2-speed gearbox.
The third part of this engine is this gearbox. This gearbox is integral to the engine sandwiched between a cold and a hot engine. And this takes that output shaft down to a usable speed of 6,000 RPM. So what they call 100% of N2.
With an aluminum alloy frame and carbon fiber fairing, the bike hits the scales at 500 pounds and can reach speeds well over 200 miles per hour. The frame itself holds the transmission fluid and a reserve tank. It's an in-the-moment, unmatched adrenaline rush.
But when you accelerate this thing, the jet engine, there's nothing holding back. That thrust comes on instantly. And that thrust is driving just a power turbine wheel, so it's an air torque converter. But once that thing gets spooled up, the acceleration is ungodly. This bike's experience is beyond.
Advanced technology, brilliant design. Did you imagine fast?
The sensation, the acceleration, the sound, the noise, the smell. Of course, when you ride up and you're in traffic, we'll call it the cell phone salute. People look at you and the cell phones come out and hold them out. You gotta hear this, and it's pretty neat to see.
It's all G-force and performance. The turbine engine producing a different kind of power, the kind that makes a ride an unforgettable experience, and a reminder that a dream can become a reality. So the next time you hear a jet's roar, there may be no need to look up towards the sky. The sound might be right in front of you, literally.
더 이상 있을 이유가 없습니다. 한 달에 3만원도 2만원도 아닌 딱 9,900원. 만원도 안 되는 비용 월 9,900원에 46년 60 전문기업 데이버스 프리미엄 비데를 우리 집에 고일고일하면 항상 개운치 않다고요. 비데를 사용하고 싶어도 너무 셀까봐 걱정된다고요. 세균이 많고 청소가 힘들까봐 고민된다고요. 대리군 이런 고민조차 없앴습니다. 첫째, 데이버스는 부드럽습니다. 닿자마자 부드럽게 터지는 고객물 세정을 채팅. 물감을 짜서 직접 휴지로 닦을 때와 비교해보면 좁은 틈 구석구석 말끔하게 닦여지죠. 따뜻한 물로 손 닦아주고 온물로 다시 말려주니까 휴지로 다시 닦을 필요 없이 원스톱으로 기분 좋게. 둘째, 데이버스는 깨끗합니다. 위생적 등노즐 사용. 더욱 위생적으로 매번 사용 시마다 노즐이 자동 세정되어 더욱 깨끗합니다. 셋째, 데이버스는 프리미엄입니다. 따뜻한 시트, 따뜻한 물, 따뜻한 온돌 건조. 앉아서 원스톱으로 끝날 때까지 쭉. 거기다 뒤처리가 미숙한 어린이도 버튼 하나만 누르면 혼자서도 얼마든지 배변 습관까지 들일 수 있고 프리미엄 사양에만 있는 소프트 개폐로 부드럽게 닫히고 열려 시끄럽지 않고 기분 좋게 프리미엄 기능을 모두 다 제대로 갖췄음에도 한 달 3만원, 2만원 모두 아닙니다. 한 달 단돈 9,900원. 잠깐 이대 설치 후 추가 비용이 또 든다? 걱정 마십시오. 보증금이 없고 관리비도 없고 사용 중 노즐이나 갖가지 소모품 교체도 무료. 혹시 모를 AS 비용도 무료. 연기에서 중요한 살균 소독도 완전 무료로. 5가지 혜택을 모두 추가 비용 없이 무료로. 한 달 9,900원에 우리 집 화장실이 싹 바뀝니다. 아무 부담 없이 지금 무료로 상담부터 받으세요.
기대나무 다 닦은 것이 절대 아닙니다. 데이버스는 부드러운 고깃방울 세정으로 닿는 느낌이 엄청 부드럽습니다.
혹시 일반 전기보다 세균이 많이 번식하진 않을까 생각하는 분들도 걱정 마세요. 플레이 노즐은 노즐 자동 세척 기능이요.
사실 가격이 너무나 저렴한 9,900원이다 보니까 기능이 축소된 건 아닐까 걱정하실 텐데 확인시켜드리겠습니다.
네, 프리미엄 비대 이외 기능은 다 있습니다. 따뜻한 물로 씻어주는 온수 보절 기능, 따뜻한 히팅 시트로 추운 겨울 엉덩이에 닿는 느낌이 따뜻해서 너무 좋아요.
예, 세정 후에 온풍 건조까지도 됩니다. 건조가 안 되면 다시 화장지를 또 써야 되는데 그럴 일이 없다는 거죠.
네, 마사지 기능도 물론이고요. 그 어른 없이 어린이 혼자서도 비데를 사용할 수 있는 어린이 기능까지.
소프트 개미 방식으로 부드럽게 닫히니까 시끄럽지 않고요. 고급 제품에 들어간 기능은 모두 다 들어있네요. 대단합니다.
낭비되는 휴지가 사라집니다. 냄새나는 휴지통도 없애십시오. 이제 꼭꼭꼭 개운하게 물로 닦으세요. 화장실 가면 가뭄 차사 오래 걸리는군. 더좀 힘들거나 연로한 어르신이든 가정, 청결함을 원하는 모든 여성들에게 임산부, 뒤처리 미숙한 어린이들도 이제 여러분도 꼭꼭꼭 대리비대 하십시오. 대리비 비대 가격 하기 대선언. 3만원, 2만원도 아닌 한 달 9,900원으로 보증금이 없고 관리비도 없고 소모품 교체 비용, AS 비용, 세금 소득까지 완전 무료. 비대 아직도 안 쓰십니까?
쓰고 아플 것 같은 생각이 들어서요.
대리는 다릅니다. 나타나자 부드럽게 터지는 고깃바울 세정. 따뜻한 온풍 건조. 앉아서 오랫동안 끝날 때까지 쭉 따뜻하고 편안하게.
비대가 아무래도 색이 많지 않나요?
그래서 대림은 윈도우를 채팅. 중심하다 노즐 전체 독립 자동 세정.
고장나거나 소모품 가는 비용이 만만치가 않을 것 같은데요.
46년 대리마스 본사지경 스마트 클린 서비스로 전문가가 직접 방문. 작동 점검, 노즐 교체, 소모품 교체, 양변기 청소와 비대 밑면 청소, 살균 처리까지 걱정 없이 한 달 3만원, 2만원 모두 할인이다. 한 달 단돈 9,900원. 잠깐 비대 설치 후 추가 비용이 또 듭니다. 걱정 마십시오. 보증금이 없고 관리비도 없고 사용 중 노즐이나 갖가지 소모품 교체도 무료. 혹시 모를 AS 비용도 무료. 변기에서 중요한 살균 소독도 완전 무료로. 가사까지 혜택을 모두 추가 비용 없이 무료로 이제 월 9,900원에 대림마스 비대로 매일매일 개운하게 물로 닦으시고 세균 걱정 없이 깨끗하게 사용해보세요. 지금 설치 부담 없는 무료 상담부터